The Solar Tide. Prologue. The first wall. Its foundations had been laid 3,000 years ago, when the golden ages of Gunug were not quite so ephemeral and remote. When memories of a god-king possessed of the blood of Gazorgu, who had dwelt in the garden-girdled Temple of the Sun in Surgirkar, were still alive and well in the hearts of the Yug, the Lion Folk. When the magics of their priesthood had not yet waned, and the rivers of their fatherland fed fields so rich and golden that there were no pigments available to the painter's art which might properly render them in mural. When mud had been the substance of its brick, and the greatest of its foes would have been heavy Kandari cavalry, or wild Ida giants, or iron-clad Shaishan warriors bearing ladders or rams. Even then, in its youth, it had been an awesome sight, spanning all the eastern rim of the kingdom, the entire western bank of the old river Luma, which the upstart canine folk beyond the border call the Nekok. The wall had not been the eastern edge of Gunug in those days. The ancient domain of the people of the sun reached yet further south and east in those much-loved elder centuries, when the warmth of the dawn was greater, and the blood of their maker flowed with far more vigor in their veins. But it had been the greatest fortification, for the deep and broad waters of the Luma made military crossings treacherous even at the best of times. Its currents served as a 1,000-mile moat which dulled even the fiercest assaults from the opposing east bank. When the Sholoshaishans finally conquered Teotihuacan, and the last of the lion folk there were slain or driven west into the core of their homeland, it had been the first wall upon which the canine legions eventually crashed and halted. While on some occasions an invader, several times the legions of Sholoshaidi, and several others the ravening barbarian hordes of Ida or Kandari warbands, had breached the first wall and spilled into the fertile hinterland beyond, none had ever done so without horrible cost, and none, maimed as their armies were, ever managed to press through the fortress nation's many inner defenses and break open the holy city of Surgirkar after the first wall was raised against them. Time, though, had brought change to the first wall, even in a highly traditional and cautious culture like that of the Ug, and with good reason, for across the river Luma, in Sholoshaidi, vast foundries and siege works of the enemy had labored long years to create weapons which could crack open the first wall. For centuries, muzzle-loaded cannon had been their produce. As the past 5 decades had played out, the cannon of old had been replaced with newer, fiercer gunnery. Based on Lautani intelligence, the command and nobility of Gunug had believed they knew what to expect when the next war with the Sholoshaishans came, and the years of the new century had been spent tirelessly renovating and rebuilding perhaps the greatest bulwark on the face of Haraklan. Steel-ribbed concrete had replaced brick, and great artillery pieces, often forged overseas as ship's armament in the harbors of the Lautani de Umbrit, had been installed in the bunkers along the line. Many floors of firing avenues set into the wall had been equipped with machine gun emplacements to rake the dark waters of the Luma, and the angles and depressions of the structure as it wound along the bank allowed their firing lines to overlap in terrible kill zones, which would surely reap a mortal toll on prospective invaders. The bank itself had been dug mostly away, meaning the river's current lapped along the deep-set foundations of the sheer and unforgiving concrete, and no muddy beach remained at the roots of that 100-foot barrier for invaders to find purchase on. Behind, great earthworks concealed tunnels and bunkers and barracks which housed and fed whole divisions of Gunug's soldiery as garrison to surge forth like angered ants unseen and man the walls in the event of assault. Often dozens of feet of raw soil and stone rested atop 10 or 20-foot thick ceilings shored up with steel plating. The Kingdom of Gunug's martial stratagem had for 30 centuries been defense, and while a Sholoshaitan soul might contend the bulwark defending the imperial capital of Tepeclan stood firmer, there was, in truth, no way to compare the two in terms of sheer scale. Gunug's first wall was masterful, meticulous, monumental in its scope and ambition, a testament to millennia of war and paranoia and cruel experience. And it was but one of multiple, equally titanic lines of defense. But Sholoshaitan too had intelligence. The balloons, and later sputtering canvas-winged planes, of Sholoshaitan had often risked the sky above the border river to observe these constructions in earlier years. More crucially, the Lautani catfolk who were loyal to the Empire had become masters of subterfuge, sabotage, and espionage, and though the Ug had naturally done their best to keep the inner machinations of their prized fortification in shadow, nothing could stop details from being dragged forth for hostile eyes to see. And so Sholoshaitan too had planned and prepared with all the ferocious scale and divine fury bestowed to an empire which ruled most of the known world. The resources of half a dozen peoples and the provender of billions of souls were at the disposal of the enemy, and unfortunately for Gunug, the proud Sholoshaitans had just as much experience in breaking walls as the lion folk they sought to crush had in guarding them. It began just after dusk, on the night of the 5th of Metzli, as a cool spring mist rose from the Luma to trouble a windless night. The war had been on for a week by then, and yet no shells had fallen. But the Ug were not fools. Just as they had been mobilizing and shifting divisions to the frontier along the first wall, so too must Sholoshaitan have been mustering legions somewhere out in the borderland beyond sight. But the dry lands out past the eastern riverbank remained empty, and though signs of dust and disturbance along the rolling hills of the horizon were glimpsed now and then on clear nights, it was thought among the command on the wall that the Sholoshaitan advance which must come would produce a great deal of upheaval and warning as the soldiers were marshaled, that there would be ample sign before the great hammer blow fell, that no bombardment, however tenacious, could be maintained for long enough to so maim the first wall that its defenders would not be able to take to the battlements and fight when at last the assault came over the river. The fall of the first shells marked the beginning of the long agony which would dispel that optimistic notion. Lieutenant Durank woke to the rumble of thunder, the same noise he had fallen asleep to 4 hours earlier. But this thunder was stronger, more tangible than it had ever been before. Thunder was the only way he could interpret the noise, the cacophony, which rattled the bunks and tipped several of his men onto the cold stone of the hard floor. As the haze of nervous dream left him, and his consciousness rushed back in with all the hectic clarity of a threatened beast roused by a predator's howl, Durank thought first that it was an earthquake, that it couldn't possibly be the enemy's shells causing the commotion. Several of the tables, scattered with the bottles and refuse of the evening carousing which had become so common among the bored soldiers holed up in the bunkers of the first wall, had been wholly overturned, and the sharp shattered glass and clay of their burdens was strewn wild across the concrete. One of the heavy flickering overhead light fixtures had been shaken loose from the ceiling above, and had crashed down upon one of his machine gunners, Ganu, who was now rolling around on the floor clutching the bleeding gash it had left in his scalp. The rifleman Enoch had trodden in broken glass as he rose from sleep, and was now hopping and plucking chunks of it from his flesh as Corporal Arif tried to calm his underling down. The bunk holding Farouk and Gurdoz, Durank's 2 youngest, who had never seen action even in the Ida borderlands, had snapped or buckled in the chaos. Farouk had leapt from the top bed, and was now scrambling to pull Gordos out from beneath the two thin mattresses as the latter cursed and spat and yelled. Then young Hashun, a mortarman, was at his bedside, asking what was happening, stammering out a request for orders, his bag gripped nervously in his trembling hands, a sign the mortarman knew full well how bad things were, perhaps better than Durank. Earthquake, Durank thought again. It had to be. What else could so totally upend their resting place where it lay some 20 feet beneath the surface? But he had no time to give voice to this thought, or to issue a preemptive order to evacuate the bunker. The rumbling of the blast which had woken them, and, he would later figure, the many others playing out up and down the line, was followed by a second. Immediately afterward, a third, a fourth. More crashing, more struggling, more fallen lights and venting, more confusion. All this took 2 or 3 seconds, the blink of an eye to Durank, and in that third second the remaining lights in that catacomb of concrete and steel went out. "Out!" Durank shouted as he found his feet in the dark. "All who hear me, get out! Out!" He bumped hard into Hashun, but had the presence of mind to grab the younger man before he tumbled, and hold the mortarman upright. He groped beneath his cot and had his rifle in his right hand the next moment. Then, dragging Hashun with his left, he stumbled blind towards where he knew the exit to be, knocking his shins and unshod feet against cheap bed frames and table legs and struggling men as he went. All the while he called for his soldiers to follow him, to trace his voice, though he knew as he screamed himself hoarse that most would not hear him, so great was the thunder of the shelling. That was the first time he had associated that word with what was happening. Shelling. Surely such a thing was impossible, that shells, no matter how long they'd fallen, could do this sort of damage to the defenses backing the first wall. But the whistling descents and distant shouts down the corridors of the complex beyond the doorway he sought told him that must be what this was. For 3 nights and 3 days the dogmen had thrown their munitions at the Ugh line, and Durank, along with all those in the rear bunkhouses that fed to the front line of the first wall, had been bottled up in the innards of the fortress, confident in its perseverance, assured each and every hour that things were still well under control. When Durank had found sleep near midnight on the 4th night, he had been certain they must soon give up the hope of crippling the wall and launch a costly assault. Had the Sholoshaitians not ceased their firing in all the hours he'd slept? How many shells did they have to fling, and how come Gunug's own guns weren't silencing them? Were the folk of the sun so badly outranged? At last, gasping and swearing with a desperation which had nothing to do with physical exertion, Durank shouldered the harsh outline of the plain stone doorway. He flung Hashun through it one-handed, pressed out into the corridor after him, and then turned back in the blackness to shout for his men, to give them some trace of direction. Forms shoved or bumbled past him in the dark, some through the doorway and others passing him in the hall as they made for the exits, but he paid them no heed. He counted each which emerged from his bunkhouse. 1, then 2, then after an agonizing few seconds, 3. That made 5, including Durank and the mortarman. He called again. This was only 1/10 of his platoon. There were over 40 men left in there. Dust and hot air and shrieks flew up the hall behind Lieutenant Durank as some neighboring bunkhouse in the bunker complex was breached and scoured. He started coughing, the wretched dry heaves of one inhaling rubble and dust. His eyes burned. Though he could not see, Durank knew there was smoke and dust in the air, and he prayed there was no active fire somewhere off down the corridors. The vents and fans would all be off now, he knew. Any fire would be the death of them, Sholoshaitian assault or no. The rumbling of the explosions above ground never faltered, and as the cries of confusion or surprise or pain out in all that echoing blackness died down, Their rumbling became the dominant sound in his throbbing ears once more. Still he was screaming into the open doorway to his bunkhouse, and still no more men had passed him to escape it. But he was certain he could hear coughing and shuffling deep within. He had to go back. Durank turned to the place where Hashun rasped and trembled in the dark. Durank only then realized he was still gripping tight to the younger mortarman with one hand. He shifted the hand to Hashun's shoulder, gripping it firmly. "I'm going back in there to look for more," Durank shouted to him, summoning up all the firmness his rank and career could give him in so uncertain an hour, and praying to Gazorgu that some of it rubbed off on Hashun. "Go down the west hall for the far exits with the others. Don't—" But Lieutenant Durank was blown off his feet and into the opposing wall of the hall before he could finish his order. The wind was knocked from his burning lungs, and his rifle was knocked from his grip. Another man, perhaps Hashun, perhaps one of the others escaped from the bunkhouse, fell down on top of him as he lay in a heap upon the concrete floor, somehow tossed upward in the tumult. More hot air and choking smoke, and more clatter and clamor as rubble and refuse skittered down from rents in the unseen ceiling. Durank's fur was slick with 100 small cuts and gashes, his underclothes ragged, his mane tossed and torn, but he registered none of this. He was on his feet again, groping across to the doorway to his bunkhouse. He passed through, and for a moment Durank's spirit lifted. It had not been wholly breached. There might still be hope. But he fell upon a slope of rubble and rebar in the gloom a few feet in, and that hope was dashed. There was a rasping cough beneath his knees as he fell, a form half buried in the churned earth and metal. He called out as he felt a man's shoulders in the dust, and he knew even in the dark that the gasp which answered belonged to Corporal Arif. He bumbled around in the dark as Arif groaned, guessing the lesser officer was partially buried, and desperate to determine how deeply he'd been buried. A light seared Durank's eyes then as it flared into life behind him. The air was so choked with the swirling silt clouds of collapse, and his pupils were so shocked by the sudden onslaught of light that he had to blink stupidly for a time before he regained control of himself. "Just got it out and working, sir. Forgot I had it in my pack the moment everything went bad, mad as that sounds." The voice came from beside him in the murk of shattered concrete haze. It was Hashun, he knew. As Durank's eyes adjusted, he found himself knelt at the edge of a great rift of fallen dirt and steel and stone which had devoured their bunkhouse, just a few feet in from the hall door. A bloody and hacking Arif was beneath him, flat on his stomach against the cool ground and buried up to his chest. Durank began frantically to dig with his hands, gouging his palms on sharp edges and breaking his claws in the refuse, Hashun leaning over him to provide that weak but blessed glow from his shaky flashlight. Then Enoch and Farouk were kneeling beside him. They must have been 2 of the 3 who'd slipped past in the dark, Durank reasoned, and bloodying their own hands in the rubble. It took over 10 minutes to extricate Corporal Arif from the ruin of the bunkhouse, and every moment brought more thunder from above. More distant screams and thumping shell bursts and booted footfalls and rumbling collapses echoed clear even in their near-deafened ringing ears from far off in the complex. But all of them remained focused on their task, somehow too absorbed by the need at hand to worry about further collapses or escape in the moment. Arif himself had taken a bad gash to the forehead which had left him blinded by a thick paste of blood and concrete grit which caked his face, and it took some time for him to clear his ragged lungs enough to speak. He had taken a bad puncture in the stomach from a twisted piece of rebar. Something in the corporal's hip or upper leg was either broken or badly torn beneath the debris, and he could not stand, much less walk, on his own. "Hold him up, Enoch," Durank said, rising to his feet, and helping a shaken Arif up as he went. "Hashun, who else made it out? I felt a third come past in the dark before it all came down." "It's Ganu, sir," Hashun answered, throwing the beam of his light back into the dusty hall towards a silhouette hunched and leaning against the far wall. "He's hurt too." The glance told Durank as much. The slick damp on the younger Ug's matted mane glinted in the sickly yellow light. Perhaps Durank imagined it, but he thought even through all the far-flung clamor of the ongoing bombardment, he heard the drip of seeping blood striking the concrete at Ganu's bare feet. There was a shallow pool there, and it was growing. "Farouk, you're on Ganu," Durank said. His voice, he was happy to hear through the throb of his growing headache and the keening whine of his ringing ears, sounded far smoother than his racing thoughts. "Help him stay upright. We're going out into the halls. We have to find someone up the chain and find out what's to be done about this." "Gurdoz is still in there," Enoch said, breathless, but for far deeper reasons than the dig they'd just finished. "All of them are. Shouldn't we try to dig for them, sir?" There was a long stretch of something which couldn't rightly be called silence after that. Perhaps half a minute, far longer than was reasonable. Now and then one of them coughed, or sniffed at the damp air, or flinched at a particularly close drum of the enemy artillery's thunder. But none of it broke until Durank spoke aloud the conclusion they'd all come to during that tense span of not quite quiet. "It's been too long already, if they're in the thick of it. There might be pockets and survivors in them, but we have no equipment, and we don't have enough men. Command's surely still intact. We'll see what their plan is. We'll need teams if we're going to get back in there." Durank knew as well as any of the others that he'd almost certainly pronounced death sentences with those words. But there was no arguing them, and every Ug soldier huddled around the shadows of that doorway understood. "Hashun, give me your light, and get my rifle off the floor there," Durank ordered. "Everyone fall in behind me, Wounded in the middle and Hashun in the rear. Call out if I'm getting too far ahead." Durank was sure not to move too quickly. Enoch limped on his torn foot, and though he never complained beneath the weight of Arif, his lieutenant knew the gashed sole of his bare foot must be gnawing at him on such tattered ground. Ganu was near unresponsive at this point, whether due to blood loss or the concussive force of the blow he'd taken before the collapse, and Farouk was all but carrying the man, whispering prayers and assurances to the wounded which the others pretended not to overhear. None had boots, and the scuffle of their fleshy footfalls in the dust and grime of the gloomy hall seemed strange and out of place. Their line moved west, further from the front, towards the command and hospital bunkers at the rear of the complex. The next 5 bunkhouses they passed along the hall were collapsed as wholly as theirs had been, and the 6th was only partly caved in. A few dozen shaken stragglers remained in the hall here or there, but only a handful were aware enough to notice the light and answer Durank's call for them to fall in behind the group. The rest seemed too stunned to move just yet, and Durank left them be for the time being. Then, about halfway up the hall, as Durank began to lead the growing column through one of the sharp-angled bends in the corridor meant to deny invaders a clear avenue of fire all the way down the line should the inner forts ever be breached, he found their way blocked. The corridor on the other end of that bend was wholly collapsed, as the bunkhouses had been. 2 riflemen, neither past their 20th year by the looks of them, were pressed up against the wall of rubble, absently palming and rolling chunks of it, as if it might all dissolve away if only they plucked free the right piece of shattered concrete. "When did this hall go down?" One of the 2 men looked back to Durank as he spoke, but the other did not. He stared a long while before he answered, his dust-reddened eyes straining against the light. Durank put the beam towards the floor to spare the man's shocked pupils. Hashun's cheap little blessed flashlight was still, so far as they'd seen, the only light which had been spared burial in the complex. "About a few minutes ago?" The rifleman's voice was shaky, uncertain. "All right," Durank said, nodding, trying his very best to look undisturbed. "Any runners come through with commands before it came down?" I don't know," the rifleman answered. "Lieutenant Urzun was leading us up the way to get orders. See if they'd need us up front, or if they still wanted us to hang back as ordered. See what the situation was up top. But he and the others were all up ahead when it all came down on us." "Urzun," Durank said. "You were in bunkhouse 16 then. We just saw your place back up the way. Not nearly as torn up as ours. How many made it out?" "I don't know," the rifleman said again. "Maybe 40, 50? Durank nodded. "And you're it now, you two?" "Yes, sir." "Well, you come with me," Durank told them, taking both by the shoulders and guiding them back into the midst of his column. "We're going to get out of here." They did as ordered. Durank took point once again, and on the way back, he picked up all the stragglers who hadn't fallen in with him on the way up the hall. At the entrance to bunkhouse 16, he had all his unhurt boys toss the unscathed parts of the room for packs and rifles. By the time they marched on eastward for the front of the complex, almost everyone had a rifle, and there had been 4 more flashlights added to the column. Though almost none were wearing proper uniforms or boots, they didn't trouble with that. Time seemed too pressed for already maimed and shaken men to be clomping around trying to find boots that fit. Troublesome as it was, their main priority now was to escape the tomb which was fast closing in around them, and if possible, get to the front of the first wall. "Shaishans will be coming soon, don't you think? Now that they've broke the wall." The voice echoed up to Durank's ears from somewhere in the line behind him as they marched past the entrance of bunkhouse 10, where all his men lay buried. He didn't know who the question had been aimed at, but still he answered. "They'll come," Durank said. "They can't shell forever. But don't say they've broken the first wall. They've just damaged part of it. We aren't gone just yet." This seemed to shore up the courage of the ragtag group, something more felt than seen in all that swirling haze of tossed dust. But that renewed courage was tested when, around the door of bunkhouse 7, they met another wall of debris which barred their path. The forward walk to the wall complex was, so far as they could tell from this side, buried. "Back to the bunkhouse 9 door," Durank called down the line. "There's an exit to the top there. We can't go up while the bombardment is on, but waiting in the stairwell will be a safer bet than the halls." And so they went. The stairwell itself was behind a thick steel door, and the bar upon it took 2 men to slide out of place. It swung open, and the pale light of a coming dawn spilled into the hall, the first sunlight any of them had seen since the bombardment began. None of the bunkhouses from 8 upward in Hall 90 had been rotated onto the emplacements of the first wall proper since the Sholo-Shaishan bombardment began. Their turns hadn't come, and so this hint of smoke-eaten sun was all the taste of Gazorgu's warmth they'd had in the better part of a week. There were nearly 50 of them now, Durank the sole surviving lieutenant among them. They closed the door behind them and sat down in the bottom of the stairwell, tight together and looking as if they'd just rucked a full day's march. The stairway was sharp, more an emergency exit than a proper access point, and its concrete overhang seemed untroubled by the shells as yet. The angle of the stairway was such that they couldn't see the exit up above them, and no shell could fall directly in atop them. Still, they kept low at Durank's urging. "I'm going up to get a glimpse of the wall," Durank told Hashan, pulling the mortarman aside. "If I don't come back down, you're in charge. Arif is too out of sorts to command. Get the men to some other officer if possible after the shells stop, and if you can't find command, then get them to what's left of the wall to fight off whatever Sholo-Shaishan offensive follows." Hashun nodded. "I will, sir." Durank clapped him on the shoulder. It felt awkward, but the mortarman smiled as he went back to his seat among the others, and Durank was glad he had done it. The truth was, no Ida skirmish on the northern borderland had ever scared him so badly as all this. It was one thing to fight, and quite another thing to be fought at, as it were, to be shelled and shot by men he couldn't so much as smell, let alone see. And yet, shaken as he himself was, the fact he had so many eyes on him kept him sane and outwardly collected. He'd performed well, thank Gazorgu, so far as could be expected under such circumstances. He climbed the steps and came to the mouth of the stairwell, sidling out from beneath the protecting lip of the concrete overhang, expecting to take just a moment's stolen glance and then dive back into relative safety as the storm of steel tossed up by shellfire continued playing out all about him. But what he saw east of their position was so terrible that he would remain crouched there on the topmost steps for nearly 2 minutes, before Hashun came up to drag him back down out of danger. Hashun too would see it, however briefly, and to the young mortarman's credit, he would say nothing of it to the others during the long days of bombardment. But both Durank and Hashun knew, and with knowing, hope seemed vain to muster. Churned soil and charred stumps had replaced the open, grassy dryland of the surrounding country. Out east, where the rise of earth atop the stout bunkers of the impenetrable first wall overlooking the river Luma should be, was a great miles-long depression in the landscape, as if a team of motivated excavators and engineers had been at work for months, undoing all the years of work Gunug's folk had wrought there. Hither and thither along that depression jutted up battered concrete teeth, the bunkers and firing lines of the wall, most of which were broken and silent, unlit by the muzzle flashes of returned artillery fire in the gray of the dull dawn. For as far as Durank could see, north or south, the damage was equally total. The first wall had been broken, and the unseen Sholoshaishan artillerymen beyond the river who had broken it were not even done hurling shells. Part 1. Son of Jalawa. 1. Tujuhdanau. 30th of Maquishtia, Imperial Year 4006. As one traveled west across the great island Jalawa from its thrumming urban heart in the Iron Harbor, it was customary, even in the age of rail, to do so by river. The Lautani, the catfolk, the sons and daughters of their maker Laut, Lady of the Sea, are most numerous here on their home island. On the muddy, terraced banks of the east-flowing Great Snake River, they have shaped the verdant land in their image. From jungle and tangle they had carved the paddies and pastures that filled the bellies of untold millions across the archipelago, and beyond the tree-shrouded hills that jut up like teeth here and there amidst the manicured plantations and canals, there was not an acre of ground to be found wild and untouched by Lautani hand. Even these jungled hills often hosted the spiring horn-roofed castles of the noble Pajuang caste, and thus their pristine copses of trees were seldom unshaped by the guiding fingers of gardeners, and their rocky stone outcrops were seldom without a great veranda from which the Rajas might dine and compose and paint as they looked out over their holdings among the farms below. But as a traveler pushed further upriver, and the low, mist-girdled mountains that shield the western edge of the island of Jalawa climbed skyward before them, the breaks in the rice terraces grew more and more pronounced. By the time they came to the meeting of the headwaters of the four forks which formed the Great Snake River, they would be surrounded by untamed jungle as often as farmed field. Of these four forks and their routes to four provinces, the North Fork took one to Padang Sisir, the Sword Coast, famed for the pirates and privateers it had birthed in elder years, but now a richly manicured coastal plain of nutmeg and clove plantations. The South Fork took travelers into Dermawan, the Jinneris Hills, where the forest died away once more, and farmed terraces every bit as rich as those of central Jalawa pressed back in upon the river. The Southwest Fork into Berbasawa, the land of venom, looked much less inviting, for the pale buttress roots of countless towering fig and silk cotton trees flanked the steep, slick banks, and dark seemed to fall as the canopy closed in up the river ahead in precedence to the shadowed jungle beyond. But the West Fork, even if it was less unnaturally dark than the southwestern span of the river, was then as now the least traveled of the four. The power lines which ran the length of the Great Snake fizzle out at an isolated telegraph post at the foot of the first rapid 2 miles from the forks, and beyond it became a lonely place. A traveler who wished to navigate the Great Snake's West Fork would need to come in a boat small enough to portage around rapid and waterfall, and with a body firm enough to haul whatever goods and rations he'd dragged upriver from the capital. For the West Fork climbed sheer into the westward hill country, and as one pressed further and further towards its cool headwaters, the moss-gnawed stone grew slicker and steeper, just as the jungle grew thicker and louder. The chattering of 1,000 species of songbirds clashed with the shrill whine or chirp of the bugs they feasted on, and bats broad as a grown Lautani man swooped from bank to bank, plucking fruit from the fattened boughs above the clearing water, which lost the brown hues of muddy growth as one climbed. Though the crocodiles common to the lower river are left behind at the fork, the great pythons of the highlands, more than capable of splintering a canoe or toppling a small craft if provoked, silently take their place as masters of the riverway. Flowers on tree and scrub paint the rainbow's bounty on a canvas of green shadow about them, and the echoing rumble of water becomes constant as the shore closes in, and the fork becomes a narrow channel of rock, from which all mud has been stripped away. There are ancient but well-maintained trails of stone or gravel along the bank when necessary, barely broad enough for a single man hauling a canoe to make his way. But they at least give guidance to wanderers or traders porting their vessels and wares up around the next waterfall, ensuring they don't stumble off into the emerald manse and lose their way forever. At the top of this riverine climb, some 25 miles overland, the determined traveler would find themselves in the remotest province on that hallowed isle of Jalawa. Tujuhdanau, the land of 7 lakes, is its name, and at that time it was the least populous province in all of the Lautani archipelago. Partially, this was due to its size. The province itself was, and is, only just over 30 or so miles across. But the point still stands. Here were preserved the images of a Lautani Duumvirate as it had existed centuries ago, before ever the power lines had been raised, and before ever an engine had rumbled to life in the belly of an auto or train or warship. No lights save those of oil and wick lit its cobbled streets and bamboo homes, and no sputtering canvas-winged plane had ever troubled the birds and beasts of its lakes. Even hunting was done by bow or dart, as of old, and the sole spark of gunpowder the province of Tujuhdanau ever heard was at the monthly gathering of its Pejuang caste warriors, when they tested the clarity of their eyes and the steadiness of their hands at the range, or at New Year ceremonies, when barges carried the famed fireworks of the archipelago out onto the lakes to paint the starry skies blue and red and orange. It was a greener place, preserved from a quieter age, and its people, though not blind to the change wrought outside their highland home, were glad for the lives they had maintained in silent bounty there. The lakes climbed in a tiered zigzag, up to an elevation of 1,400 feet by the lowest of the lakes, and to 8,100 feet by the highest, each lake feeding another with runoff from above in treacherous streams that swelled to roaring rivers with overflow in the rainy season. The uppermost lake, named Dadu for the rich pink of the lilies which carpeted its surface as the wet season gave way to dry, was by far the most sparsely populated of these waters. And it was there, in the shadows of vast ancient fig trees whose serpent roots sunk thirsty into the stony shallows of the northern end of Lake Dadu, that Berani, of the House of Suburan, hung low over the stern of his sleek, broad-bellied outrigger canoe, hauling at a submerged trap, and praying before Laut and Gazorgu that it would prove to be full, when at last he heaved it with aching arms and burning lungs into the boat. Whether in answer to his muttered, breathless prayers, or by sheer fortunate chance, it was. He'd known by the heft of the thing that something must be inside it the moment it had left the jagged bottom. But many soft-shelled turtles and freshwater rays shared the lake bed with his desired prey, and though those too could be eaten, neither were as treasured to the people of Tujuhdanau as the Rajakeong. And no wonder the trap had felt heavier than usual, for Berani saw as it broke the surface and he heaved it, first by rope and then by rung, up into the vessel, that there were not one, but two Rajakeong crammed into the barrel-shaped, weighted bamboo cage. Both were well into adulthood, swollen with good feedings and lazily jostling for the rancid catfish Berani had wired to the bottom, unperturbed for the moment by their emergence into the open air. The giant snails had shells larger than the young man's head, and a single weighty specimen could feed 4 or 5 Lautani men in a sitting. Berani slammed the cage down with the other 3 filled traps along the eaves of the boat, not troubling with wrapping them in netting like he might have done with shellfish or turtles. That made 5 Rajakeong, not a bad haul at all for the dozen cages he'd sunk the night before, and they were all too fat on the flesh and the traps to move for hours. By the time the open air and lack of water bothered the slimy things, they'd be dead and cooked, and, knowing his sisters, mostly eaten. He strode on weary legs the few paces up to the bow and sat there with his back in the nose of the boat, arms splayed over each side. The supporting limbs of the outrigger kept the craft stable even on windy days, but calm as the air was, Berani hadn't even bothered to unfurl the single crab-claw sail that day. Its 2 spars were collapsed and wrapped taut overhead, leaving Berani to row the thing where he needed it to be. As it stood, he hadn't even anchored to tug up his cages. The surface of the lake was calm, and the boat seemed content to sit where it had stopped in the shade of the towering figs on the shore at his back. From his vantage, Berani could gaze back down the length of his outrigger, over the rear of the craft, towards the wider lake beyond. Dadu was nearly 5 miles across, the largest and deepest of the 7. The crater lake was still studded with pink islands of floating lilies, though the constant sun of the dry season was beginning to cook them dead and pale. Scattered off in the east, where the sole small town on the banks of lonely Lake Dadu, Kotawan, was to be found, he could see a dozen or so double outrigger canoes like his own. They bobbed slow and languid as their masters waited for the tug of lines, or whiled away an hour or 2 after the day's traps were checked, just as Berani meant to do. But his home was not in among the 300 or so souls in Kotawan. The western half of Lake Dadu, opposing the town, was studded with a forest of great towering rock spires, rough needles of pale natural stone which thrust up dozens or hundreds of feet into the sky. Some of the formations were scarce the breadth of a man, and others were broad even at their peaks, and boasted teeming crests of green foliage whose seeds had been carried up to them by roosting birds, islands of soaring forest in the sky. They kept the waters in shadow about their deep earthen roots, and it was in that shadow, shielded from the sun, that the water lilies of Dadu had remained brightest. Berani could see them at their distance like a pink grass about the ankles of the needle towers. It was amidst that maze of stone needles, in a storied but ancient house atop the largest and tallest of the spires, that his family dwelt. Modest and small by the standards of some of the warrior caste's rajas, Berani supposed. But then again, Tujuhdanau was a tiny province, and his father, Berani Suburan, like all Suburan rajas who had come before him, was not a vain man. He treasured his view, and his large family, and the peace of the 7 lakes over which he ruled, and cared for little else. Indeed, it was said among his people, especially those of the lesser Pejuang nobles of the lower lakes who trained with the Raja Berani during monthly drill, that no finer lord could be asked for. Berani Suburan was harsh with the disturbers of his people, firm in his dealings with the priesthood in the distant capital, and easygoing with all those beneath him. Berani, though, the Raja's only son, thought perhaps Berani had misclassified him as one of these disturbers of Tujuhdanau, for the Lord of the 7 Lakes had never been easygoing with him. And so, looking into the needles and spying the distant outline of the Suburan home at their zenith, Berani hoped his father wasn't looking out for an early return from the heights. He'd been scolded many a time for being later than he should have been out on the water, just as he'd been scolded for 1,000 things, from his occasional late-morning rises to any lackluster performance in monthly drill. But his keen eyes saw no flickers of motion far up on the walls of the family holding, and for a while he rested easy with his fingers hanging down in the water to either side of the boat, and his lids drifting closed in the shade. An hour passed like that, perhaps 2. Who could say? One of the beauties of an afternoon in the early dry season on Dadu was that, as long as one could avoid direct contact with the baking sun, time bled together, and the sudden onslaught of unpredictable afternoon storms were a year distant. But it was broken, fortunately, by a voice Berani liked well. "Are you sleeping?" Berani's head shot up from its slump, and his warm amber eyes scanned his surroundings. It was the brothers Anayak, Banoi and Danoi, their grins mocking, but gentle, in the manner of friends accustomed to the barbs and jibes that come with familiarity. Berani grinned too, relieved he was not being found out. "Maybe," he countered. "If you're over here to pinch from my traps, you're too late. I've already gone through all of them." "No," Danoi said. "We're headed over to ours. Thought we'd stop by and invite you to the fight tonight, dumbass. Maybe talk about that government man from down the rivers who sailed out to your place this morning. But if you'd rather we shove off..." "Government man?" Berani had broken in, suddenly throwing a glance off towards town, and tracing the water out to the forest of needles, as if expecting to see the ship still in motion out there. 3 or so hours back. It was Banoi this time. Figured you'd have been home to see them come in. The whole town was talking about it." "I've been poking around out here since before noon," Berani said. "Well, they passed us coming back into Kotawan as we were headed out not an hour ago," Danoi said. "Must have missed them leaving while you slept. What do you think that could have been about?" It had been a year or so since the last station man had come the long way up from the telegraph post at the Four Forks to deliver a message to the Raja of Tujuhdanau directly, and that had been during the uprising in Old Hurubaya, when the Shaishans had crushed the rebels in the city they called Estlan. There'd been worries the Duumvirate proper would be called in to defend them. Berani's father had even gone down to the lower lakes to tally the province's marines and prepare to lead them out to war. But the revolt had been crushed too swiftly, or so the papers had said, and the high priest and priestess in Besipalabuhan had not needed the levies. Berani had been too young, even if just barely, to go then, much as he'd pleaded to be allowed to tag along. But not anymore. Berani was overwhelmed with a feeling he knew exactly what it meant, but he did not say this. He said, "Couldn't tell you." Berani immediately began fitting the oars back in their places, and took up his spot near the rear of the craft to row. Banoy snorted. "You're going back now?" "Yes." "And the fight tonight?" "I'll be there," Berani answered, already surging off towards home. "Get good gossip on what's going on before then." The brothers Anayak nodded their agreement and waved their goodbyes, and only began to talk among themselves when Berani Suburan's outrigger was well away. But they needn't have bothered. Berani was not listening for them, and even if he had been, the crash of his oars in the water would have drowned them out. The Suburan clan's only son was short even amidst his kindred, for the catfolk of the Isles are not known among the peoples of Haraklan for their stature, but he was remarkably broad and strong for his lean kind, the fruit of a love for fishing and rowing the lake more than any martial drill the Pajuang caste were subject to, and so, much as he loved to dawdle on the water when it suited him, he could make better time than any other lakeman in Kotawan when he had a mind to. And time he made. Berani wound in through the maze of needles. The bottom of the mountain lake was all stone, and the water was as clear as tropic water could be this time of year, when the last of the wet season's fall was still draining off the surface downslope from lake to lake. The pale roots of the pallid stone needles were visible for hundreds of feet down below the surface before dark murk swallowed them. Though Berani looked for it, the great koi, the gigantic diri, or water spirit, which guarded the house, was not visible basking as it usually did, not far from the sunlight. It lurked far from the day, he guessed, perhaps feeling the same nervous anticipation he was feeling. Had not his mother often told him it could feel the fate of their blood on the currents of time? He tried not to speculate on whether that was good or bad omen, mostly because he couldn't think of a reason it wouldn't be a bad omen. Berani came to the white stone dock which jutted out from the base of the family needle, host only to one other simple outrigger aside from his own. He tied off and checked that the hearts of each of the family's two vessels, the rain-shedding, insulated copper basins set into the floor of each craft just behind the mast, were still red with the heat of burning ember and coal, feeding and stoking them as necessary before covering them up and turning to go. To a people who entrusted their lives to the water, ships not only were believed to live, they did live. Some greater, and some, as with the Suburan family outriggers, lesser. But this did not dull the respect the catfolk lent them, for the heart of a living ship's icy aquatic spirit must ever be kept warm with the fire of solar life, and even his worry could not drag Berani away from observing the balance. The sun and the sea, or, in this case, lake, in cooperative union, as the twin gods demanded. Only when he was sure the fires would be maintained for many hours beneath their covers, and his snail-laden cages were emptied into a great sack he slung easy over his back like a stalwart laborer hauling rice, did he finally make for the stair at the base of the dock and to begin to climb. Suburan Citadel, the family hold and home, had never actually needed to be used as a fortress. The only invaders who had ever troubled isolated Tujuhdanau in arms were fellow Lautani during long-past times of civil war, and none of these had ever breached the higher lakes. They had always been broken on the battlements of Lake Puchat, the lowest and best fortified of the seven. And so, after several thousand years of residence, the long-ago forebears of the Suburan had transformed the many gatehouses and walled tiers of the winding stair that circled up the Needle into gardens, in which the Rajas had whiled away the long years of peace. As stone weathered and needed to be replaced or reshaped, this purpose had held, and the brilliant cherry blossoms of these gardens matched the rosy hues of the lilies in the shadow of the needles. The lower gardens housed the small family swine and cattle herds, often seasonal residents, replenished from Kotawan over the water when slaughter thinned their numbers. The middle tiers housed their chickens and ducks, which were here, as everywhere in the Lautani de Umvret, prized far above the other stock. And the highest gardens were reserved for the growing of fruits and flowers, or the artful shaping of dwarfed jade or azalea trees, upon which the women of the house doted. A slow stream of water from the ancient citadel well at the Needle's peak trickled down in a mossy channel beside the winding stair, and at each tier fed a shallow pool of cool water for the care of plant and beast before its current carried it back down to join the lake from whence it came. Here and there one of his older sisters was to be glimpsed with hand and claw darkened with rich soil, pruning or weeding or shaping, but they were all too enraptured with the work to notice his coming or going on the stairs. Though Berani had climbed and descended these hundreds of steps every day of his life, he had never tired of looking on them, often alighting on one or the other at the end of a weary day on the water, to look out over the crater to town, or at the jungled ridges and cliffs which hemmed in Lake Dadu. But this afternoon he had no eye for any bright flower, or ear for the joyous trickle of water. He was focused entirely on his progress, and he took no rests on the ascent. Only when he came up the last flight into the front court of the Suburan citadel itself did Berani bother to truly look around and take heed of his surroundings. There rose the white-walled, four-storied clan home, the vibrant blue tile of its sharp roof still rich with last year's paint and lacquer. Every floor was broader than the one above, giving the building a steep pyramidal shape, with screen porch and balcony upon each upper level spilling flowered ivy and hanging pots where the pungent house herbs grew. The eaves were strung with forests of glittering chimes, now stone still in the windless day, their silence somehow striking Berani in that moment as ominous. The family's two fat bighorn rams, imports from the northern hills of Gunug used to haul goods up the stair from the dock, lay half asleep in the shade of their straw-strewn overhang next to the gate, just as unperturbed as the chimes. The stream from the citadel well was the only murmur which broke the quiet, tracing its way from where it emerged from the front wall across the court. Adjusting the heavy sack over his shoulder, Berani pressed up to the ornate doors and pushed through into the entry hall, slipping out of his sandals. The interior was warm with lantern and candlelight wherever the day's gleam through window and wire did not reach. Its walls were rich, warm reds and oranges and yellows, run through with the hardy polished wood beams of tropic trees, and decorated with relics of the house, from well-preserved serpentine blades of polished iron to carved sigils and mandalas honoring the twin gods and their spirits. The entry hall, while not gigantic, was broad and fit to host gatherings of townspeople or traveling priests and soldiers. At the far end was the doorway to the small, quiet central courtyard, which cut down through all 4 levels of the home. There the citadel well fed the sitting pool of the house, a staple of all Lautani dwellings, rich or poor. The mossy channel of the stream ran open right through the floor of the entry hall to seek its route downhill beyond the walls. And it was to this interior channel Berani went, laying down his burden and washing his hands and feet in the cold current. All the while, he listened for sounds in the neighboring kitchens, gazing deep into the drawn curtains that barred the doorway as if focus might make them translucent to him. But no sound came, and at length he rose and gathered his bag, pushed over the shining hardwood to the far wall, and slid through the heavy hangings. The kitchens were darker than usual, for the silken drapes were drawn over the front windows. There was a figure working silent at one of the central island counters, finely slicing clean cuts of fatty pork belly and liver into a mince, her back to the entryway. Berani could not believe for a long moment that it was his plump, diminutive mother there, for she did not turn or address him when he sidled in, or banged about spilling the Rajakeong into a dry pin to await their turn on the block. Though her silhouette was unmistakable to him after his 20 years alongside her, the fact she did not greet him, or warmly chide him, or bombard him with questions about what he'd gotten up to on the lake that day, was anathema to him. She worked in silence, and it was several agonizingly slow seconds standing there before Berani dared break it. 5 Rajakeong today, he said, his words a bit more tentative than he'd meant to sound. 1 more than you asked for, but I'm sure the girls are fat enough to handle all of them. The joke was strategic, for he could soundly expect his mother to respond with her own, or else, if she were too distracted with her business to even register the barb at his sister's, at least thank him, absent-mindedly but warmly, for the snails. But neither occurred, and she kept up her quiet for another half-minute or so, the soft thump of her knife hitting the clean wood of the work counter, steady and unchanging. "Your father asked to see you," she told him, still not turning to look, or slowing the motions of her blade. "He's out in the inner courtyard." Her voice was sharp, but not with anger or agitation. The usually wordy, rambling matron was quick, as if rushing the words to the air, using as few as possible to convey the picture. Berani nodded, nervous, and stood dumb for a moment before registering she still could not see him. "All right," he told her. "I'll go see what he wants." Berani turned to go, but 2 of his sisters were pushing through the drapes as he came, their arms laden with clove and cinnamon and pepper. Being the single son among 14 children, wedged between 7 older sisters and 6 younger, had trained Berani well to immediately determine where on the pecking order any given arrival was when they appeared. Even if the days of actual sibling animosity between him and the elders were behind them all, the instinct was too drilled into him at this point to be abandoned. But it was Amihan and Mayumi which dispelled any tension within him. They were the 2 youngest, 8 and 10, and like most of his younger sisters, quite close to him. "We got all we had in the dry cellar," Amihan announced, her toothy grin proud. "Why drag all this up for Rajakeong?" Mayumi grumbled, ensuring she was loud enough for her mother to hear as she dumped her haul onto the nearest of the work counters, eyeing up the snails writhing nearby. "He got more than enough to feed us without the pork and all. And the catfish from down on Lake Ungu is thick as a cow. It'll take us all evening to get it ready once we have it up here." "That's why you're going to fetch all your sisters down in the gardens and get them up here to wash and help," her mother said. She did not turn to look at her daughters either. The matron Suburan was not quick to anger. Not really. Not beyond exasperated plea or reminder. But there was a furious ice in her words, and Berani noticed it creep into both chattering sisters. They made at once to do as they were told. As Berani followed, he corrected the thought. It was not the chill of barely suppressed anger, but something else. Something he had never heard before. His legs felt wooden as he crossed the entry hall and pushed through the doorway for the inner court. The sunlight here was cool and green, filtered down through a grate grown thick with ivy overhead, which offered shade and shelter from the worst of any rain. There stood his tall, lean father, looking down upon their sitting pool, his shoulders slumped, exuding a weariness he had never seen in the Raja. Indeed, in that cold light over the still pool, Berani for the first time saw him as an aging man. He was just months shy of his 61st year, so of course Berani had recognized that he was climbing the rungs of age. But even in his silks, without the spotless uniform or shouldered weapon, Raja Berani of Tujuhdanau had always seemed to his son unbending and unchanging. Like stone, the man garnered crack and blemish, but it had until that moment been easy to tell himself that, like the cliffs about the lake, the man before him would last forever. But unlike his mother, the patriarch of the house did look up to meet his son's eyes when he heard him, and the familiar gaze was still alive with the energy and strength which had always been there. Berani had not inherited his father's height, or his snowy coat, or the narrow shoulders and long legs that made for easy marching. He had taken, in nearly all ways of form, after his mother. But the eyes that looked back at Berani over the intervening pool from the stern face of his father were mirror to his own. Raja Berani took a seat on the poolside bench opposite Berani, nodding towards the empty space beside him. "Sit." Berani did as he'd been told, his eyes downcast to the pool, waiting long for the silence to be broken. The pool itself was not terribly broad or deep, just large enough to allow 5 or 6 of the family to sit and cool in its waters at a time. The center bubbled with the flow up from the citadel well through the base, and a few dozen darting, suckered fish kept its stone walls free of grime or growth. Berani watched them move, breath slow and staid as if he did not wish to be overheard. "You're home early," Raja Berani observed. There was none of the usual mild judgment in the pronouncement. "You saw the boat come out from town, I take it?" "Yes," Berani told him. He was not about to undermine his father by telling him he had been sleeping in the shallows. "Then I trust you know something has happened." Again the Raja hesitated, unprepared to say any of the things Berani yearned to know. He glanced nervously over to his father, whose own eyes remained on the pool, asking, "Is it Horabaya again?" Raja Berani shook his head. The air escaped his lungs, low and slow. "Not quite so restrained this time," Berani told his son. 2 days ago, on the 28th, the Sholoshayishans declared war on the Duumvirate and Gunug. And that means Guangdong, Medvedstadt, Myanmar, all of us. The war, the one we all knew must come. Berani's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him, caught somewhere between fear and excitement. "As long as we hold the seas, the islands are safe," his father continued. "The New World out west is winnable. Sholoshayiti's colonies and protectorates are surrounded, and our allies there are capable. But Gunug stands alone against the whole of the Shayishan homeland, and I cannot say how long the fortress kingdom can hold against the storm that blows towards it." "Surely the first wall will—" But Berani's father cut him off, hand gently raised for silence, gaze turned patiently on his son. "If the lion folk do hold, it will be done at terrible cost," Raja Berani told him. "The entire Duumvirate's Pejuang caste has been called to mobilize. Most of our coastal provinces, of course, will send their Pejuang men to the navy where they belong. The man from the telegraph office that came here to deliver the news today couldn't tell me where the priesthoods mean to send us Marines, but Gunug seems to me the only possibility, if indeed the kingdom still stands by the time an expeditionary force can be trained and organized to reinforce it. Berani did not cut in this time. He waited. His father, clearly choosing his words with care, took a full minute to continue. There are maybe 1,000 fit Pajuang men in Tujuhdanau to send north to the front in Gunug, he said. You must understand me when I tell you that I would not be surprised if most of us do not return. His father still looked into the pool, his eyes obscured to Berani, and the young man stirred, filled with something between anger and dismay at his father's bleak prophecy. And though he would usually have kept his place, he could not do so. Was the last war so bad, for you to say these things before we even go to meet them? Raja Bayani's gaze did meet his then, and those amber eyes were not despondent or hopeless. They were fiery, wrathful with the scorch of a tropic sun. But the Raja did not reprimand or yell. His voice was even and low, sonorous, the weight of steel in it. Did I not say you must understand me? We are both going to meet them, whatever the cost, you and I, he said. You are not privileged to live in this house and gaze on our gardens and wield the respect you wield on our lakes with no promise of risk in return. You and I were born to bleed the blood Laut gave us the moment her priestess sent you the call. And she has called us. The poet of Guangdong or the painter of Miawai bemoan the waste and horror and tragedy of battle because they are just that, poets and painters and tradesmen and farmers, called to war in need. But even if, like their gods, ours are not gods of war, we are Pajuang. We are bred to bleed, and this is what grants you the leisure you've enjoyed in your youth of peace. You have learned verse and sail and watercraft to teach you the beauty of Laut's language and creation, but you are not a poet or fisherman, much as some of the Rajas may have forgotten this. Poets and fishermen cannot be made into soldiers, at one as they are with the fruits of tranquility, not truly. You have learned these things so that, when this day came, you could understand why we are going where we're going. You and I will go where we have no desire to go, and do what we have no desire to do, so that they do not have to. And even if every last one of us is dust and shard on a field in Gunug in 5 centuries' time, it will have been worth every drop of Laut's blood if these lakes and this island are still as they were when we left them. Their eyes were still bound up with one another. Berani's breath held. My fear, my one fear, is not that you and I will die, though I do not wish it to be so, his father told him. It is that the draft system the priesthood floated in the last war will be truly enacted in this one. My war was bloody. Many of our caste fell, all the uncles you never knew among them. But it was quick, limited. This war will not be limited, and it will most certainly not be quick. And whether our islands fall or stand, 10 or 20 years of battle on that scale will leave them a wasteland of widowed women and unmanned ships whose hearts have gone cold. Raja Bayani placed a hand on Berani's arm. Firm, iron, sure. I tell you this not to dishearten you, he said, but because you will suffer, and do, terrible things, as is your duty as a son of my house. And you must do them well, because if we do not succeed, wherever the priesthoods send us, then the Kerja caste boys you grew up chumming with down on the lake will follow you. they will be asked to suffer and do those same terrible things. And like the citizen soldier poet from Guanggang or the painter from Miaowai, it will break them. And even if, many years from now, they limp back to Tujuhdanau, they will never be at peace here. The Raja of Tujuhdanau rose. "We are leaving at dawn tomorrow, you and I," he told Berani. "Be ready. It's a long trip down to the muster point on Lake Puchat, and longer still to the Iron Harbor. You're strong, even if I don't say it nearly often enough. But training in Besipalabuhan will punish you all the same. You need your rest." Berani rose with him. The Raja was beginning to make for the inner doors, the ones opposite the entry hall, which would take him onto the stairway to his quarters at the top of the citadel. The old soldier's slight limp, born of the shrapnel he'd taken in Hurabaya those 2 decades ago, seemed more real to Berani in that moment. He hesitated to ask what he was about to ask, but desperation won out, and he asked anyway. "Can I go out to watch the fights tonight? The Anayak brothers wanted to see me there. I'll be back early enough to be rested." Raja Bayani paused. He did not turn from his path for the doors. Berani was certain the stern man was about to deny him, but he'd had to try. "You may," his father told him, "but you will stay for dinner. Your mother is making your favorites, and you owe it to her to be there." "Of course," Berani said. Raja Bayani passed out of the inner court and out of sight. Berani made to leave himself. Perhaps he could help in the kitchens, or else ensure everything was packed before dinner crept up on him. But he was stopped just beyond the doors for the entry hall by the sight of his 2 youngest sisters, apparently shirking their allotted quest to gather help for dinner, who were lingering just far enough from the courtyard entrance not to be seen as eavesdroppers. "What did you do to Mother?" Mayumi asked. "She's crying." Two. Night on Lake Dadu. Whatever his sisters said, by the time Berani dodged their 1,000 questions and found his mother, she had pulled herself well together, and had been joined by many of his elder sisters in cleaning up a giant ungu catfish for the family table. But she would not accept his offer of help, and was soon warmly but firmly ushering him to his accustomed seat near the head of the great table in the empty dining hall across from the kitchens. And before long all the daughters of the house were bustling from kitchen to dining room through the entry hall, setting each of the clan's places, and then disappearing back off into the chaos of the ever-hotter kitchens. And the scents of a dozen and more spices from across the aisles, and of seared snail and fish and pork, and of softly simmering oil hot for frying, danced out to remind Berani painfully of the lunch he'd skipped to enjoy the lake. But he did not suffer long. His mother appeared now and then with shallow bowls of tinudok, fried, sugar-glazed balls of rice flour and coconut, or else panyam, a syrupy rice pancake fried with nutmeg and cinnamon and clove, both desserts he had prized since earliest childhood. His sisters brought glasses of mango juice and coconut milk chilled in the citadel stream with the cold water dredged from the lightless lake-bottom depths far, far below, occasionally stealing tinudok for themselves as payment. Soon his father, finished with his own packing upstairs, had come down and taken up his usual seat at the table's head, with Berani at his right hand, and they picked at sweets and talked of simpler things, of how the fishers' traffic on the lake had been that day, or of feuds among the children long ago, or of all the things the Raja needed to put in order for his regent before he departed. And Raja Berani called for banana wine to be uncorked, and they drank deep to the prosperity of Lake Dadu and all the others of the seven. Then, as the sunset came beyond the windows of the citadel, the meal was brought out in full, and the women of the house took their places for the meal, with matriarch Berani Suburan at her husband's left hand. Even Yanyi, his eldest sister, now 2 years gone from the household, had made the journey up from Kotawan with her husband for the feast. Platters of sliced fruit and roasted tubers sat amidst smoking bowls of steaming fried rice or fatty oxtail stew. There were great juicy peppered catfish fillets, Berani's 5 fresh-caught Rajakaon cooked crisp in salted strips and served with citrus, and a heaping of Berani's favorite, sisig, a savory, fatty dish of fine minced pork belly, jowl, and liver, fried with onion and lime and chilies. It was a feast the likes of which even the annual New Year's banquets did not match, so far as Berani was concerned. The sweet and savory scents on the air alone, as the old Lautani saying went, could have kept a starving man on the thread of life for another week. He stuffed himself, drunk more with the sleepy haze of much-loved food than with the wine, and he reminisced with his mother and sisters of sibling spats long past or misbehavings of his boyhood, which felt suddenly close and relevant after years spent yearning for escape to manhood. He savored it, insofar as he could. But warm as he felt, there was a creeping sensation of unease in him. He felt, though he would not fully give the feeling shape in reflection until several weeks later, that he was like one of the Chemar caste girls in the capital far east, showered with riches and opulence for a week in holy celebration before they were offered up in sacrifice to the nascent dearie of the Duumvir's mighty newborn ships of war. As it stood, the unease was shapeless, a nagging whisper at the rear of his mind, often drowned for a time in the chatter of his loved ones, but never truly banished. When his stomach was beginning to settle, and the younger of his sisters were beginning to bore at the chatter of their elders, and the full weight of night had long set in outside, Berani began to worry about making it to town before the fights. Much as he wished to see his friends before tomorrow, he could not think of a way to ask without seeming blunt, even if his father had offered him permission. But Raja Berani solved the problem for him by loudly asking his son if he still intended to go into Kotawan that night, and reminding him to get a move on if he wished to make good use of the evening. He embraced his mother, who followed him tearful but laughing into the entry hall to embrace him again, lingering long after he made his exit. The walk down to the docks, unburdened, was somehow heavy and taxing to him. Berani again tended the hearts of the twin family ships, as well as the heart of the ship of his visiting brother-in-law. Then, after sitting in silence a moment with his oars dipped and his eyes cast up for the heights of the Needles, and the moon beyond, he began the row for Kotawan across the still waters of Dadu. The lake soothed his nerves and quieted his mind, as it always did. He had always been of the opinion that Lake Dadu only truly came alive after the fall of night, and it seemed that the gods had conspired to make his last eve on the waters that nursed him as crystalline and breathtaking as ever a night had been on the highest of the seven. The koi and tilapia and eel which swam the depths were luminescent in the dark, their spines or flanks alive with cycles between lively color and obscuring darkness. The fireflies and crickets in the scrub of the shoreline and cliff-top jungle shared the glow, as did great salamanders that dwelt in guarded pools beneath gnarled roots in the shallows. Across Jalawa, it was common in the dark of deep rainforest to find flowers which pulsed and gleamed, but here in Tujuhdanau, they were so common that one familiar with the ground could navigate the trees after nightfall with little more trouble than during the day. The stamen of the pink lilies on the water's surface joined them. And as on all of the 7 lakes, whether by some undiscovered symbiosis of those vibrant lilies and the surrounding wilderland, or else by the magics which had raised Jalawa from the sea in times long gone, the color of all these displays matched the hue of the lilies themselves, a cavalcade of otherworldly magenta light, dancing and flitting and winking in the dark. It was a balm to Berani, and as the mellow inebriation lent him by the Manana wine began to slowly wane, he pulled up at his family station along the docks of Kotawan to tie off his outrigger with a far lighter heart than he'd had when leaving the Forest of Needles at his back. He walked up the way onto land, and the familiar dirt paths of Kotawan carried him effortlessly past clustered bamboo and plaster houses, and sleepy stall fronts, and gardens thick with fruit and bud. In the warm light of paper lanterns, he glimpsed families grilling late dinners of the day's fish on porches, or old men smoking and rocking in gaggles in the shadows beneath awnings. He heard the formless syllables of village women deep in gossip through open windows, and the muttered protests of children being told off to an early bed. He smelled the laundry of the lakemen hung out to dry with perfumes of nectar by their wives, and the simmering embers of spent cook fires burned low in backyards. Much as these fond old sensations pleased him, rooting him in the place he had grown to manhood, he knew his time that evening was limited, and he did not allow them to slow his pace more than he could afford. The fights, and more importantly, his friends, awaited him. The arena on the eastern edge of Kotawan took the form of a deep amphitheater of carven stone set into the ground, its topmost rung of seating even with the earth about it. Already many of the town's menfolk, and more than an insignificant number of their wives or older daughters, were milling about seeking places among the rows, or jostling to place bets with the keepers. Its floor was of raked sand, turned and sifted each time the place saw use. Several braziers burned along the rim of the pit, lending their firelight to the stage. It was not, like the arenas of Minoa, Medvedstadt, or Sholoshahidi, a titanic place of conquest between men of war or sport. Nor was it, as in the dark forested hills of far-flung Sion, a place of bardic and acrobatic performance marked by highly rehearsed show duels and feats of strength. Rather, it was a place for the time-honored Duumvirate tradition of cockfighting. For the second time that day, it was Danoi Anayak who caught first Berani's ear, and then his eyes amidst the crowd. He was whistling like a fool, his brother Banoi and their neighbor Komang waving at his sides to catch the newcomer's attention. They had occupied seats down on the lowest and most crowded row, likely having arrived early enough to save the seats and get a good buzz on in the process, and they had neatly mounted their mismatched bottles of homemade liquor between them in order that Berani would have a place. He immediately diverted toward them, weaving and apologizing his way down the stepped rows until he came to rest in their midst, the others clanking and clattering as they took back up their bottles. "There he is," Danoi started in, "the hero we all needed. I was starting to wonder whether your father would keep you back." "Probably cutting him slack," Banoi said. "When do you head out?" Then they had heard, Berani thought. It was doubtful, given the delay of transit, that the papers would be talking about it yet up here. Only the readers near the presses in Besipalabuhan would be up to speed this quickly. Even if most of the Kurja caste lakemen in Kotawan were illiterate, he assumed the few who knew their letters would be setting all to gossip about the declaration if the ink had rolled in. That left the visitor as the germ of information. It didn't necessarily surprise him that the telegraph man from downriver would have stopped to spread the news of war to the townspeople, but the night had seemed so very normal as he'd walked through town. It somehow didn't seem possible that they were all in the know. "I leave tomorrow morning," Berani said. Did you pry it out of the government, man? Stopped in town to announce it when he passed back through, so Father said, Bonoi told him. Shouted it out like an announcement, like when a priest comes to say the old Duumvirate is dead and a new high priest and priestess were chosen. That did catch Berani's surprise. He sat a moment in silence, staring out across the arena's sand at the bets being placed on the high rung. Just a few minutes ago, when he'd assumed most of the populace was blind to the war being on, he'd been soothed and elated at the warm normalcy of the town. Now, he felt almost nervous. Komang, grinning as ever, nudged him, saying, Disappointed we didn't throw you a parade when you came back to town? He'll get plenty of those in the big city, I'm sure, Donoi put in. You'll have to be careful, though. People down there are awful weird, so Father says. He told us once, before we were born, when he moved up here from Utarang, he spent the night there on the river ride west. And you know they let Miawai own houses down there? Just set up in the city like it's any old snake pit? They've got a whole embassy right up next to the big temple. That can't be, Komang said, downing a quarter bottle during his pause. It's one thing to sign treaties with them, let them fight in the New World for us, better than sending Berani and the others to do it. But no right-thinking Lautani Marga would live anywhere near Serpent Folk. What's to stop them raising your grandparents from beneath the house sitting pool? That assumes there are right-thinking Lautani families in Bessie Palabuhan, Bonoi said, knowing finger raised. That is where you're mistaken, Komang. Berani sat, listening. Donoi offered him a bottle of arak, the strong coconut liquor the Anayak brothers' father brewed. At first, he declined, not wishing to impact the coming night's sleep. But as he sat and listened to the talk roll on, and looked out over the chattering crowd, and the sense of placelessness grew more and more pronounced within him, he eventually reached over and took up the bottle. They ebbed and flowed through this or that subject, occasionally touching on the fact Berani was leaving, but only casually, before dipping back into other talk. Berani was aware on some level this might well be a purposeful attempt to save him from having to discuss deeply the prospect of his departure, but still, it weighed on him. You know, Komang was saying, I had that Jokang fellow out on the water today try and convince me the catfish over on Jau Jau get bigger than the ones down in Lake Ungu. Swore he'd seen one salted coming back up from the Four Forks that was big as his boat. Fat chance of that, Bonoi weighed in. The ones on Ungu already get better than lake boats. Suburan's hauled one across Dadu from the market for the Citadel today. Must have been the size of a fat horse, Father said. Must have been for you. That right, Berani? Yeah, Berani said, slow to answer. Big dinner. Well, one that big is hardly mature so far as Angu fish go, Bonoi went on, nodding Berani's direction as if he'd vouched for him in a temple trial. You'd think the man's never seen a catfish from the next lake down. Berani had downed a quarter of his bottle, wincing, by the time a catalogue of sizes Ungu catfish reached at different ages had been laid out. Half was gone by the time the courtship habits of the Anayak brothers' younger sister had been thoroughly lampooned. And all the while, though he could not for the life of him say why, he grew more and more agitated, silently regretting his decision to come down. It wasn't as if this was unusual talk for them to have on a night around town. Indeed, it was entirely normal. He would usually have been shit-talking or speculating or relating half-recalled gossip and tall tales right along with them. Yet tonight, on his last night, when Berani should have been enjoying a last taste of this company, the conversation was agony to him. All he could think about was the way his mother had looked at him when he'd pushed from the entry hall. How worn and suddenly aged by cold fear she had been. How her eyes had softly glistened in the Citadel's lantern light. That had not been normal. The fact that things around him in the arena were so very ordinary, much as he tried to savor them, filled him with a quiet, nervous anger he could neither explain nor banish. Here they are, Donoi said, nudging Berani, dragging him out of his thoughts. Finally. The night's first two contenders were being led down the entry ramp onto the arena floor. They were roosters, of course, but the fighting breeds of Lautani were not exemplars of their kind that other kindreds of other countries would find recognizable. They stood near chest height on a Lautani man, and their vibrant, many-colored plumage ended at the base of the neck, leaving their throats and bobbing heads a lumpy pink expanse of scarred flesh. Hooded to keep them docile and blind until the time for bloodshed came, they softly clucked and wheezed through hooded beaks. Their great talons were dangerous enough as they were, but the spurs of them were fitted with glinting, wavy steel blades the size of daggers. Their handlers, covered head to toe in thick lacquered leather armor and wielding long clubs to goad the things on their path, herded the pair one at a time out onto the sand. The mediator of the match to come, equally protected, came striding out to the middle of the stage in their wake. The fight was about to begin. It was, as ever, a quick and bloody spectacle. It was no wonder it held such fascination for the catfolk of the Isles. The moment the vacuous eyes of the fighting birds were uncovered, and the mediator, with aid from the handlers of each beast, thumped them forward towards one another on the sand, the posturing and sidling began, the two giants sizing one another up, their bald heads reddening with the angry blood of challenge. Their clawed feet scratched great clouds of sand as they raked the ground in mock charge, and circled in vain attempts to catch the other unaware. And when at last one made some intolerable motion to their opponent, a twitchy turn of the head, or a cobra-like flaring of the feathered frill at the base of the neck, they were upon one another. The crowd laughed and gasped as the quick dance of kicks and great flapping wings played out, the combatants grappling for just a moment with claws flailing before backing away once again, both dripping blood from gashes to breast or wing. Again they connected, and again they withdrew and puffed up like sea fish at joust. It was 5 full tangles before, at last, perhaps weakened by loss of fluid or else by the sheer excitement of the duel, one of the contenders was caught unaware on the 6th charge. The opponent sank the dagger talon into its throat, and the two birds, now connected in a mass of feathers and flung lifeblood, rolled flapping and gyrating across the arena to rest not far from the legs of the spectators opposite Berani and his friends. Some leapt up and shouted, most laughed and slid casually aside. The stuck bird thrashed for a full minute as the minder and judge of the fight hovered nearby. But its wheeling legs found no purchase, and struck no mutual death blow on the more powerful rooster. It spasmed, and at length went still in a pool of its gore, leaving the victor to perch open-mouthed atop it, gasping and gazing emptily skyward. Cheers and guffaws from the crowd as gamblers won or lost, and then chatter as some in the audience bid for the meat of the slain bird. The corpse was dragged off the sand, and the victor, head bound in a bag, was led up the ramp to recover for its next match. There was a great deal more talk of how to judge a winning fighter in the lull that followed. Berani, truly drunk at this point, was not listening to most of it. The fight had not been as exciting to him as it might usually have been, and again, he found each refrain of a friend he did listen to fueled him with more irritation than mirth. The second pair fought, and then the third, and the night dragged. And in the space between the third and fourth fight, Berani rose on wobbly feet and handed back his emptied bottle. "I have to be back before too long," he told the Anaiaks, in face of their friendly protests. "I leave at dawn tomorrow." "Well, if you're ready for your last night with us to be done so soon," Banoi chided, smiling. "I can't blame you, though, with the walk down you've got in the morning." "Where do you think they'll send you?" Danoi asked. "After training and all." "Father says Gunug," Berani answered. "I don't know exactly, though." Komang whistled, saying, "That is a long way." Good luck, brother, Banoi told him, hand outstretched. You'll whip the Shaishans for us, won't you? Berani shook his hand and leaned into the half-embrace which followed, saying, I'll do my best. So modest, Banoi said, grinning, coming in for his own handshake. You'll be with the Raja. He knows what he's doing. Komang came forth and thumped him on the shoulder and asked him to write home about the lion folk, and Berani promised he would. The goodbyes were delivered as if he were going away to some swimming competition down in the Four Forks, or leaving for a merchant navy assignment. There was no ill will in them. Indeed, as with everything that had been said that night, there was nothing but warmth in the words. But again he was struck by the sheer, fathomless normalcy of it all. And as he walked back through Kotawan, much of the village now asleep about him, he thought back on the words of his father, and did not feel so angry. After all, what did they know of what was coming? He had heard the stern chill in his father's voice, and seen the ghosts of gunshots long silenced reflected in his amber eyes above the Suburan sitting pool for the first time. They had not. Confusing as his hour or two in Kotawan had been, the row back across the pink-litten deeps of Dadu did soothe him, and he was, as before, thankful before Laut and Gazorgu the night was so clear and calm. A soft breeze had picked up as midnight approached, and by the time he was out in the lake's center, he had stripped to the waist to let it cool his pelt and fight the soft thrum of headache which had already set in. Hazy as his vision may have been, this only served to make Dadu all the more heavenly and surreal about him, and he wound into the maze of stone needles to his goal with a surety he could have matched blindfolded. But there was a figure on the family dock, tall, lean, unmistakable in the dark. His father knelt on the stone at the very tip of the jut, gazing down into the black water there. Berani quieted his oars best he could, and drifted up to his accustomed place, tying off with grace and silence despite his inebriation. He strode down onto the dock after mechanically going through the motions of checking and feeding each of the family outriggers' hearts, and stood a moment looking towards the Raja, who had not moved, though he must have detected his son's arrival. Berani was just about to turn for the stairs up, not wishing to disturb him, when his father redirected him. Come over and sit for a while. Berani obeyed. He almost certainly smelled richly of coconut liquor, but if his father smelled this, which he almost certainly did, judging by past experiences, he did not acknowledge it. The koi has come up at my call, Raja Bayani said. I've already sat with it for some time. You should look into it and see what it has to show you. Berani looked down, his wobbly focus straining, and, first as a faint hint in the murk, then as an ever more delineated silhouette, he traced the form of the great fat fish in the water. The Diri was huge, several times the length of the family boats, with the heft of houses back in Kotawan. But despite the massive size of the house spirit, its scales, a milky white dappled with a deep magenta along its spine and fins, blended so well with the pale rock of the needle foundations beneath the water that the vast beast had been near invisible in that night-darkened lake. Its head faced the dock end where they sat, dwarfing the structure, the frowning line of its toothless mouth turned up at them just beneath the water, fins a vague and languid tease of motion in the dark. But its eyes were closed, evident immediately due to the absence of that surreal light which had always emanated from them any time he got a glimpse of the thing as it basked. Put your hand in the water, Bayani instructed his son. Let it know you're ready. Berani, suddenly nervous, hesitated a moment. But the night breeze through the needle forest chilled his ears like a whisper of urging in that moment, and he did as he'd been told. The moment his hand breached the surface, the koi's eyes snapped open, and a pale rosy gleam set the waters alight below them. Its great yawning mouth opened, and the same pink gleam was visible from deep down in its innards, emanating up from the great maw like dancing light from deep in a waterlogged cavern. For a moment, close as it was, Berani was sure the thing was about to snap shut about his forearm and drag him under. But he found he was frozen where he was, the blinding eyes locked on his, investing him with a paralysis which he did not doubt was entirely real. Something mystical, beyond fear or awe. He was in the presence of something ancient in that moment, a being whose sheer ageless grandeur he'd never fully appreciated due to the familiarity he'd developed with its presence in the waters beneath the citadel. Looking into its light was like staring into the first sunrise over the newborn ocean in the time of creation, and seeing the silhouettes of the gods within them, each reaching longingly out to each. It was not so much a speech as it was a stream of thoughts, a current which entered his mind, and for a moment cooled and quieted all other knowledge or concern. He saw, tinted in the glow of those timeless eyes beneath the water, parades bedecked in the soft tropic blue of Lautani, and rich banners displaying the golden sun of Gazorgu. He was shown the agonies of faces yet unknown to him, and heard the anguished cries of many tongues lifted in fear or prayer to forces which could not answer them. And he heard, or felt, an assurance that he mattered, that he had some small role to play, whatever form that took, in the sweeping, impossible events soon to come. He saw a lion on its back, with roar on its lips despite mortal wound, and a lithe swimming cat of the island riverways poised in clawed defense at its side, and the great winged figure of fire and smoke and glinting metal that loomed up above them. And then at once it ended, and though the broad impressions of the communion remained with him evermore, sometimes teasing clarity in his dreams, the details slipped away, and were drowned by a deep and abiding feeling of belonging. He realized, as the eyes of the koi closed and the light of its inner eminence was dimmed, that he was entirely clear of mind. The heaviness of his limbs and the haze of drunkenness had been stripped of him during those seconds spent under the other's control. Berani felt in that moment he could have marched the riverside all the way to Besipalabuhan without meal or sleep, invigorated by a force whose reach stretched back into years when the world and their people had been young. And then his father, still beside him, led him up to his feet by the arm, saying, "Come with me. We both need sleep." The pair of them ascended the long and winding stair to the citadel of the House of Suburan for what was, perhaps, the last time. III. The Muster of Raja Bayani. Never had Berani garnered better rest than he did that night, the dreamless and sudden unconsciousness of the deep drunkard, with none of the fitful waking or morning sickness which would generally accompany such a sleep. His father had packed for him while he was away, and spared him having to worry over the particulars on arriving home. He had crashed careless onto his mat and lost awareness without worry or nerve. But it would not be right to say he saw nothing in his sleep. He felt there was some element of the Diri in it, for his mind was awash with the music of waves breaking on a distant shore, and the soft magenta gleam of a sunrise he could not see. When his uniformed, teal-clad father did awaken him, the house still in shadow and the sky beyond the spined roof only just beginning to show the blue hues of a coming morning, he felt as if he had lain in slumber for 9 or 10 hours, and rose easy to his feet. He clad himself in the blue silks his father had set out for him, and shouldered his heavy pack to follow his father downstairs. The man was meticulously clad as if for battle, save the mask meant to accompany his turban, with his decorations of valor softly clinking on his chest, boots thumping on the stairs, and the silver hilt of the ancient serpentine carrice blade of the House of Suburan, fitted for use as a bayonet, glinting in its ivory sheath along the small of his back. His balato, a heavy machete-like sword with a hilt in the form of a lion's head, was scabbarded at his left hip. A pistol, one of the sleek new magazine-fed models from Besipalabuhan, at his right. His rifle was slung secure and close on his shoulder. Berani felt naked next to his father in his silks, but he supposed there was nothing to be done about that until he was issued his own kit. As they came into the entry hall, Berani found it was not empty, for his mother was waiting for them. "You look so good when you wear the silks," she told him, wrapping him firm in her arms. "It only took you going a world away to get you into them." She was far more stalwart this morning than she had seemed the night prior, which relieved Berani. Much as he appreciated her care, he did not wish to see her that way again. When at last they broke apart, she held up a linen wrap dyed a deep teal, embroidered with a number of subtle raised stitches of the same color, handing it gingerly over to him. It was a light, breathable scarf, meant to shroud the face. He recognized it at once. He had almost forgotten. "Your Ribukadok," she told him. "I started stitching it last year, when your father was called away. Wear it always, while you're far from here. It will keep you safe." Berani tucked the thing tenderly into the foremost pouch on his leather bag, assuring her, "I will." "And don't trust anyone in Besipalabuhan," she told him. "You know how people are there. Awful sorts, especially the women." Berani did not, in fact, know how people were there, but he answered, "I won't." "And you have your paper to write?" "He does," Rajabayani told her. "I packed it for him. Even if they take it in training, the priesthoods will render more if he asks." She nodded, exhaling. "Be careful then," she told him. The tears were beginning to come, but her voice did not break. "And listen to your father." "I think I get flogged if I don't do that," Berani replied. "Insubordination and all." And she laughed as she took him in her arms again. Berani murmured the professions of love a son is ever too timid to say to a mother, and she held him all the tighter. Bayani stood a respectful distance back, not looking, and allowing them the time to say their final goodbyes. When Berani was freed, he turned for the front doors and crossed quick to them, not wishing his father to see the tears in his eyes. But his father stopped to hold his wife, and share the same tender parting with her, and Berani gave the Raja the same respectful distance he'd been afforded, drying his eyes and stealthily gathering his breath. Then they walked together from the house, the Raja halting in the front court to don his own homespun Ribukadok, completing his uniform, and hiding his face from sight beneath the eyes. They walked down the long stair of Suburan Citadel, and out onto the docks, where a third outrigger was waiting for them. It was Satria, husband to Yanyi. He too was uniformed and equipped, though far less nobly than the Raja, and bound to their road. Berani liked what he'd seen of Satria well enough, but the man was of a Pajuang Marga from Lake Ungu, and he had not had much exposure to him since Yanyi had left the citadel. Satria had made an impression on Rajabayani during exercises in Gunug when Berani was just 14, and he trusted his father would not have accepted the man's bid to marry his daughter if he wasn't impressed with him. But the man was 18 years Berani's senior, and he had showed little interest in the Kerja craft, as he called it, that Berani spent his days with. Berani was glad, to some extent, that Satria would almost certainly be given a much higher rank in whatever expedition was organized, and thus have little to do with him. "You've said your goodbyes?" Rajabayani asked him as they settled into the outrigger, and Satria pushed off. "Yes," Satria told him. Yanyi plans to come over and stay with the others while I'm gone. She'll be coming out this evening. Bulan will be pleased, Raja Berani said. That was the sole interaction the trio had on that silent trip from the Needle Forest out to the Kotawan dock. They passed several lakemen starting their days early out on the water, but the town was, for the most part, still silent. They walked the dirt paths east to the edge of town. The overflow stream of Dadu was a trickle now, but the slick rocks of its way poured there down a sharp series of small waterfalls, winding their way off into the thickly forested decline down to Angu and the other lakes beyond. Raja Berani at their lead, they traced the cobbles of the lake path as it stepped and sloped down the mountainside and into the dark of the thick jungle for which the sixth lake was famed. Lake Ungu, the Violet Lake, was about a mile out and 1,000 feet down from Kotawan, shrouded from view by the tangled yakal and figs until they were nearly upon it. In the deeps of its forests, the last lights of night were casting their purple gleam in the darkest of its shadows. The lake itself was a shrouded place, so deep within its crater of the mountain that the walls blocked out most morning or evening sun. The waters were nearly as broad as Dadu's, but aside from a single deep span beneath the descending waterfall flow, the muddy floor was never much more than 100 feet down. Mangroves dominated its surface, masking the murk of its waters from what little light did slip down to Angu's depths, and beneath them were scattered many sodden islands of tangled growth and croaking frogs. They wound down to its banks, and then shifted out onto the rickety bamboo bridges from isle to isle, which formed the lake's central causeway. At the middle of the swampy mass, perched atop the largest of these islands, they entered the town of Kotelele. Here dwelled 1,000 crowded souls, larger than Little Kotawan, but still small even by the modest standards of Tujuhdanau. By the time they reached Kotelele's center, the sun was well and truly risen somewhere up above, even if that wasn't fully evident to Berani, unaccustomed as he was to the darkness of Angu. The claustrophobic streets of the little settlement were more active, and gathered in the center of town were around 70 men of varying ages, lined up alongside the rutted road. The minority of older men in the group were clad already in marine uniform, as Raja Berani was. Satria's 3 elder brothers were among these. The rest were a scattering of 20-somethings. Raja Berani led his trio from Lake Dadu into the rough formation, making a column of 2 abreast, ordering Berani to the back with the youngest, and leading Satria up to be among the foremost rows, taking point of the small contingent himself. Then, having spent only a scant few minutes in Kotelele, Berani picked up his quick stride once more, and the men of Angu and Dadu followed in his wake. Berani found himself in the rearmost row, next to Pahala, a young man his age he knew from monthly drill down at the lowest lake, the son of Satria's eldest and most officious brother. But Pahala had never rubbed Berani the same way the others of that clan had, and he was glad when the man started talking, softly, so as not to alert the men up front, to ease the monotony of the informal march. "Both old enough this time, eh?" "Finally," Berani said in turn. "Did you get to eat, or was it just my father that swept me out without breakfast?" "No, you're not alone," Pahala grumbled. "Don't think any of us got anything. My father shouted Mother down for trying. There's no chance they make us stomp all the way down to Puchat without, right?" "Don't know," Berani said. "But we must be stopping there for a final muster. So even if we've got to haul all the way down on an empty stomach, we'll definitely get fed overnight." "Laut save me," Pahala hissed. The hike down to Lake Jeruk was nearly 2 winding miles over rough inclines and steep-stepped pathways, and the scuffed stone of the walkway grew more maintained with the descent. The trickling stream which traced their way led them in time out under the full light of morning, and into the bountiful orange groves which blanket the Fifth Lake's shores. Durunk was only 2 miles across, its islands of sunny orange lilies drifting the water in the slow breeze, and the column made good time along the shady shore path towards the town of Durunk on its southern shore. Of the 2,000 souls, 80 were mustered. Raja Berani wordlessly sorted them into the marching order before again moving the growing formation along its way downward. 2 other 20-year-olds familiar to Berani and Pahala took up the row behind them as the column wound out of the Durunk crater. Marok and Dimas, both boys of different clans, inseparable at monthly drill. And, as Berani and Pahala continued their talk, still mostly centered around food, they would rope the other 2 into it. "You, Djurunks," Pahala said. "Either of you get fed this morning, by chance?" "No," Marok said. "Made us stand out all morning waiting, and Dimas's uncle said we'd be beaten if we asked." As soon as the column was well and truly on the serpent descent in the thick of the surrounding trees, obscuring their position at the rear from view by the elder soldiery at the front of the formation, Marok was hard at work lighting a cigarette with a match from his pocket. Widespread as smoking had become in the Isles during the last century, this was seen as a Sholo-Shaishan habit by most Lautani, even if the Shaishans tended to the pipe rather than the paper as the delivery mechanism. The instructors at monthly drill were, to say the least, not fond of seeing it. "You're going to get beaten with or without asking for food if you keep that up," Dimas warned him. It was one of the few times Berani had heard the small, quiet Dimas speak in all the years they'd been aware of one another. His talk was always to Marok, or else in answer to an instructor. "Well, I'd rather kill my hunger and get beaten than stay hungry and go unbeaten," Marok replied. "It's a long walk down to Puchat." Before they'd gone halfway to the next lake, Dimas was smoking too. The closest thing to a true city the province of Tujuhdanau boasted was Kotabut, which sprawled across both the twin lakes, Biru and Kuning, the blue and yellow lakes. The pair of them were so close in elevation that, if not for the thin strip of stream-gnawed stony ridge that separated the two, the lakes would appear to be one great body of water. Even then, taken all together, they were scarce the breadth of Dadu, and the pinch of the ridges and cliffs and towering yakal about them added to the teeming bustle the place exuded. Kotabut, a city of near 40,000, was built out over the water on stilted platforms, with only its largest clan homes or temples set upon the shore. Great tilapia farms and swinging moats were cut into the sun-baked wood and bamboo of its countless causeways and platforms, and by the time Raja Berani's column came down into its valley and out onto the walkways of the city, noon was fast approaching, and all the storefronts and houses were abuzz with the life of day's height. Here they gathered 600. The men of Kotabut had been formed up in a great market square near the boundary where the twin lakes met, and many of their wives or sisters or friends of Kerja or Pedagang blood had come out to watch them go. The Pejuang men of the third and fourth lakes joined the column with a bit more jostling and confusion of place than the others had, not just because of the sheer number of them, but because now many of the older men, serving the officerial roles they would be officially sorted to in final muster, were placed scattered along a rough third line running to the side of the column, with a man placed every 10 rows or so along the formation to keep an eye on their lessers in the center and rear. Gadin and Jorok, 2 cousins from the Kuning section of Kotabut, were placed in the row before Marok and Dimas, a couple up from Berani. They were, as had always been the case at drill, already bickering when they got into the order. "Fuck a tilapia, man," Jorok was saying, his head forward and his stride unbroken. "You're trying to tell me you'd take a tilapia over a catfish?" "Catfish are nasty," Gadin said. "They live in mud, brother. Their whole diet is shit and trash. They eat dirt." "So? Jorok spat. "That's what plants do, I guess." "You smell cigarettes?" Godin was asking, snapping out of the conversation. "We allowed to smoke back here?" Marok was beginning to say something, but some Kotabut man in his 30s or 40s from the third line was on them before it could get any further. "Mouths shut," he told them. "You keep walking until the Raja stops the column, or I'll stop the column and rip the skin off your back. No smoke, no talk." And so it was the rest of the way down to Lake Mara, the third line occasionally intervening up the way to shout down someone who'd made noise beyond the soft tramp of massed sandal and boot. The Red Lake's flowers had become almost pink beneath the dry season's coming sun, and afternoon found 100 Pejuang recruits awaiting them in Kotadara, a town renowned for its old blood feuds and duels between the Margas of its warrior caste, the fodder of many a folk song or tall tale on the lakes. Jabat and Darmang, another pair familiar to the others, were sorted into form behind Berani and Pahala, but by that point, the grim gazes of the third line's future officers made it evident no more greeting or banter would be tolerated. The final leg between lakes took over an hour. By the time they arrived on the banks of the fortress lake of Puchat, it was drawing towards evening. The tropic sun would set before long, and the shadows were growing deep with the cast of late afternoon. Kotambak, a settlement of just under 10,000 pressed up against the centuries-old wall securing the eastern pass down from the lowest lake, had a muster of only 150 or so, with that lowest lake, despite its history as a fortress for Tujuhdanau, boasting relatively few Pejuang clans. But it was there, once the men of Puchat were sorted, that Raja Bayani stood before them in the town center upon one of the wall's many stairways, and addressed the gathered Pejuang men openly and properly for the first time. For many of them, given the rarity of the Raja himself speaking at monthly drill, this was the first time they were hearing the voice of the man who ruled the province. But to Berani's ears, the gravity of the tone the man took was, despite its cold authority, a thing of comfort after a hungry day on the road down. "We, as men of Tujuhdanau, were alerted to the circumstances of our duumvirate late," he began, without pretense or grand gesture. "But I will not allow us to use this as an excuse to delay our arrival in the capital. We will march from here through the gates of our home and straight down for the Four Forks, on through the night. While generally you would be moved by boat from there, I will not accept the delays this would bring about either. There will be a train waiting for us at the station in Parampatawa. It is 30 miles to the platform, and come dawn, I expect you to be boarding that train." There was a great deal of muted shuffling and subtle groaning at this. "You will be given 1/2 hour here in Kotambak to eat," Raja Bayani went on. "You can see the veranda of the temple there. That's where your portion of rice and fish can be got. 1 serving each, no lingering. Any slowing up the lines will be flogged. Your minders will be watching. Sit where you will and with who you like, but stay in the town center, and do not disturb the locals. There's been a trench dug in the jungle along the lakeshore as a makeshift latrine, and I would advise you take this time to use it, unless you want to have to do it down on the low road, and then sprint to reclaim your place afterward. I will call you back to formation, exactly as you are now, when the time comes. You will keep your order, or your minders will correct it." He gazed out over them a moment, watching as each of the exhausted men of the formation eyed up the distance to the temple, every one seeming to weigh the possibility they could get there in the first minutes. "Dismissed," Bayani called. There was a rush, but the men were not foolish enough to make it chaotic. They moved in 5 separate lines through to 5 separate stations, where a number of temple initiates of Gazurgu dished out a bland lump of sticky steamed rice and boiled tilapia in flimsy wicker bowls. But even if the food was less than appetizing, the portions were generous, and even Berani, still riding out the last of his prior night's glut, ate every bit of it. He knew he would regret it by the long night's end if he didn't. Within 10 minutes, he and everyone else in his section of the column had eaten. Many of the men were slipping off into the band of dense forest out past the temple to relieve themselves, and Berani took the opportunity as well. Who knew how many breaks in the march to come there would be? Some among the Tujuhdanau men made a big fuss of this, accustomed to the privacy of a warrior caste compound and a family privy, Durank and Godin the most vocal among them. But Berani imagined shitting in a ditch in the trees beside Puchat was gentle compared to what was in store for them. The column was milling about half reformed by 20 minutes in, no one wishing to be caught last to get in order when the call came. Pahala was stretching his shoulders and craning his head in anticipation of having to sling his pack back on. Marak and Dimas were sharing the last 2 of the cigarettes they'd brought down from Lake Jarok, and given the minders had not bothered to call them out for it during the rest, enjoying them. Godin and Jorok argued with one another, and the generally passive Darmang, who had for reasons beyond Berani's notice become somehow embroiled himself, about whether there were brothels in Besipalabuhan. Jabat was asking Berani roundabout questions on whether he could somehow sway Raja Bayani into offering him a position as a corporal, or some other lower officer. But they were joined in their part of the confused crowd by a familiar, tall, gangly, bespectacled man of their own age who was actually clad in a proper uniform. He had no weapon, but his turban was in place, and his heavy pack was government-issued. "Samudra," Berani said, going over to him, gladly taking an excuse to slip away from Jabat's pleas. "I haven't seen you in years. I figured you got some sort of pass not to drill. You always struggled with the running. And now here you are, all dressed up in official kit. Where have you been?" "Bad lungs," Samudra said. "But not bad enough for that. I got shipped off to Besipalabuhan at 18 for medical training with the Temple of the Sea. Just got back 2 weeks ago." He pointed proudly at the blue and teal symbol on his shoulder, an azure sun rising over a tropic sea. "Good timing," Pahala said from nearby. "You talk up any priestesses up there?" "Well, I'm still alive," Samudra said. "So no." They were interrupted as a small gaggle of men wheeled towards them through the crowd, young 20-somethings darting to slip out of their way as they came. Berani soon saw why. His father led the group, and all of the others comprising it were older men, 40 years or more by the hints of gray about their faces. Raja Bayani was speaking, his gaze focused entirely on the uniformed man beside him, saying, "You're still absolutely sure you want to forgo a proper commission, Agama?" "Yes," Agama replied, emphatic. There was no sir or lordly respect attached to the words. "You know I'd just mess it up. You have more than enough candidates to fill the spots without me. I'll be better off down low." "All right," Raja Bayani said. "You've more than earned the right to choose. Don't hesitate to tell me if your mind changes before we reach the Iron Harbor." "Will do," Agama told him. Again, the unabashed casualness of the address jolted Berani, but his father was not offended, and throwing a subtle nod to his son, the Raja turned to depart for the head of the column. Agama settled into place among them. He was uniformed, decorated, just as Berani's father. He had a pronounced scar along the graying coat of his left cheek. Like Berani, Agama was broad and short, outdone in height by many of the younger Tujuhdanau men around him. He went into his bag and removed his own pack of Besipalabuhan-made cigarettes. "Anyone want one?" Godin and Jorok, their verbal spat over whores derailed by the new arrival, were fast to take 2. Agama lit his own after theirs, and stood silent watching the city around them until the whistle sounded. The men in the line put themselves in order, grumbled or muttered whatever final words they needed to one another before silence was imposed, stowed any cigarettes or water which had come out during the lull, and were soon on the march again. Out through the old Puchat gate and down the river's way they went. The jungle was thick about them, and though true night was an hour or so off, the trees were already alive with the white glints and gleams of Puchat's own luminescent life. As they descended the cobbles and rock-carved stairs of the eastward way, and the sky grew red with dusk through the canopy overhead, they saw that the whites of those luminescent plants and bugs gave way to the turquoise hues common across the rest of Jalawa. It was the first time Berani had ever set foot beyond the Puchat gate, and the dying away of that last gasp of the magic of Tujuhdanau seemed to drive home the realization for him. For all his life, he'd daydreamed of making that walk down to the Four Forks, and laying eyes on all which was said to await beyond, and now, faced with the reality of it, the innermost part of him revolted at the thought. But he was still, despite his nerves and doubts, excited on some level, and let that intrigue and yearning for new things drown out his desperation to run back out of the dark towards the gate they'd left long behind them. Lanterns came out among the minders in the third line after sunset, but the conditions were still shadowy and close in all that forest. Drinking was done on the move, and the men's only allotted talk was the arrangement of passing canteens or clinking bottles between them when one marcher's reserve had run dry. The column averaged 3 miles an hour at the pace Raja Bayani had them walking, and it was a pace that took a heavy toll on those who seldom rucked or ran outside of monthly drill on Lake Puchat. Any passively fit Lautani man could hold such a pace for an hour or two, of course, even in hilly terrain, but with 30 or 40 or 50 pounds on one's back, and with a days-long exhaustion already behind many in the lines, some of the less able among the youngest began to lag and stumble. Berani, tired but still fully alert and steady, took it on himself to help keep these stragglers apace with the column, a fine distraction from his own thought and worry. Agama, too, was instrumental in keeping the rear ranks in line. Berani had been helping tow a wheezing Samudra along with him, arm in arm like a couple out for a stroll as he lent his forward momentum to the taller man, when he had to dip out of the lines to empty his bladder around midnight, 6 hours into their march. Agama had come forward to take his place, and when a breathless Berani had made the jog back up through the darkness in pursuit of the fading lantern light, Agama had waved him back into position. As hour gave way to hour, occasionally a man would stumble and fall, or twist an ankle on a steep step, but the agility and flexibility famed in the Lautani held true, and none of these were so seriously hurt they could not soon after fall back into order and continue on their way. They passed the electric lights of the lonely telegraph station and reached the meeting of the Four Forks which formed the Great Snake River, around 3 on the morning of the 1st of Metzli, if Agama's battered pocket watch was to be believed, and then wound north up the river towards Pedang Sasir for about half an hour. There they came to a great, aging bridge of sturdy old stones, and crossed to the east bank, from where they marched back south to the Forks proper, and continued east along the path to Parampatawa. The glow of electric lights lit the sky purple in the distance above the center of that aging city. It was the first time many of the younger men had seen such a thing, and even having come from a place so prone to nocturnal lights in the wilderland as Tujuhdanau, the sheer scale and concentration of the glow through the trees was a novel thing. But they did not wind into the core of town. The particular station to which the Raja was leading them was on the very outskirts, a blinding beacon in the darkness along the riverbank. The train itself was not yet arrived. The men sat in worn silence all along and about the platform, seated on packs and smoking or drinking in a haze of total exhaustion, until 6, when a great engine from the capital rolled up to take them. It was a monster to Berani, a boy raised on stories of the nation's mighty living warships. The steam and ear-raking noise it made was all that he had ever imagined the terrible roars of Lautani dreadnoughts to be in battle on the seas. But he heard Agama assure a shaken Dimas that the thing was not alive, and at length, after a long wait for the ponderous thing to be turned back around to face eastward, the men of Tujuhdanau were sorted into its many cars. The eldest took the furnished compartments closest to the engine, while the youngest were relegated to the rear, where the cars had no seats, and the men were forced to sprawl out on the wooden floors to be jostled around like cattle. But given the vast majority of the 20-somethings in these cars had no frame of reference for how comfortable a train ride could be, this did not irritate them. By 8, the thing was in motion again, and none of those who knew better had fight left in them to protest their conditions. Berani settled down in one of the corners of the second-to-last car between Pahala and Samudra, and before long was asleep despite the jolting and clamor of the train, along with nearly all of the other Pejuang men of Tujuhdanau. The Iron Harbor. Besipalabuhan's sprawl arched around much of the southern rim of the Iron Harbor, from the lower west banks eastward to encompass the delta of the Tamingung River, a full 100 miles of tangled street and market and canal. But the numberless buildings were, for the most part, not growing skyward with the advent of easily available steel and concrete and crane, as those in Tepeklan or Maijing. The houses and eateries and places of worship were, with modification for the humming wires and plumbing of modernity, nearly all exactly as they would have been centuries before. The storied histories of this or that clan, along with Lautani connection to the energy, as they saw it, residing in long-occupied places, meant they took great care in maintaining the outlines and nuances of structures they called theirs, regardless of the changes playing out about them. Many of its cramped streets might now play host to automobiles constructed on the foreign model of Sholoshaishan or Guang manufacture, and all of its ancient slipways and shipyards might now belch the smoke and fume of weld and furnace. But at its core, the city was an ancient organism, and one felt that age stepping out into its chaotic, shaded streets. The Sea Mother's Way, down at the harbor front of the city, housed the teeming central rail station of Besipalabuhan in those days, and it was here that the men of Tujuhdanau found themselves woken by whistle and crowd, and the rumbling whine of their doors being rolled open. Berani, as many of them, had slept clean through their trip. It wasn't as if the makeshift cargo cars the youngest were in had windows to look out of, but his first thought on becoming aware of his surroundings at the shouts of summons outside was a lament that he had missed the descent into the city. But if Berani feared he would not be awed by the scale and sprawl of the Iron Harbor and the beating heart of the Duumvirate, he was soon relieved of those worries. Stepping out onto the hectic scramble of the platform with his pack dangling from one hand and his eyes reeling from the sudden onset of afternoon sunlight after so many hours comatose in the thundering dark, he found the city was, if anything, even more impressive from below. It was tiered, as many Lautani ports built in its image, set into a great series of cliffs about the coast, and descending in stepped levels until it was even with the shore. Up above, along that highest tier, was the fall of the Great Snake River, where the waterway tumbled down into the bowels of the fabled Temple of the Sea, a vast structure of marble and lapis engraved with great reliefs of aquatic currents and depictions of the deary handmaidens of Laut. It rose from amidst that forest of architecture built by Lautani hand as if the Maiden of the Oceans herself sat aloft to watch the doings of her folk, and the golden cats and fish and sea beasts which decorated the crests of its spired roof glittered distant in the sun. From its front gate poured the dregs of the great snake, which fed the slow-moving canals of the city as it traced its way from tier to tier down to the sea. It was the most sacred place in all of storied Jalawa, and matched in the Duumvirate only by the temple to Gazurgu, on the slopes of the slumbering volcano Kingarion on the vast, wild island of Banting, across the Jalawa Channel. Before he could truly drink in the splendor of that temple on the heights overlooking the lower rungs of Besipalabuhan, dazed and dumbstruck as he was, there were 2 older men before him. They were certainly not of the Tujuhdanau muster, evident not only by their accents, but by their slightly unkempt appearance. One was willowy and shirtless, and the other was stooped with eyes reddened by liquor, or something else. "You must be here from the provinces," the leaner of them said, grin wide and disarming. "Come up for the fight with the others? What province are you from, brother?" "Yes," Berani said tentatively, looking around him and seeing that most of the others of his car were already drifting off toward an empty span of their vast platform to gather with the rest of the new arrivals. "From Tujuhdanau." "Gazurgu go with you," the lean stranger said. "You look tired. Must have been a long way. Let Turuk and I carry your bag. It's the least a couple of old Kurja caste boys like us could do for a new soldier." Berani was disarmed by the warmth in the man's voice. He was not so naive, however, given the strange appearance of the 2 men, to just hand over his bag. But when the strangers asked him to single out where his people were gathered in the throng about them, and he observed the painfully thin, shirtless one long enough to see he hobbled as he moved, he supposed it wasn't likely the uncoordinated pair would try and steal the pack in a chase. He felt bad for mistrusting them as the man rattled off a quick-fire story about how one of his best friends never came home from Hurabaya in the last war, and how lucky he was to have been born to a caste unburdened by war, and so on. And in the end, Berani gave the bag to him, not wishing to offend, and followed behind as the 2 strangers led him at a slow pace over to join amongst the others. But while they might not have been bag thieves, their scheme, and their slick practice in it, became evident to him when they arrived at their destination, and they lingered near him after returning the bag, hinting that they were hungry, and that a karang or 2, the temple-printed currency of the Isles, would carry them a long way. "I don't carry any karang," Berani told them. "I never have. The only people who do up in Tujuhdanau are the people down on the low lakes that meet outsiders with goods." "Well, I just figured since we helped you out and you seem so happy to be welcomed, you might be able to find some," the willowy man said. "Some of the others might have some. If you could ask around with your friends, I'd appreciate it." The request was still framed in an affable, slightly jovial way, but there was no mistaking the hungry pressure behind it now. Not that Berani feared the 2 men. Part of the reason why he'd allowed them to move his bag in the first place was precisely because they looked half asleep on their feet, like they'd both tumbled to the earth in a strong breeze. But he could not talk his way away from the pair, and as he tried to apologize and thank them for their help and sidle sideways towards Pahala through the crowd, they followed, pushing deep into the milling Tujuhdanau men and continuing to call after him in amused but irritated tones, as if they'd been interrupted in a business transaction. "Some friends of yours from back home?" the willowy one was saying as he came upon Pahala and Samudra. "Fancy that. Either of you got a couple karang to spare? We helped your comrade out getting over the platform, but he seems a little light." Berani was beginning to protest, as Pahala and Samudra, sensing something was off, both began themselves to, again, likely truly, insist they carried no money. But before another leg of the awkward game could be played, Rajabayani had appeared from nowhere from amidst the crowd of Tujuhdanau men, and was looming over the pair, hand on his revolver. "This is my battalion," he said. and you aren't in it. Move to another part of the platform or I'll shoot you dead and drag you out." "Of course, Highness," the lean one said, head bobbing as he saw the crest on the new arrival's turban. "I meant no offense, of course." They melted into the crowd beyond the Tujuhdanau muster, with the practiced ease of stalking feral cats. Raja Bayani looked down at Berani, his face still obscured behind his ribukedok, while his cold eyes spoke all that needed to be spoken. But with all the men of Berani's age arrayed around him and suddenly gazing their way, he did not scold aloud, and like the two hucksters, disappeared into the mass to be among the elders again. Pahala waited until he was certain the Raja was out of earshot amidst the clamor, asking, "What the hell was that about?" "Just shit I should have been wiser to," Berani said. "A scam. Offered to carry the bag and then acted like they needed paying for it. You have any idea where we're headed to train?" "No," Pahala said. "Your guess is as good as mine." "They'll take us up to the upper tier," Agama chimed in, not far from them in the crowd. He pushed over, pointing up towards the Temple of the Sea, saying, "There's a temple to Gazorgu to the side up there, small by comparison. That's where they'll put us up while we train." "You've been cycled through before, right?" Pahala asked. "What's it like up there?" "Rough," Agama said. "My legs are still sore from the walk down to Parampatawa. And if prior experience is anything to go by, we're going to be right back at it tomorrow. Day after, if we're lucky." "I don't know if I'll last if they throw us in that quick," Samudra said, his eyes still locked on the distant temple. "You will as long as you don't give up," Agama said. "They're trying to make you miserable, because we've got much worse waiting for us up north. You have to learn to get spiteful about it if you want to slide through." They went quiet for a time after that, Agama smoking and the others drinking water in the hither and thither tides of people on the platform. The Raja and his underlings seemed to be in heated conversation with temple priests and priestesses of the sun or sea, respectively. Other trains were rolling in, most disgorging men dressed in the black and white and blue of the Navy, and a few disgorging common passengers. One, far off on another platform, was unloading blue and teal-clad marine men like themselves, likely from Mahalawa in the east. Mahalawa, Tujuhdanau, and Parampatawa were the only landlocked provinces on Jalawa, and thus the only ones from which marines were levied. With Parampatawa almost certainly having sent its sons to the capital days earlier due to its proximity to telegraph and rail, Berani could take some comfort in the face of the fact that Tujuhdanau had not been the last to arrive. "At least we beat Mahalawa here," he said, "even if only just." After an hour's lingering, the elder soldiery were whipping the line into shape again and dragging their charges back into an ordered column. Raja Bayani again took his place resplendent at the head of his men, and then led the march of their bedraggled lines up through Besipalabuhan to the temple district above. It was near dusk by then, most of the day having been spent on the rails, and the streets through which Berani walked in the light of the bulbs which blinked on across the metropolis were beautiful and alien beyond his wildest dreams. The march through the city took them up away from the warehouses and smoky factories of the seaside shipyards and through old stone avenues girded with ivy and vine and shade tree. Dodging traffic on the roads available to sputtering open-topped car or truck, many of which were halted for the 1,000 new-come Tujuhdanau men to pass, Berani's ears were assailed with the drone of horn or chime or bell, and the raucous shouts of selling or argument. There were elephant-drawn carts moving goods, and crowds of children pilfering stalls on roadsides. There were paper men shouting news about naval engagements in the South Sea, and there were young roadside priests of the Temple of Gazorgu officiating disputes or arresting wrongdoers for interrogation. And among them walked foreigners, more than Berani, who had never laid eyes on a kindred other than his own, could ever have hoped to see. He had seen images of Ugg, of course. They were often present in temples of Gazurgu, but lionfolk made up near a tenth of those wandering the streets of the Duumvirit's capital, and the towering stature and strange accents of them rang out as they shopped or laughed or yelled their anger. But there were also other, less familiar, and less inspiring folk. A gaggle of 4 hulking Medvedi, half-clad in the strange furred garb of their homeland, their ursine jaws flapping as they grunted in their alien dialect, came squeezing out of an undersized bathhouse to watch them pass. A Guang, perhaps a diplomat, in vibrant red silks not terribly unlike his own, hurried down an alley entrance to an opulent Middle District home hung with the crimson colors of his distant kingdom as they passed. This lone exemplar of the tiger folk was trailing a string of Lautani attendants behind him, seeming wiry and slightly clumsy despite his size and the ferocity of his visage. There was, as the Anayaks back home had claimed, a small and shady district of tall and silent Miawai slithering to and fro about their business on the rung of Besipalabuhan just beneath the great temple, their homes lit with the fey violet fires which spoke to the presence of their much-feared priests. And as dark set in and the last stubborn lights in the city turned off, and the whole sprawl became a cavalcade of blinking signage and stark pooled glows from street lamps, they passed a rowdy, open-fronted bar whose entire clientele were almost as slight and lean as Lautani, the Vulpine sons of Sion, from the far side of the New World across the western seas. They plucked stringed instruments and danced to shrieking fiddles, and threw darts at painted boards, and cackled at men so drunk they'd fallen over en route to the barman for refills. "Foxfolk," Pahala said beside him. "They're not with us, are they?" "Not in their country," Agama piped in, both quiet to spare the ears of the third line. They needn't have bothered, though. Their words were lost in the thrum of the city about them. But there's a lot of Sion in the Sholoshaishan colonies, out west in the mountains, who aren't happy with their place in the empire. Papers say they're going to rise up and help us when the time comes." Pahala raised an eyebrow, seemingly incredulous, looking back over his shoulder at the wild bunch as they passed. They scaled the stairs to the city's holiest tier, and traversed the bridges of the great aquatic gardens which fronted the Temple of the Sea. Rays and water serpents and luminescent fish darted about in a bright series of pools lit from below by some connivance of either Laut's magics or else clever electrical work by the priesthood. Berani was reminded painfully of home, for the overhanging trees and flower gardens lining the causeways were glowing and vibrant in the dark. The sound of running water was constant in the city as an undertone to the traffic and voices and chaos, and in some small way, the reassuring presence of it brought comfort to him in so strange and jarring an environment. But any comfort he did find in the gardens of Laut was stolen when they passed the gilded entrance of the temple proper, and he saw the company which was leaving the temple through the main gate. Raja Bayani had to pull up his column to a halt to let the strange mob pass, and much as he wished it were not the case, Berani had a great deal of time to look at them beneath the stark lights of the temple grounds. What in the world are those? Berani did not realize he had spoken aloud, his hair on end and his nose upraised. There was a strange hint of decay poorly hidden on the air, of sickly scents masked with sweet perfumes, or else of long-rotten jungle wood turned over to the open sky, the metallic stink of wet rot, surrounded by the sweetness of flowers. "Couldn't tell you," Agama said ahead of him. He was staring too, seemingly just as repulsed as Berani. "Olospid, they're called," Samudra's voice said from behind him. Fresh off his rotation in Besipalabuhan, He had not been as on edge as many of the others during their rock up through the tiers, but he was on edge now, familiar or not. I've never seen so many of them before. These Olospid, as Samudra had described them, were not large, standing below chest height on a Lautani man. The tallest of them was perhaps 4 feet in height, and they gave the impression of being almost weightless. This was partly due to the grotesquely thin and tapering build of their bodies, but was aided by the fact they were all garbed in long, flowing black robes, which masked the motions of whatever feet tramped across the causeway beneath. They kept their hands tucked into the sleeves of these robes, like priestesses moving from service to chamber, but it was evident, whatever their hands might look like, that the creatures had 2 sets of arms. Their heads were low, necklace things emerging from their sweeping collars, with many clustered eyes over a pair of great spider's fangs set in swollen red chitin that clashed with the dark hues of the rest of the awful face. There were 80 of them, Samudra would later swear, walking close together but not keeping any recognizable formation. The things clicked and clattered and whistled and wheezed amongst themselves, and though this must have been some semblance of speech, Berani could recognize no form or flow of grammar or syllable in it. Berani found himself speaking aloud without intending to again, as if his turning innards were demanding answers of him, and he were mechanically relaying the words to his comrades in the column. Spider-folk aren't real, are they? Anymore, I mean. Well, they're real enough, obviously, Samudra said. He did not sound pleased by the notion. We used to see 1 or 2 now and then when they'd visit the temple to have audience with the high priestess. Horrible sight to round a corner on in the lower temple grounds after dark. But at least the smell usually betrays them early. Agama, up till now unshakable, asked, "Where are they from?" "I don't know, rightly," Samudra said. "But the priestess in charge of my group said she heard they were from below our colonies, down in Baru Lautan. Must have been a nasty shock to meet them for the first time down there. The priesthoods keep it hushed up, but they're supposedly on our side. They've got no love for the Shaishans, obviously." "The Shaishans wiped them out because the spider folk stabbed them in the back, Father told me," Berani said. "Thousands of years ago. Not exactly a people you'd want to trust, even if it is against the Shaishans." "Well," Agama put in from his place up ahead, "it's not exactly like we have choices, is it? We'll have to take everything we can get, I suppose." When the Olospid had passed and descended to the lower city, Raja Bayani led them on. They rounded the mountainous temple of the sea, and in its shadow found the blazing peak of the temple grounds of Gazorgu. It was small and cowed next to its larger sibling, but divorced from the mighty structure beside it, it would have made a grand sight in itself. Dryland plants from Gunug and pouring flowers on vine or branch spilled from its gardens, and in its gold and blue-painted walls there was something of the architecture of the lion folk about it. A few Oog attendants and holy men milled about the grounds, but the priesthood of the sun god was, for the most part, Lautani, just, Berani supposed, as the priestesses of Laut and Gunug must mostly be comprised of lion folk. They wound into the west reaches of the grounds, where Raja Bayani met with some of the notables of the priesthood, the details of their talk lost on those in the back lines. For a time the column stood waiting once more, able to gaze out over the tumult of Besipalabuhan before them, undistracted by stench or sight. And Berani saw the waters of the harbor beyond were studded with the dark forms of great steel ships, and the skies overhead were illuminated with great spotlights from below, which panned the expanse of sparse cloud and muted star in a search whose aim he did not know. "They put those in the year I first came here," Samudra explained, pointing out towards the nearest of the skyward lights. There's some sort of worry the Shaishans might come from the air. Hard to get the legions over here in those little planes they have, Marek observed from behind. Have you seen those pictures of the sky fortresses they have? Agama asked. In the papers? Large as a battleship, I read. Like armored balloons or something of that sort. They've got the Volvine making the things for them in the New World, just like their planes. And supposedly they fly too high for our planes to go up and get at them, unless they choose to come down. Who knows how many they have like that? I'd bet you could fit a fair number on those. Besides, Samudra added, they could use them for bombs, too. Might not even need men to do real harm. The whole city organized fire brigades from the lower castes last year, preparing. And suddenly the whole of the metropolis below him seemed a great blazing signboard for assault to Berani. Even with the unbreakable navy out upon the water, or the coastal forts which supposedly barred entry to the harbor afar out beyond sight, the prospect of untouchable Jalawa coming under attack was made real to him. He had never seen so much as a picture of one of these sky fortresses, as Agama described them, but his mind painted far more horrible outlines of them than any grainy black and white reprint ever could. The men of Tujuhdanau were soon herded into a broad barracks of cold stone and ancient wire cots in the dark innards of the temple. They were shown their boundaries and introduced to the bathing and privy facilities, 8 shower stalls and 10 seats on a trough bench to be shared by 1,000 men. Training would, Rajabayani announced, begin the day after tomorrow, on the 3rd of Metzli. Until then, breakfast, lunch, and dinner would be provided at dawn, midday, and dusk by the priesthood of Gazurgu. The men were not to leave their quarters unless given permission for medical attention by an elder, whereupon they would be escorted to the Temple of the Sea for treatment if their own trained medics were not sufficient to tend any illness. The allotment of rank and gear would be conducted by the Raja in the morning, but he made clear that room for advancement was available to those who distinguished themselves during training. Their preparation would be 4 weeks, shorter than usual, but expedited to ensure their arrival in Gunug would not come too late. They were given leave to smoke, so long as they did this in the court of the temple and troubled no priests, and then told they were free to rest at ease for the remainder of the night. But the legs and backs of the men were still sore from the night march, and their minds, as filled as they were with the chaos of the capital through which they'd walked, were nearing collapse under exhaustion. Berani took his bunk among most of the younger Pajuang men, stowed his worn sandals and kit beneath it as they'd been told, and like many of his fellows, spent some minutes writing a letter to his mother he figured he could send later, telling her he'd arrived. He was asleep before an hour passed. Their rise would come painfully early tomorrow. "5. Shaping the sword arm of Lautani. Mother, I'm sorry for not writing since rank was passed down and training got started, but they ran us ragged the first 2 weeks. Nothing but drill and exercise and response timing. I don't think my ears, or ribs for that matter, are ever going to be the same. We'd go from before dawn all the way through dusk. Still do, I suppose, just with lighter work. And none of us had the energy to do much when we'd be given time at night. 6 hours of sleep, if you're lucky. But we're most of the way through weapons training this 3rd week, and the 4th is going to be officer's instruction for those of us who are chosen. The schedule's long, but we stop PT at noon now, and even though I can't catch up on sleep for the life of me, the firing range and bayonet fighting aren't nearly as tiring as the conditioning was. Our first 2 weeks, we started every day with a 3-mile ruck out across the Temple District, and, of course, the 3-mile ruck back, full packs with rations and field gear, Karras bayonet sheathed, Badai model rifle on the shoulder. It was unloaded in the beginning, but we still carried the full combat load of 200 rounds each. It adds up. Thank the gods I got picked for corporal, because they probably would have made me carry the big stuff if I hadn't. As it is, they make Marak, the one from Lake Jeruk, carry the machine gun for our section, and the noises that man's neck makes when he pops it at night back at barracks are awful. But the worst of any of it are the boots. Even if they fit well, we've all had the fur and pads on our ankles and heels worn half off, and we still limp when we walk in the mornings. I should have traded the sandals and barefoot walks for boots years ago when I had a chance at the 10th drill muster. Could have been breaking myself to them this whole time. It mystifies me they never made that mandatory. But as it stands, almost none of us are used to the things yet. If one of us gets particularly bad with the blistering and bleeding, and the temple healers are doubtful they'll mend, then you can get a few days walking barefoot to recover. But it's right back in their horrible boots after that. No wonder Father always wore them at home. You fall apart if you aren't used to them. They've got tough rubber soles from up in Banting, but the hobnails on the bottom slip on the stones of the streets when it rains here. And while the higher officers swear up and down they'll work better in mud or dirt, the few times we get given a garden lot to train in, I haven't been impressed. Feel like I get better traction barefoot, as well as the comfort. But Father must know how much we're hurting in them, because he tells battalion every morning address when we get back from the ruck and we're having our breakfast that we'll get used to them in time. I almost believe him when he says that. Then I get back into them the next morning and I'm not so sure. We'd start in the dark and get back 2 hours later, a little past dawn. Then it was usually a couple hours of some sort of drill. We were used to that, from our time at home, but it doesn't make it much better. We form passing lines around the temple grounds and pass crates of milk or water bottles from man to man like they're grenades or ammunition being handed up the way to a position. The instructors throw more and more into circulation, and once it's a continuous conveyor, they stack one on top of the other until the pile becomes unstable, and if you're the unlucky one who drops it, they put you down on your elbows and toes to hang rigid for a full minute. That might not sound bad, but with the pack pressing down on you, it's a trial, and if your stomach or chest hit the ground, the clock starts over. Running across an empty lot in full kit and hitting the deck when the instructor's called down is another favorite. We all leap back to our feet and sprint forward when he calls up, back and forth across the space. I suppose it's good practice for artillery shells, like Agama, the senior private in my section, says. But it's not something you can be ready for. It feels like we're cracking ribs every time we crash down on the ground under the weight of the pack, rifle all squashed under you, bruising your sternum. But if you're too slow, then just like with the ammo pass, they get you down and have you do push-ups or hold the plank or some other humiliation. Stretcher carries are the worst. They have us jog the entire stairway down to the harbor front through traffic, and then come back up the moment the whole battalion makes it down. 4 men to a stretcher, with the 5th man riding like a fat sack of rice in the middle, higher officers running right along with us. We rotate a different one of the carriers onto the stretcher every tier, but that's hardly a help. All that weight hanging on one side of your body, left or right, all the way down and all the way up, with maybe 3 or 4 minutes of rest now and then between. We're all different heights, but I feel like the tall ones have the worst of it. They've got to lean down awkward to grasp the hoops on the things. It bites your hands after a while, and by the time I get back to the top tier, I feel like all my fingers are full of red-hot needles. If you drop the stretcher, you get beaten. All 5 of you, even the rider. It's almost enough to make me forget the boots. They have an obstacle course up on the heights above the city they'd make us run, vaulting walls without losing the rifle and all. They'd have us do group calisthenics and punish anyone's section if a single member was in improper form over the hour or 2 they had you out in the sun struggling. They even took us out into the harbor shallows on a few afternoons and had us practice beach landings and all the kit. Hard to move when those accursed boots fill up with water and the whole pack and tunic gets soaked through. Even the good swimmers and waders had trouble, and as usual, if you moved slow, you ran the risk of getting your group punished. At some point around noon, you'd get a few minutes to eat, but I ended up vomiting that up as often as I kept it down, depending on what we actually did with the day. The last event those first 2 weeks was the sundown run. We'd run laps around the temple grounds in full kit. The length of the run could vary depending on when we started. Sometimes we went for an hour, sometimes just 20 or 30 minutes. Since we headed in for dinner when the sun went down, the timer was set by how early the instructors put you out there to run. But after a full day of all that other struggle, the runs were the most miserable part. So close to escape, and yet still in the thick of it until Gazorgu's light goes out and you can finally head in to rest. It's impressive to me, the degree to which the older men keep pace with us. The higher officers, I mean, father included. They run right along with us, even if they're usually not holding stretchers or doing the passing drills. Even if they are used to the boots, and their feet aren't needling them all the time, it's an impressive feat. They must be as exhausted as we are, though I'm sure father especially would never say so. Probably still found time to write nightly letters that whole time, just to prove his mettle. I, being a mere mortal, wasn't so capable. Well, this third week has been much easier. We still have a ruck, a bit shorter now, before dawn, and we still do drills until lunch. But after that, it's off to the range on the heights near the banks of the Great Snake, or else the big earthworks they dug outside town for us to practice raids or grenades or charges on. I guess I should say, since you asked about the section, who all got put in it. It's 10 men, including me, but able to split into 2 groups of 5 if needed in action, if you're clearing buildings or bunkers, say, with the senior private taking the second squad. Since I got pulled as a corporal after Agama turned it down, I asked Agama to take senior private, and as I mentioned earlier when I name-dropped him, he agreed. I mentioned Marak got machine gun, and Dimas, also from Lake Jaruk, is his loader. Both of them have rifles as well. My understanding is that, if we're defending, they'll operate the Topan light machine gun, and if we're assaulting without much warning, they'll come over with rifles like the rest of us, and the reserves brought in behind us will man their gun till they're relieved. Otherwise, the gun's light enough they can move it with us and set it up as we go. Then it's Pahala, my friend from down on Ungu, Gadin and Jorok from the Yellow Lake, Jabat and Darmang from Lake Mera, all my riflemen. Samudra, that boy Mayumi told you she liked from down on Lake Puchat when she saw him at the New Year's fireworks back in '03, he's a private too, but he's had some medical training with the healers here in Besipalabuhan. He'll be expected to get us back to real healers still breathing if we get hurt, I guess. It goes without saying we do target practice, just like at monthly drill back home, and maintenance on the Badai rifles, disassembly so far as we can, cleaning, all the works. We clear jams, and we are rated on our reload times. We learn to keep them dry fording the river, and to keep the mud out of them when we're crawling across a churned field. We learn to fix the Carry's bayonet on a timer, and we do mock charges and stabbings with the blade on dummies filled with rice. We practice thrusts and parries with them like they're spears, with the sheaths on our Carry's blades to keep from slicing one another. We throw grenades into the mock trenches they dig us, or through the windows of mock houses they build from old harbor crating, before we sweep them, just like we'll be expected to do with the real thing. It's tiring, but exciting, and we've recovered much better this week than we did the first couple weeks. They still run us around the temple grounds now and then, but most nights they haven't. Day after tomorrow, 4th week kicks off, and I'll be headed into officer's instruction, which should be even more laid back than the weapons week. Satria is the lieutenant for the platoon my section is a part of, and I can't say I'm very excited about that, but at least I know him. Might not be so condescending now that we're away from the lakes. So all in all, I'm doing well, and I imagine we'll be on the boats north before too long. They confirmed we're going to Gunug when we're done. They say we'll start getting paid, first a lump to cover the time in training, and then a weekly rate afterward, once we get properly finished with training and are headed for transport. I imagine they kept it back because they didn't want us using the proceeds in the bars here in the city. Some men slip out now and then and beg drinks, but the floggings are enough to dissuade most of us. Once I start getting money, I'll probably send it all back to you, since they tell us everything will be covered up in Gunug. Stow it away there. I trust you with it more than the priesthood. Gazurgu forgive me for saying so. You know, Mayumi asked about the Ug, and I must say, I hope the lion folk up in the kingdom are more impressive than the ones down here. For all their size and stature, the 2 Ug-blooded priests we have on temple grounds with us are not good models of the kindred. They sleep when they're meant to be watching us or ministering in the temple court at noon lunch, and they're both nearly always drunk. The drinking that does happen here in the barracks after sundown is almost all they're doing, and they both take vouchers from soldiers promising chunks of their first pay in exchange for the liquor they sneak in. Very unfitting. I would send you the news from the papers like you asked, but I figure they'll beat the letters to Tujuhdanau anyway, even if I do get them early here. Just a lot of stuff about the war out west, Medvedstad invading Manoa, the Volvine taking a crack at Guang down in the Lauhu Sea. That ship, the Dindam, from weeks back, is still the only big one we've lost. Everything else out at sea seems to be going well, as you'd expect. Tell me all about home. I'll be riding the Anayaks this week, too, so I'm sure they can fill me in on Kotawan, but who his father got running the lakes? What are you having for dinner this week? Laut knows I'd stab a man for anything other than tilapia and rice right about now. What are all the girls up to? I hope someone's kept my boat warm with the others. Yours with love, Corporal Berani Suburan, 29th of Metzli, Imperial Year 4006. P.S. Lieutenant Satria has told me twice now to tell you he showed me the new picture of little Wahyadi. Like it won't count if it's not reported on, the little scavenger. Hard to believe he's a year old already. Tell Yanyi I wish her son the best, and that her husband is as insufferable as she is. Interlude 1. Sholoshaishan High Command North. Ruins of the First Wall. 12th of Metzli, Imperial Year 4006. Tishak stood in the dim expanse of an improvised command bunker which was decidedly un-Sholoshaishan, surrounded by the other officers of the Ektol 1st Infantry, who had been uninjured and able to answer their master's call, which was, given the smoothness of the inaction of War Plan North, almost all of them. The single commanding legates of dozens of other legions, of the Ektol and the regular army, had also joined at the Tlatoani's invitation. The chamber in which they stood had not been built to house the over 800 men who now shuffled about whispering and fidgeting in its shadow, their peaked ears and honed snouts slick with the heat of so many bodies crammed into so tight a space, and their golden eyes glinting in the half-light. The generator the legionary engineers had installed at the far mouth of the tunnel complex whined, and the echo of it assaulted their ears even here, deep in the bowels of the complex. The stink of men 2 days without washing, for even the highest among the Ektol had been devoted entirely to the final push on the breaches the day before, milled with the foul yeast-tinged scent of the wheat beer the lion folk were fond of brewing. There had been a whole army's ration of it in barrels occupying this chamber just 20 hours ago, and even though all the kegs had been rolled out and unceremoniously drained into the passing river Nikok, the musk of it still scratched alien at Tishak's twitching nose. The high-ceilinged chamber was, compared to other positions of the captured first wall of Gunug, relatively unscathed. There had been 5 points of concentrated bombardment carried out, and those had been the avenues through which the land ships and supporting Ektal legions had driven on the 11th. It was certain that even now, on distant parts of the frontier, brutal fighting was still being waged from tunnel to tunnel along the bastion's length, as Sholoshayishan sniffed out and finished the resistance which hadn't been buried or driven to flight. And if one thing could be said in favor of the Lion Folk, it was that they knew little fear of death. This chamber, and the network of command and storage bunkers about it, had been just outside the bombardment perimeters, and its occupants had flooded to the breaches rather than hold their positions when the time came for the final assaults. Thus, in the aftermath, it had made a prime location for the establishment of forward command. The plan, so far as Tishak and the other officers of the Tlatoani's personal legion knew, was to relocate forward to aid in the scourging of the hinterlands, and the crushing of whatever resistance the Lion Folk threw up along their great hinterland canal to the west. There were hundreds of legions already marching out into that hinterland through the gaps in the wall. Millions marshaled from across the home kingdoms for the push. The entire soldiery of old Sholoshayidi was here in the north, barring garrisons in the great cities of the homeland, or on the coastal defenses of Eztlan in the south. Warplan North relied on their ability to utterly crush Gunug under the full weight of the Empire, and then wheel south with the north flank pacified to focus entirely on what was seen as the real enemy, treacherous Lautan, where it brooded amidst its demon-haunted seas. The Tlatoani had meant from the beginning to see this through himself, with the Ektal 1st Infantry about him. Tishak had spoken to him before he'd retired for much-needed sleep at sundown, and had confirmed that come morning they would begin racing the legions already west of their position to seek the next fight, to find the strongest bastion in the fertile fields of the Kingdom of the Sun, and shatter it beneath the steel of the Lord of War. But their summons, after all orders had been finalized the night before, spoke to a disruption. The flawlessly honed machine of conquest constructed by the Sons of War had, perhaps, faltered. Something was wrong, and all of the men of Sholoshayidi gathered there, waiting in the dark, knew it. But the wait was not long. Soon after the last of the stragglers had pushed into the room, one of their number, near the entrance, said, low but carrying, "Hail, Tlatoani." A ripple rode across the crowd as men straightened, and suddenly ensured their uniforms were in order. There was no loud exclamation, just the sound of boots snapping together along the ranks nearest the center, where heavy feet struck the stone. Tishak listened as those steps traced the makeshift path through their officers. Then the figure was climbing the makeshift dais at the fore of the chamber, passing the stowed maps and collapsed tables their legates were using to conduct the campaign, gazing out onto the faces gathered beneath. High Marshal Tlaloc, friend and chosen replacement to the late Ruhualpa Mirakanchi, climbed with him, shadowing his master in silence. The Tlatoani was garbed in the flowing black and gold of leisure, of rest. He had not donned his uniform, nor the armor Tishak had grown used to seeing him in these past 2 weeks. The sight of the newfangled plate in which the highest Ektal legions were now being clad electrified the men, reminding them of elder days, when Sholoshayishan arms had reigned so supreme above any other tool or raiment of war on Haraklan. The Tlatoani had thus far made a concerted effort not to be seen without it, even in private, among his officers. The veil of rule was lifted, and his sole eye glinted cold above it, stern, the scar tissue opposite it tightened in unison. "Comrades, you've accomplished something even I, in my darkest moments, doubted," the Tlatoani said. High Marshal Ruhualpa's war plan north was, as was ever his way, meticulous, and you have proved every bit of it whole and sound. You adapted when orders did not conform to conditions on the ground, and conducted yourselves as befits students of the Kalmakak. The Ug are driven before us, and the path to the second wall, and Surgirkar beyond, lays open to us. I could not be more proud of you. Tishak watched intent as the Tlatoani scanned the room. But matters at home demand my immediate attention, and though it pains me to part from you in the hour of this, our greatest victory in centuries, I have to take my leave of you. Tishak shifted his weight from foot to foot. The room was silent. Though he had known the Tlatoani since boyhood, he could not read his expression. A struggle only partially due to the veil, he thought. You will be left in the capable hands of High Marshal Tlaloc, who will prosecute the northern campaign in my absence, the Tlatoani went on. He is master of Army Group North. You are representatives of the greatest machine of war ever assembled, and you are the equal of any of our kind who have come before you. Under High Marshal Tlaloc, you will bring a final end to the Kingdom of Gunug, as should have been done thousands of years ago, when we had them on their backs and at our mercy. You will undo that naive staying of the blade. I regret only that I will not be there to see it in person. But the Lord of War is proud of you, and he will be there to see, even when I am not. The Tlatoani pointed out a broad figure in the fore of the company, and motioned him forward. The man stepped forth into the open, bowing his head, deferent. You are all familiar with Commander Ishpehualtia of Tepeklan, master of the Ektal 1st Infantry's 3rd Cohort. He slew 30 Ug by his own hand holding the main causeway tunnel at the southern breach yesterday, while the flamethrowers drove the stragglers to him, and the men of his cohort. As High Marshal Tlaloc will be my mind here in the north, so will Ishpehualtia be my sword arm. I am elevating you, Commander Ishpehualtia, to Legate of the Ektal 1st Infantry Legion, second only to your High Marshal on this front. You accept? Of course, Highness, Ishpehualtia assured him. The Tlatoani nodded. You will be a credit to our city, the Tlatoani told him. As for the rest of you, I will make you aware that I have given orders for all legions, army and Ektal, hailing from Milikatlan province to be withdrawn home in all haste. Several will be pulling back from the hinterland and the far reaches of the wall even now, assuming the outriders and runners have reached them. Those of you who are legates of Milikatlan should set about preparing your men for departure immediately. Again, nervous quiet fell. Many of the single legates not of the Ektal 1st Legion who'd been summoned into the rear of the room were from Milikatlan, and though none of them spoke aloud, the tension in them was palpable, even in silence. I cannot tell you, as yet, what our mission is, the Tlatoani said. But do not for a moment believe I do this lightly. Even without the men of Milikatlan, you are Sholoshaishans. You are born of stone and steel, and you will find victory. Put trust in him below, and know no fear of death. His plan is beyond flaw, and you are the blade he will use to carve it into being. You are dismissed. The gathered officers displayed the Triskelion brands on their palms in salute, and then began to file out, quickly, but not in disorder. Tishak began to follow, but he saw the Tlatoani look towards him, and caught the subtle twitch of the head beckoning him to stay. Tishak strode over to the foot of the makeshift dais, and watched along with the High Marshal and the Tlatoani as the chamber was emptied. When only the Ektal door guards remained, and the entry had been barred, the room hushed once more. Highness, High Marshal Tlaloc began. I have more than enough shells and more than enough men left to me for the campaign. Do not take what I'm about to say as cowardice or uncertainty. I will deliver you Surgirkar, as ordered. But your departure will trouble the men. Tishak, far more familiar with the Tlatoani than Tlaloc, was not so reserved, even if he were just a centurion. "You'll gut them is what you'll do," Tishak said. "You'll gut us. I saw you take the breach at Kisorazig yesterday, and I saw you at Kushkotlan before that. In the plate, with the crest black and gold over you, it's like watching the founder step out of the ink and into the world. Ichtak, you know I heard 3 separate men in my century, one of them an Optio, mind you, say enemy rounds turn aside rather than hit you. That you're the one the founder wrote about in his Bastion of Will." The Tlatoani sighed. He drew breath to speak, the frigid blue of his cyclopean gaze warm as it met Tishak's golden desperation. But Tishak interrupted, more out of nervous need than any intentional disrespect. "He's spoken to you, hasn't he? Him below," Tishak said, "while you slept." "Yes," Ichtak answered. "What has he seen?" The Tlatoani's fists clenched, his eyes shut, as if in pain. "Even he doesn't rightly know," Ichtak said. "Something beyond his plan. Something he did not foresee. There is a darkness coming towards us, towards Milikatlan in particular. I've seen it. He has shown it to me. But it is formless, hard to describe or know." There was a tumult at the door as a slight, breathless man stumbled in, the guards throwing wide the door for him. "Highness," he gasped, "I've come from the telegraph station east. We've done all you asked, but Milikatlan can't be raised. They aren't answering. I had the men start raising other cities and stations, and trying their own connections." Ichtak stood, his high marshal at one flank, and his greatest friend at the other, thinking. "Thank you," Ichtak said. "Send orders to Tepeklan that all the newly formed army legions who've had at least 2 weeks' instruction are to be armed and shifted to Milikatlan by rail tomorrow. The standing garrison is to be moved into the necropolis below the city. Put the priesthood in Sholotlan on guard. Tell them I've ordered them to seal the passes downward, quickly. Contact Thunkoat of Kushkotlan and call his Ektal back from the lower Idalands to await orders in the north. Have the men en route to Milikatlan staged in the outlying towns, ready to respond to circumstances on the ground. I'll be there to take charge of them soon." The man saluted and withdrew. Ichtak looked to High Marshal Tlaloc, dire, focused, hurried. "I'm leaving immediately, Tlaloc. You were already functionally in charge while I was in the field. Now it's just official. Keep the men insulated from news of the south until I tell you otherwise. Your goal is Surgirkar. Harakwe expects it by autumn. I know you will not disappoint." Tlaloc saluted, saying, "Your will, Tlatoani." "You're coming with me, Tishak," Ichtak said, turning to face his friend. "Pokoat, too, when his arm mends. He'll be glad to be back in action." Ichtak swept from the room, Tishak stumbling to keep up with him as he wound off down the corridors past saluting Ektal guardsmen, whispering, "What is it, do you think?" "You were never much for history at the Kalmakak," Ichtak said. "But surely you can think of something else which befell Milikatlan. Another darkness Harakwe did not see." Tishak was quiet, the scuffle of boots the only noise in the shadow save the interminable echo of that battered old generator and the hum of aging bulbs. "They're dead," Tishak said. "They're all dead. Akamatak is dead. It can't be them." Ichtak VI, Tlatoani of Sholoshaidi, did not answer. Part 2. Son of Surgirkar. 6. Last of the first. 11th of Metzli, Imperial Year 4006. 3 days the bombardment had lasted before Durank and his makeshift band had been driven from the tunnels behind the first wall. 3 days more had dragged on in the open before it ceased. And yet to some that second span as a mere 3 days did nothing to convey the agony and torment the hours spent waiting had entailed. Every impact was felt down in that hold, shaking the ribs and clattering the teeth of the Ugg who sheltered there. They shivered, bootless and without proper uniform, when the chill of the spring night fell, and panted with the heat of the grassland day when the sun rose and baked the churned earth which had once been grassland. The 50 or so of them ran out of what little water they had been able to scavenge before dawn on the 9th, and a searing thirst clawed at them by noon. Some drank urine from canteens, or else stomped the field mice which had been driven down to hide in the shadows and rubble of the stairway by the desolation of their grasses, and drank the blood from their broken bodies. The hunger which gnawed their guts seemed tame by comparison, and yet still it weighed on them, just another jot in the long list of hellish torments. They shat in mess tins, and ran them up to the mouth of the descent to throw the refuse out into the open air. Their ears, thus far spared the worst of torment in the bowels of the tunnel systems, were slowly set to a permanent, juddering ring. Their heads throbbed with the noise of constant detonation, and the unspoken fear that the next sound would bring the collapse of the shielding overhang which had thus far protected them. And they prayed, after a while, for an assault, for the final arrival of attack, for anything which would finally stop the thunder. Arif had died quietly sometime in the first night. Even though the blood flow outside had been quelled, whatever wound his puncture in the collapse had done within him was not so easily mended. Ganu, with his seeping head wound, was gripped by seizure during the morning of the 9th. Blood had begun trickling from his ears. Around midday, he too had fallen. The both of their bodies had begun to stink by the 10th. The pads of Enoch's tattered feet were beginning to swell and darken, and the filth in the cramped pit was already starting to wear on the men. Around dusk on the 10th, after more than 2 days of hiding in the stairwell they'd claimed as theirs, one of the Shaishan's delayed-action siege shells had, by chance, landed directly on that not-so-blessed overhang. Farouk was stricken dead by stone from above, and though he was the only one of their number killed in this hit by falling debris, the shell had left the overhang a sagging, rubble-strewn net of bent rebar cased in cracked concrete. By then the last of the tunnel spans within were also fallen in. When, in the morning before dawn on the 11th, a second, smaller shell sent half this crippled roof peeling down like the wet panel of a cardboard box to crash against the wall of the stairwell, and the falling stones left many of the cowering men bloodied and concussed, the prospect of moving began to be discussed. To Durank, it had seemed obvious there was great risk in staying in the stairwell, now that its roof was hanging useless on its rebar skeleton. If a shell landed in that pit of harsh concrete walls, the concussive force and shrapnel of it would be contained in the trap with them. But before debate was concluded, or Durank's frustration drove him to simply force the frightened men about him into action, as a gentle morning light graced the sky and the day of the 11th began in earnest, the bombardment had slowed, seemingly at once, to a tapering crawl. A few dozen more impacts, free of the explosive thrum which had for so long shaken their bones and rattled their spirits. Then silence, almost frightening after so long spent begging for quiet during the long cacophony of bombardment. 1 minute, perhaps 2. and then the faint veil of that lime-tinged yellow-green smoke had crested the lip of the pit and poured like fog off a morning riverbank down into the hollow, pooling about their ankles, stray wisps of it reaching up like tendrils towards their faces, as if, Durank had thought, it were alive, hungry, and grasping. The retching and coughing was sudden. The bile from their empty stomachs came up to slicken the concrete. Durank had felt his eyes first tear up and then begin to burn, as if salt were being rubbed into them. He called for the others to follow as he fled the stairwell for the open fields, but no words could escape him through the hacking as he stumbled up the rise and out of the pit. Others followed regardless, if they could, though perhaps a dozen were too disoriented by the swelling in their eyes to find the stairs. These slipped in the slicks of blood and sick on the concrete, coming to rest in the thickest depths of the lime-tinted vapor, hugging the ground, and would never rise again. Enoch, barely able to move on his torn feet, had been among them, abandoned in the blind panic the fumes had brought. Though their tongues and eyes still burned with the presence of the gas, its settlement into blast crater and breached tunnel and low stream meant that, stood up in the open, they were able to gather their wits and regroup. The few dozen left looked to Durank for direction, and again, though his mind was alight with fear and confusion and uncertainty, the eyes upon him invested him with courage. These were the young sons and fathers and kith of his own kindred, and if only to give them the security of mind which comes from receiving orders and assurance, he owed it to them to remain stable. He shepherded them towards the breached first wall, heads held high, rifles shouldered, avoiding the pits and craters and tears in the raw soil. And there were others marching, too, he saw, stragglers and survivors just as they, bedraggled and freshly emerged from the pits to which they'd clung. Here and there some other officer like Durank who had lived to take command shouted encouragement, or led the way up the rise towards the shattered remains of the first wall. And on the wreckage of the wall, too, there were men, hacking and vomiting with the poison vapor which had creeped down into their battered positions. Shaken, red-eyed, harrowed by the long shadow of death, but still alive. And Durank's spirit rose to see them, slapdash and exhausted as they all were. Hashun, too, grim but stoic these past days, brightened to see them, calling out to the others in their band, and raising his hand in greeting to the nearest of the survivors. It had felt after the collapses that they were an island, that the globe had shrunken down to that one pit in the stairwell, and they in it were the last of the Ug, or, perhaps, of any kindred not born of Harakwe, left alive. Irrational as this thought might be, it had lurked unsaid in the heart of every one of them, corroding their bravery and whispering defeat in their ears. And yet here were others of their kind, scarred and ruffled, but willing to fight. And hope swelled in chests which had become heavy and hopeless, and brightened the burning eyes of the lion folk who remained. Then the shelling began again. It had lasted only 5 minutes, that break in the thunder of the shells, just long enough to let the gas settle and drive the Ug up into the clear air, Durank thought. Just long enough to let the Ug think the final push was coming. And this time, it was not siege rounds. It was anti-personnel, loaded with cruel shrapnel purpose-packed to tear flesh and slice bone and pierce organ. And by this they were minced in the fields and ruins they wandered. Legs were carried off by hot shards of metal, and gaping wounds were punched in torsos. Men were blown to pieces flung 100 yards off by direct hits as they ran aimless on the heights. They were chewed up by the rainstorm of metal being thrown out into the air by the shells, or else threw themselves desperate and senseless into crater or hollow, where the last of the chlorine strangled them in silence. As Durank ordered the group towards a copse of mangled stumps which rose from the grassless earth nearby, their number thinning by the second as they were scythed down, a shell landed direct in their midst. Many were swept or sent rolling, and Durank himself was tossed into the copse as he dived, the air knocked from his lungs by ground and unforgiving root. As he recovered and shimmied over into the paltry shelter of the densest tangle, his every sense and reflex aflame with terror and need, he saw he was not the only one to make the copse. A man lay prone just beyond the stumps, belly down, his dirt-smeared arm and flank visible from where Durank hid. "In here," he called as he reached out and dragged the man into the tangle. "Get in here." His meaty hand gripped the ragged arm of the tunic and rolled the figure in rough over the roots. But as it bumped into view, smearing its fluids across the soil as it came, he saw why he received no answer. It was Hashun. The mortarman had probably been right on his heels when he'd been thrown. He was dead. His chest and back were ragged with 3 holes where shrapnel had punched clean through him. The entire crown of his skull, much of his forehead, and his left eye had been carried away by some hellish chunk of metal in the shell storm. The open basin of bone where his brain should sit was empty, a pool of chunks and fluid in its bottom. A wayward lock of Hashun's mane, not yet thick with age, had been flung in the fall, and rested wet and red and slick in the pooled gore there, a grotesque noodle hanging over the edge into the dregs of a bowl of soup. The remaining eye was wide open, tinted near black with the bursting of blood vessels. The jaw hung limp, the mouth open, forever silenced. And Durank, trapped with the corpse he had drugged there into the once thicket with him, gazed into that face for the full 20 minutes of bombardment which followed. Except for the husk of Hashun, he was alone. And he was almost hopeful when the strikes came near, or when the rush of metal was close overhead. A bite dug into his calf, another into his shoulder. Neither wound was deep or large, but both spoke to a final strike to come. Soon another shell would land, direct atop him, perhaps, and the lieutenant would be home. Called home by Gazorgu, where Durank's part in the long struggle to preserve his kingdom would be behind him, and he could finally, after all these days which dragged more than whole years of his life which had preceded them, collapse, rest, sleep in those gardens atop Sapphire Spire and Ziggurat, cooled by the breeze and heated by the warm sky, lulled by the distant crash of waves from the shore below and the trickle of water through channel and pool. But the 20 minutes of shelling did end, and when it did, and no gas came to throttle him, Durank found he could stand. And he stood in that wreckage of Ugkind agape, scanning the forms of broken wall and torn crater for any sign of life but his own, and finding none. His rifle was gone, dropped, almost certainly, in the tumult. He did not look for it. Durank stood dumb. Had anyone been near to speak, the ringing in his ears would not have permitted his hearing them. And then, as his throbbing skull hummed and his torn flesh burned, he felt something subtle but terrible in its magnitude, something which, for the second time that week, dredged the word earthquake up out of the chaos of competing thought to dominate his mind. The ground was trembling underfoot. Though the drone in his reeling ears might well be tricking him, he believed he heard something accompanying that trembling, a low roar of massed engine or metal. And he stumbled, dazed, the last 100 or so yards up the soil bank to what had once been the main line of the first wall. The river Loma, he saw, was near black with the dust and smoke and rubble and scorch of the days and days under fire. Durank stood upon its sorrow and looked out over the plains east into Sholoshahidi beyond the river. There was a tide there before him, moving steadily west towards the ruins it had made. It was no tide of water, or of the accustomed dryland grass rippling oceanic in the light of morning, still slick and glistening with dew. That grass had been all but covered by a new tide, one of booted feet and windswept banner and shimmering bayonet fixed at rifle tip. A mire of dogfolk in ranks and files which blotted out the ground beneath them. Many columns were garbed in the ostentatious golden-yellow uniforms of the army, and others wore the dour blacks of the Ektal. Before them rolled several hundred clattering, belching land ships on treads which raised dust and cast a haze over the legions behind them. Dozens of these were blocky, utilitarian things carrying extended pontoon bridges to be dropped over the Loma, and the rest sported heavy machine guns or cannons or the flickering light of flame spitters from their sponsons. On their flanks, wheeling in, perhaps to follow the armored vehicles up to the bank, were companies of cavalry upon the backs of the otherworldly hairless horses bred by the dogfolk, or chittering, cackling Kandari auxiliaries brought west from their homelands on the savannas of Kandar. The specks of far-off biplanes and triplanes flocked towards the border from distant skies overhead, and at their backs, 5 vast dark spots marked the advance of Volvian zeppelins. And the men of the ranks of the Sholoshahitian Empire sang as they marched, horn and drum playing with them, as if they were still at drill back home. For work and marching songs born of communal coordination were much loved by the people of war. It was a sound that drowned even the engines and treads and hoofbeats and Kandari shrieking at the scent of blood on the breeze. Songs like Tepeklan Eternal, and Glory to the First Soldier, and My Old Comrades. Durank could not have understood these, even if he had been capable in that moment of discerning the foreign words. And yet he did receive the mood of the vista before him, victorious and fearless. He slouched amidst horrors that dwarfed anything his darkest moments might have offered up in imagination, and his agony was their triumph. The untold millions out there painting the borderland fields black and gold with their coming were just one of multiple prongs, breaching multiple gaps in the shell-sheared first wall of Gunug, and Durank stood alone before them. No other survivor sidled up to him there on the ragged remnants of what had once been a battlement, or struggled to remove themselves from rubble or earth under which they'd been buried. No voice of command called to straggling reinforcements to rally for a repulse. No gunshots rang out on some distant tract of half-habitable firing line, sending metal to scourge the invader. In the wake of day after day spent on the brink, Durank finally broke beneath the weight of the sight on the plain before him, and he ran. Durank ran, unconscious of the fact he was even doing so. He hit the edge of the blasted expanse created by the shelling, and was soon waist-deep in the tall grasses and scrub of open fields. By the time his ragged breathing and burning legs forced him to slow, and his thoughts caught up with him, he was already miles west, and the men of Sholoshahidi were celebrating atop the bastion he had abandoned. He flew across pasture and field, over road and fence, and through sparse strips of dryland wood along creek beds. The golden hues of the rolling prairie and field about him, and the crystalline sky free of cloud or shadow overhead, were a mockery to him. In the distance, though he was hundreds of miles yet from Sirgirkar, the gleam and scale of the Pillar of Dawn made its direction visible even from across the kingdom, and he followed it without thought or adjustment. It was instinct, like a sailor to the shore, or, more aptly, like a nervous child tracing the path through a dusky wood to the light of a familiar window, towards home. But there was a long road between Durank and home yet, for the way of Gazorgu demanded nothing but the highest courage in defense of the home and hearth, the domain their maker most prized. And as he passed through village and town abandoned by their residents, and ran over countryside left vacant of all but the grazing beasts soon to be turned into supplemental rations by the oncoming legions of Sholoshahidi, the full gravity of what he had done sunk in, and he broke down and wept like a child beside a well in the center of a clustered homestead whose name he would never know. It was dusk then, and the world was closing in about him. He drank and drank of that cold, deep well, and then he fell silent, for though he was more terrified and ashamed than ever he had been, Durank had run fully 60 miles over the course of the 11th. He had not eaten for 2 days, and had not slept save momentary dozes between jolted wakings for 3, and the moment he allowed himself to grow still, he passed into blessed, dreamless blackness right there beneath the stars, alongside the well. Seven. Homelessness of the soul. Durank slept well into the night, but not through it. The distant yipping shrieks of some long-distant hunting pack woke him, and in the star-litten blues of hazy pre-dawn reminded him that he was not safe. A shroud of hopeless dread and gnawing disgust still hung heavy over him, and for a long while, still hazy with exhaustion, he lay in the shadow of the well and considered it would be best to lay in shame and wait to be found. But Durank, in those minutes spent looking up at a sky lightening with the approach of dawn and breathing against his thundering heart as if he had only just finished his day's flight, could not remove his mind from texts chanted and sermons delivered to him in the Temple of the Sun as a boy. Though his eyes were skyward, they seemed to glare past that vista, and he saw in the place beyond the streets of Lower Sagirkar, that ageless city of his birth, where he had run and fought and laughed as a boy. And he heard not the distant yipping and yowling of foreign beasts on the hunt, but the words of a priest of the sun, who had, more than a decade ago, spoken before him and others of his caste upon their graduation from the king's academies. The words were as fresh to him in the shadow of that still and desolate homestead as the noise of shells or the iron scent of fresh-spilled blood. And let it not be forgotten that he who risks life and limb in defense of home is the most prized of Gazorgu, the Lord of the Hearth. It is this duty which will, should need call, rule your days beneath his light, the knowledge that the hearths of your fathers and of your wives and of your sons are behind you when you stand on the walls of his land. To bleed on those battlements is as righteous to him as the maintenance of your hearth, or the maintenance of your fields, or the maintenance of your families. And just as a father who forsakes his young is damned in the eyes of the Lord of the Hearth, so too is he who would forsake his post uncontested, and neither man shall ever find solace with him. Durank would like to believe that this was not direct recitation, that it was a fabrication of a soul shaken to its breaking point, one of shame and fear and loathing. But though Durank would not have been able to recall it in such depth only weeks ago, it rang in his skull now with all the surety the shells of Sholoshahidi had carried, and he knew it to be accurate down to the last sentence. And he became certain, as he repeated that passage dragged up from the dark of his inner mind, that he was watched, that, though the sun was not yet risen, The golden gaze of his maker was upon him, but not in the way Gazorgu had favored the heroes of old. This was a gaze of sorrow, of pity, of callous disappointment. It was not a pleasant sensation. He felt naked, broken, weak. He was weak, he thought. But crucially, even if it were solely the workings of his mind rather than the hand of his god, he no longer felt alone. Durank rose. He walked into a barn attached to the main flat-topped home place and carried from within it a scythe, the first tool of suitable scale which came to him in the dark. And he faced north, towards the still distant cackling of strange mouths on the light southward wind. Gripping the old haft and liking the weight of it, he began to walk towards them. It is just I should die with a tool of the land in my hand, he thought. He strode long and with purpose, not jogging, but pacing out along a length of stone fencing between fields. Some had been mown or harvested, for the climate of Gunug was at the whim of the Pillar of Dawn in the capital, rather than any mark of latitude or current. The first of Gunug's 2 harvest seasons had been in full swing when the war had started, and the wheat and barley was being gathered, mostly by hand, in the ancient fashion. But some fields had not even been started in on, the families having been directed west across the hinterland to the safety of the inner walls. He could only imagine what shame the tenders of the land must have felt to leave the ground wasted. The pastures were filled with sheep and goats and cattle, too heavy and too numerous to be deported with their masters. They were not grazing careless and free, but bunched into the corners of their pasturage, bleating and whining with the fear of beasts wakened to the danger of an oncoming storm. And Durank knew why. Even he, who was far too young to have ever experienced the hordes of the eastern grasslands firsthand, could not mistake the noises of slaughter and revelry which rolled over the low hills. Perhaps he, like these beasts of the fields, harbored some long-dormant genetic recollection of them, of the terrors those calls heralded. And yet, still blind to the weight of his solitude, Durank strode steady and firm as if the herds were set to form up and march with him. There was smoke on the horizon, made evident by the brightening sky. The alien shrieks and laughter grew more shrill and defined with each step. And there were other sounds, too, of terror rather than mirth or mockery, from a mouth much less foreign to his ears. He doubted stragglers en route to the west would be this far behind. It was more likely these were some family or town who'd refused the summons to withdraw, and by cruel twist of fortune, it was not the Shaishans which had found them, but their ravenous terror scouts. And as shrill and vile hyena song grew louder, so too did the frightened cries, subtle but unmistakable. A single youthful voice. His imagination painted horrible scenes which must be unfolding unseen far before him. The Kandari, it was often recalled, did not delineate between combatant or civilian when on the hunt, and their packs liked to eat while the prey still moved. Durank stumbled on the source of the wailing before he ever found himself looking down on a raider-ravaged town or home place. As he crested one of the low swells in the land, he saw her wandering the short-grazed grass about the roots of a lone, scraggly date palm which grew up from a dip in the fields. She was a girl of no more than 3 or 4, he would guess. It was her proximity to him which had made those cries audible, and he thanked the oncoming sun that she was not surrounded by riders with rifle and glinting spear atop iron-jawed monsters, as he had anticipated. But it was clear immediately that she was not all right. Not wounded, but not present either. She stumbled and clasped at the air, and the simple nightclothes she still wore were filthy with the dust and dirt of what, for a child with such small stride, would have been a long, tumultuous run. Durank dropped the scythe and ran to her, trying to shush and quiet her. The Kandari away north might well be too busy feasting and burning and singing to have heard the girl, or noticed her escape, but the packs of slinking hyena which trailed their Nyena mounts might well be ranging the plains nearby, searching for more easy meat. Startled as she was, she did subdue the noise a little, but not entirely. She approached and tried to take his hand, mutely motioning northward for the hill, and the noise of beastly indulgence beyond. For a moment, Durank was bloody-minded again, ready to kill and be killed. He threw a look over his shoulder for the scythe, but he knew almost immediately he could not go back for it. To walk with the girl towards the site of whatever slaughter awaited them there meant she too would be eaten, likely while she still drew breath. And ashamed as Durank felt, as much as he desired to redeem himself after his thoughtless flight, this could no longer be the path to that redemption. He pulled back, gentle but firm, holding the girl in place. "We can't," he told her, his eyes scanning the crests of hills for movement as he spoke in hushed tones. "We have to go. What's your name?" The girl did not answer. Her wide, tearful gaze was still northward, and she could not steadily breathe through the heaving but stifled sobs that shook her. She did not blink. "Come," Durank said. He hesitated a moment, still scanning, as he repeated, "We have to go. We have to." He lifted her to his shoulders, expecting her to fight, but she did not. As he scaled the gentle hill, this time southwest, gaze ever thrown to and fro in search of threat, he almost wished she had. There was something crushing in the quiet of her surrender, something which, though he would not have grasped it then, reminded Durank of his own. Soon he was running again, not at the near sprint he had maintained for so long the day prior in his panic and shame, but fast enough. His legs and shins and head ached, and his lungs burned with effort, but his pace was dictated by the girl more than his exhaustion. Dawn broke, and the sun reared up higher in the huge sweep of crystal sky above. A half-hour passed, their backs to the scaling sun as he turned truly west, the noises of Kandari chatter now far distant to him once more. He hugged stone fences, and any line of palms or flowering trees which might break up their silhouettes from a distance, always paranoid over the prospect of running into more forerunners of the main Sholoshaishan host ahead. His heart leapt in his chest when he came out onto a broad expanse of scythed wheat and saw far off to his right, the better part of a mile distant, a roving band of hundreds of riders. But a frantic moment's squinted observations told him they were his own. Garbed in blue and gold, with gilded solar banners gently playing in the morning breeze, the stoutly built barded lions on which they rode trotting soundless over the plain. 2 of their number broke off, apparently having seen him as well, and kicked the beasts up to a run. Durank slowed to a walk, but continued west, knowing full well they would soon overtake him. They had sidled up in the matter of a minute, and were pacing alongside him, not threatening, but cautious. Rifles were slung at their backs, lances glinted in their hands, and the cuirasses they wore shimmered bronze and gold in the sun. Their helms, equally dazzling, framed the swell of their gold-plated manes, and lent their eyes a menace by way of the shadows cast by the bronze brow. "Where are you coming from?" one of them asked. "Did you not heed the call to withdraw?" Durank froze a moment, uncertain what to say. He was not in uniform, of course. The rider must have taken him to be some laborer or field hand fleeing with a daughter in tow. His mind raced, and for a moment, despite all Gazorgu's tenets abhorring the twisting of truth, he considered lying. But he did not linger long, seeing the need for haste in the cavalryman's stern eyes. "No," Durank told him. "I've come from the first wall. I found the girl near a burned settlement east. Kandari took it, by the sounds of them." "Sir Girkar has not given orders for any of the garrison to withdraw from the first wall," the second rider observed, eyes narrowed. "No," Durank agreed, somber. "They have not." There was a pause which felt painfully long. The riders looked from Durank to the girl, still panting her sorrows and stifled gasps and sobs on his shoulders, then to each other. A particularly shrill swell in the distant cackling rose on the wind, and their eyes drifted east, where their company was still headed, silent and stalking, seeking a fight. "Turn southwest," the first rider said, motioning with his lance. "Run on as best you can. There's a forward staging base about 30 miles off, a bit after you hit the road west from Kisurazig. They're gathering the last stragglers and coordinating our scouting excursions before we pull back behind the last wall. Get the girl there." Durank nodded, asking, "There are priests there?" "Yes," came the answer. "When you've seen to the girl, go seek your peace with them." Durank nodded again. The cavalrymen wheeled off and their lions sped to make the ranks once more. Durank followed their example and broke back into his steady run, tracing the way the rider had pointed. The night before, a blind terror and self-pity had so consumed him that he had felt neither tired nor pained, and the miles had melted away beneath him. Today, he was not so fortunate, and the travel was torturous, with each juddering fall of his still bare feet in the open grassland making him yearn for rest he could not take. And so he thought long as he ran, desperate to distract himself from the struggle, praying and reminding himself he deserved every ounce of the ragged weariness he now bore. In time, he came to the Kisurazig road, though the city which gave the route its name was certainly by now a husk far behind him. He was glad that its people had been largely moved west before even the Sholoshaishan guns had begun their roaring. He shuddered to think how many they would now be carrying off in binds to their great temple away south if the evacuations had been delayed. How many, he wondered, had broken as he did, but not run so far or so fast? How many soldiers had been captured? It was afternoon when a town came into view, not abandoned, as so many had been, but alive with the bustle and cook fires and exhaust of an army camp. He quickened his pace and was soon in the shadows of its low buildings. He was met by a number of guardsmen at the perimeter of the settlement, and slowed to allow them their questions. As with the lion riders, Durank fought back the urge to lie, to lower himself to an even baser level than he already occupied. He told them of his flight and of his meeting with the girl, and two of them broke away at his request to show him where she could be taken to safety. They guided him to a small water temple in town, fenced by shaded pools beneath towering old date palms, and waited by the door as he pushed inside. The main hall of worship within had been filled with cots and carts, a makeshift field hospital. Precious few beds were occupied. A younger woman, a sister among the priestesses of Laut, trotted over to meet him. "You and your daughter arrived just in time," she told him. "We're packing up to leave west by nightfall." "She isn't mine," Durank said clumsily. "I found her, out on the plains." The girl on his shoulders was fastened to his skull, her fingers locked about his forehead. She was no longer jolted by the gasps and lurches of uncontrollable sorrow, but rather hung quiet and cowed. He reached up, gently grasping her about the waist and hoisting her to the tiled ground. She lingered near his leg, eyes still wide and unblinking. uncertain. "What's her name?" "I don't know," Durank said. "She hasn't spoken." "Her family?" The young priestess looked up at him with eyes as wide as the child's. Durank shook his head no, just once, subtle, almost imperceptible. A darkness came into her face. But when the priestess spoke again, it was in a voice as soothing as a cool stream beneath scorching sun, taking the wordless girl by the ragged shoulder of her nightclothes and leading her off into the temple. "Come now," she said. "We'll get you washed. You've had a long trip, I'll bet, but you're safe now." Durank watched them go, silent, thankful. Then he turned for the door and found the two riflemen who'd guided him paying that same attention to him. "Come with us," one of them said. Durank did as he was told. They led him out into the street, and then through a cluster of interconnected clan homes towards a more austere temple, a small, simple ziggurat only several times taller than the surrounding houses, built in mimicry of the great heart of the priesthood in Surgirkar. They climbed the stairs and halted at the entrance. One of Durank's guides, his guards more accurately, pushed into the smoky, incense-scented interior. After several minutes, he returned and motioned Durank inside. "Our chaplain will see you right away," he told Durank. "He's waiting for you in the hall of worship." The interior of the fire temple was thick and hot. Durank strode as tall and straight as he could manage, but the solemn surroundings, even if they were modest by comparison to the temples in the capital he had grown attending, beat what little bearing he could summon up out of him. He emerged from a short, broad corridor into a large hall of blue and gold and deepest reds. Smoke poured up from a central brazier and flowed out through vents in the roof overhead. But the atmosphere remained tinged by the hint of it, and the air in the room was hazy and shimmering. Two men, one in the blue and gold of an army chaplain, and another in the gilt robes of a ranking priest of Gizurgu, sat cross-legged on the tiles opposite him, their features obscured by the heat haze given off by the fire. "Come and sit," the chaplain called to him. Durank obeyed. He saw as he took his place that the chaplain was a younger man than he, perhaps early 20s, fresh out of his priestly education. The true priest, likely the master of the temple rather than any military man, was much older. Though, Durank would have to admit, most priests of Gizurgu far enough into their service to have undergone the ritual of gazing seemed far beyond their years. The priest's mane was graying, his muzzle dulled, and his eyes bleached white, any color or pupil having long been seared away. But the older man, just as any ranking priest of Gizurgu, was not blind, not in the sense that most men would understand. Their right of looking long into the very heart of the fabled Pillar of Dawn in Surgirkar stripped them of their earthly vision, but such priests did see, after a fashion. And in some ways, they perceived far more than their younger comrades, who had yet to be given the gift of what they termed true sight. The priest tracked Durank with his seemingly sightless eyes as he moved, and bored into him as a cowed and nervous Durank sat waiting for either he or the chaplain to speak. He tried not to meet those milky eyes. "You came from the first wall, then," the chaplain finally said. He looked out over this bedraggled newcomer's filthy underclothes and ragged appearance for some time in the dancing light. His grim expression never lightened as he asked, "Your rank?" "Lieutenant," Durank told him. The chaplain shook his head, exhaling. "Where are you from, Lieutenant?" "Surgirkar," Durank said. "You have family there?" "No," Durank answered. "The extended clan, but that's all." "No wife or children," the chaplain said, seemingly to himself, nodding. "It's no wonder you buckled then. I've said for some time a man shouldn't be given a commission if he had nothing to die for behind him. You all say you'll bleed for your king or your people, but few of us know our king, and none of us but Gazorgu himself knows all our people. If you had a face to pair with home, perhaps you would have been willing to die for it." The chaplain sat with his eyes cast down for a while, thinking. Durank watched him, but he could not help but notice at the very edge of his vision that the older, silent priest was still boring into him with those uncanny, milky eyes, the elder's face strange in the shifting shadows cast by the flame. "I was told you arrived here with a girl," the chaplain finally said. "An orphan. You carried her. I don't know what she or her family was doing not abdicating the eastern hinterland, but Laut's priestesses will see to her, raise her as one of them, if no broader clan relations can be found. I thank you for carrying her, whoever she might be. If it were not for that, I would have little doubt about what comes next. Even considering the child, though, you and I both know what the solar law demands be done to deserters." Durank nodded. He did not plead or argue his case. His orders, as with all those on the first wall, had been to hold the wall or die in its defense. Even if it fell, his higher-ups had reiterated all those dreadful days ago. Every minute of delay the Sholoshaitians could be given would be a boon to those organizing the inner defenses. Though Durank had stood alone, he had still been able to stand, and he had not done what had been asked of him. It did not matter, not to him, and certainly not to a chaplain of Gazorgu, whether he had consciously decided to break. His love of home had not been strong enough. But even if he had been weak in his hour of trial, he was not weak now. Just as it had been that morning, Durank did not feel alone before his two stony-faced judges, and he was ready to weather what came. "You'll travel west with us tonight," the chaplain told him. "I'll carry out your sentence myself, when we've settled in on the second wall and you've been given your final rites." The chaplain began to rise, but a single wizened, bent finger of the elder priest beside him waved the youth back down, and he froze at once. The milky eyes leaned in close in the ululating flash and shade of the brazier, and looking back for the first time directly into them, it took all Durank's strength not to shuffle backward away from them. Though he knew the priest was a man of his maker, it did not lessen the discomfort he felt. There was something of the beginning of all things shimmering there in the firelight reflected off those moistened, staring, not quite lifeless eyes. "I will take him," the priest said, addressing the chaplain without looking at him. The chaplain's eyes widened as he asked, "You see something?" "Yes," the priest answered. "He will not be killed. He has things yet to do. But he will be remade." Now it was the chaplain who was quiet, as the older man leaned and craned, seeming to drink in every inch of Durank in the glare and gloom. The priest murmured softly to himself, or perhaps to something other, saying, "Yes, and I can see that." The fire crackled behind him, and despite its heat, Durank felt naked before it. "8. A New Dawn. The process of purification served, in the eyes of Gazorgu's priesthood, two purposes. The first, and more material, was punishment, the hard hand of discipline, applied cruelly enough to deter such offenses against the tenets of the Lord of the Sun. The second, and much more valuable, so far as the priests were concerned, was the numbing of the soul to hardship, and the rebirth which followed. Given purgation was only ever offered to those seen worthy of its touch, those who were, in other words, salvageable, it served as a method by which to make any other test or threat pale by comparison. If a subject of Gazorgu's kingdom could endure without begging for the final release of death, then they had proved whatever weakness had once dwelt within them banished, and in so doing stood testament to Gazorgu's grace and patience. The theater for this struggle, in Durank's case, was within the bowels of the second wall, amongst the cells reserved for the punishment of wayward soldiers or the interrogation of captured enemies. It was less impressive than the first and last walls, kitted with more antiquated gun emplacements, and not quite so deeply dug or reinforced. Perhaps, had years allowed, it would have seen further work, but as it stood, its garrisons were not under any illusion they would halt the numberless tides spilling forth against them here. Their goal was to use the second wall as a staging ground for strikes at the Sholoshaitians as they advanced across the eastern hinterland, inflict what casualties they could, and then make an ordered retreat for Surgirkar while a rearguard held up the enemy. Durank had heard talk during the trip of Lautani aid soon to arrive, and the hope seemed to be that the big guns they would bring would even the range disparity, and allow the Ugg to strike back from the fortress city at the Sholoshaitian artillery batteries. Durank had already seen some of the Lautani at work. Not soldiers, but airmen. The islands had their own stable of planes, and when the convoy which had carried he and many thousands of others west to the second wall had been half-heartedly strafed by Sholoshaitian scout planes, a wing of Lautani craft had run them off. It seemed to Durank, and the holy men among whom he was captive were the most vocal in speaking this aloud, that the fate of Gunug hung upon their union with Laut and her children. This made a deep, cosmic sense. Yet he could not help but feel some of the dejected helplessness alive in the rest of the company's talk rub off on him, much as he tried to dismiss or bury it. When at last he had come to the prisons of the second wall, he had been almost glad to escape the talk of the convoy, grim as the cages might be. The prison was empty save Durank, and he was glad of that for more reasons than just the maintenance of his flickering hope. Here, there was no one to witness his shame. The priest from the town of Gaush, where he had been taken into custody, had traveled with Durank as his purgator rather than flee further west to Surgirkar. Koshaba was his name, and he had remained closely interested in Durank's well-being on the brief ride with the convoy to the safety of the wall. Koshaba spoke and ministered long to his charge on the night rumbling west, and had done some small good in rekindling what remained of Durank's belief in a future. Late the following morning, in the dark of the dungeon beneath the wall, after an anguishing struggle to catch more than an hour or two of sleep on the floor, Koshaba joined him. He was accompanied by several attendants who he did not introduce, likely acolytes from temples and settlements behind the wall, or else chaplains of the garrison garbed in robe rather than uniform. Durank, who had not been bound in his barren cell, was invited out to sit on the stone and drink deep of a light and sweet mead Koshaba offered him. It had been years since he had tasted anything save water and bad beer in the service. He was given bread to eat alongside it, plain but fresh. A simple breakfast, but after so long without proper food or drink, he was enraptured with the sensations of it. "Your rebirth will be conducted over 7 days," Koshaba told him as he ate. "You need only ask at any time during the process, and I will end the rites of purgation, and you will be sent on to your next life. But if you are strong enough to endure, I will release you back into your ranks, and you will be granted the chance to attempt the trials of our dark days anew. If the enemy's hordes threaten to interrupt us in the meantime, I will withdraw you further west and continue your purification on the road to the capital." The priest took him by the shoulder then, ensuring Durank caught the full weight of his bleached eyes. It was still uncomfortable to look into that endless gaze, but the priest's words were, as ever, soothing despite their strange, airy delivery. "I know you are capable. I have seen as much," Koshaba told him. "But it will not be easy. I will be with you all the while, and I will give you what comfort the rites allow me to offer." Durank nodded. Koshaba's attendants were heating metal instruments in a heavy basin of coals they had brought in. He watched them as they labored. He exhaled and drew in as much air as his lungs could hold, as if preparing for a dive into icy waters. Durank felt in the moment that he had to endure, that there was no other option. He could not allow his place of death, his last home, to be anything other than Sir Girkar, or else the fields of battle that separated that city from Sholoshaishan arms. And if that was to be done, the only route was through the rites of purgation. But he also knew that this surety would likely evaporate the moment the implements of the priesthood had dug into him, and his nerves were alight with agony. So he waited, and watched, and prayed, trying all the while to steel himself for what must come next. Durank was then stripped of what few adornments of gold rings or clasps adorned his mane. Given his relatively modest background, these had already been meager. He was stripped naked, and told by the aged priest he would wake and eat and sleep stark as a beast until his station as an Ug was reclaimed through the rites. The minor shrapnel wounds he had carried since the morning of his shame were tenderly cleaned and mended. The pelt of his back was shaved clean off, a gentle process, at odds with the torments which awaited him. A passage from a tablet the attendants had carried in was read, begging the notice of Gazorgu and, should Durank be worthy, his forgiveness. Before long, he was guided up onto a thick, harsh wooden table and laid out stomach down upon its surface. His hands and feet were bound in shackles to each corner's leg. "Each day's practice will stretch only an hour or two," Koshaba told him, "but it will feel much, much longer." And, no surprise to Durank, it did. The rites of each of the 7 days of purgation were mostly composed of intricately searing the text of Gazorgu's tenets and mantras into Durank's flesh. First, a scalpel would be used to open a deep wound, and then a narrow heated rod would be used to cauterize the gash from within. The red-hot metal would linger in his skin long, to ensure the scars would raise, and someday be visible even beneath regrown fur. The charred flesh was cautiously cleaned. Then, at the session's end, a segment of Durank's tail would be severed with shears, the ragged cut burned dry to await the next day's rites. He would be left with a stump at week's end, as well as his other scars. The first day was the back, the second his chest, the third and fourth were Durank's upper arms, and the fifth and sixth the meat of his thighs. The entire surface of each was used. Between each session, he would be thrown back in his cell to shiver away the night. As the days drew on, and the scars spread, the hot hum of his pain grew more and more intense, and sleep, already scarce, became almost impossible. Mead and a small portion of bread were brought to him each morning just before dawn, as before. Otherwise, he received only water. Koshaba, who said, truly, Durank found, that the hunger of fasting would meld with the pain of his burnt flesh and immerse him in a state of selfless and thoughtless presence in the moment, was alongside him all the while. As Durank curled upon the stone, he seldom thought of anything at all. His mind was too consumed with eking out the next second, or the one after. If he thought, it was only in scattered recollections of prayer, or the scattered images of Sir Girkar, of the home he must reach. Though to Durank these days blurred together, and he knew little beyond the bounds of his discomfort, Koshaba slept sitting up on the stone at the entryway. Though the priest spoke only at dawn or dusk for prayer beyond reciting his engravings aloud during the rites each day, Durank would later ascribe his capacity to lay silent and tolerate the screaming of his skin to him. Occasionally, a soldier from somewhere on the line who had arrived drunk to a fire watch on the wall or been caught doomsaying among the ranks was brought in for a day or night, but, at least on that stretch of the bastion, Durank was mostly left in quiet. At some point near the end of his torments, the distant tremble of thunder returned as some point on the wall not far off came under bombardment, but Durank did not take heed of it. Koshaba's constant, calm company gave shape to the feeling of observation which had hung over Durank since the morning at the abandoned home place back east. Even if he never summoned the focus to tell the man so, he was thankful, in his seconds of clarity before or after troubled sleep, for the priest's presence. The seventh and final day came, a thing Durank was too distracted to even register as a milestone in his state of battered detachment. This was the day of the throat, of the voice. His neck was shaven low, taking care not to harm the bulk of his mane, the disturbance of which was the highest dishonor among the Ugg. The attendants pinned his head firm to the boards. The slicing and branding of that sensitive flesh, by far the most agonizing of anything he'd thus far experienced, jolted Durank out of his stupor. For many of the sessions of rites, he had been able to detach from the experience. Not so now. It was as if the hand of the Solar Lord himself was on him, and he was driven to perceive every screaming synapse set alight by the metal. He shrieked and roared for the first time in his captivity. But the light of the Pillar of Dawn and the glistening walls of the ziggurat of the sun were emblazoned by now upon his consciousness, and even amidst such torments, he did not call for mercy. The last segment of tail was cut, the crunch of bone and gristle all too real to his suddenly keen ears. The careful hands of Koshaba then carved at his face, ensuring he would carry the mark of purgation for all to see ever afterward. Durank was clothed in the simple robes of an acolyte, and he was bidden, when at last he was able, to stand. Few, especially today, can claim to have undergone the purgation and not buckled, Koshaba told Durank as he struggled to slide from his perch and steady himself upon his feet. But you are now one of them. Koshaba took Durank by the arm, saying softly, "Come, you must see the sun." And the priest led his charge out into the corridors of the second wall, the old and feeble supporting the young and ragged, and he took Durank down a corridor of barracks and storerooms much like the ones which had hosted his men on the first wall. But Durank found the tunnels did not bother him as they had in his fevered nightmares. They came to a hatch back past the command quarters, and pushed out onto the plains of the western hinterland, which were not yet marred by foreign shell or boot. And off away over hill and tree and silent township, Durank saw that the sun was westering, not quite setting, but already lending pink and orange hues to the far distance with its descent. And against that deepening sky, though its source was 100 and more miles distant in hallowed Sir Girkar, he could see the great heavenward heights of the light thrown up by the Pillar of Dawn, a dancing beam of gold vibrant even against the panoply of the not-quite sunset. "Look into the sun," Koshaba said, "and know your scars are not of shame, but of renewal. And just as the sun will always rise, so too have you risen. You are born anew." Durank looked long, standing in silence beside him. He found his legs, weak as they were, could support him free of the old man's shoulder. The distant thunder of Sholoshaishan bombardment continued, somewhere away south on some unseen portion of the wall, and as the minutes passed, and Durank felt the warmth of the sun's departure, and night began to fall out over the scrub and wind-waved grasses, he felt himself again, stripped of shame or fear, or the visions of death and failure. "Where will they send me now?" Durank asked without intending to. There was eagerness, a need to prove and be proven in it. This was not lost on Koshaba. Durank heard the grin in the priest's voice as he answered. "I see you feel it already, like a man fresh away from home, ready for your burdens, for your struggles. I'm sure your betters will give them to you, but it isn't for me to say. I saw your potential, and I've done what I could. You belong to the king and his armies again now. I'm going west to Sirgirkar in the morning. I expect you will be there too before long, in one way or another." Durank stood with him until night had fallen, and the older man had conducted his prayers of dusk. Then Koshaba turned, silent, and strode back inside. The pillar of dawn afar west had become faint with the departure of the sun, but its gleam was still visible against the moon and stars. Durank was quiet as he watched it, but despite the priest's departure, he knew he was not alone. "9. Back in the garrison. Durank was given 3 days' recovery, part of which was consumed by the rail ride north to take charge of a platoon under the kingdom's 5th Army, which was stationed along the line near the split of the great hinterland canal from the main flow of the river Ituku. And he found that the change in his spirit, the return of hope's warmth and purpose, was mirrored in the soldiery along the northern canal. His contingent on the line had largely been pulled from Aidaush in the northeast, and had fought a rolling series of engagements during their withdrawal from the city in the face of the Sholoshaishan advance. They'd seen heavy fighting at the northernmost breach before their orders to fall back, and between that and the engagements in the hinterland, most of their officers were dead, and their numbers were being pumped back up to operational strength with fresh-faced replacements from the capital, or reassignments like Durank. For the first time in a long while, Durank was abreast of what was going on as paper and telegraph and gossip flooded the corridors of the second wall. Apparently, the old fortress city of Aidaush had been the only place on the sweep of the first wall which was connected to the telegraph network of the kingdom via underground cable, rather than freestanding, easily sabotaged or shelled pole lines. Thus, it had been one of the sole holdings on the eastern border where runner or rider had not been necessary to reach and reorder the defenders, after most of the eastern lines were rendered useless. A number of Sholoshaidi-aligned Lautani infiltrators had, so the papers recited, been responsible for crippling the wires and ending communications in the opening hours of the enemy bombardment, apparently coordinated with their masters abroad beforehand. But, ever true to the tenacity and deep-seated righteous anger of their kind, the few among these imperial Eztlan Lautani who had been captured had ended their own lives rather than undergo interrogation, leaving the priests of Gazurgu and the wider military intelligence of the kingdom in the dark as to their methods. The talk trickling outward from Sirgirkar seemed to suggest this was a tactic the Sholoshaishans were dedicated to perfecting. Their navy, while mostly avoiding open confrontation with the feared Lautani fleet, had dragged anchor over many undersea communication cables during the first week of the war. While the Lautani navy had fast grown wise to this, and had begun heavily patrolling straits and sea lanes shallow enough to allow such action, the process of stopping the infrastructure strikes linking the isles to the Kingdom of Gunug was complicated by the fact Lautani civilian vessels out of Estlan, all loyal to the Sholoshai'shans, were the ones being assigned the task of hitting the lines. While for now the link of instant messaging between the Duumvirate and Gunug remained partially intact, it was not guaranteed it would continue to be so. But all these dark happenings had not doused hope, because for the first time since the beginning of this disaster, there were plans being made, desperate as they might be, to attempt to dull the edge of the enemy. Even if there was no delusion that the second wall, by far the least impressive of the kingdom's three great fortresses, would be held longer than the first, the king and his advisors hoped to better position themselves for the inevitable siege of Sirgirkar beforehand. Strikes were to be made out into the hinterland in hopes of knocking out some of the siege gun batteries, and while the prospects for success were grim, the second wall garrison was alive with excitement at the idea of finally being given leave to strike back. Bids were being put in by higher officers to ensure their men would be among those assigned to the assaults. While Gunug could ill afford heavy losses, indeed, the entire ancient concept of the defensive lines was predicated on this need for conservation of life, the first wall's outranging had already cost the kingdom dearly. If the issue of range could not be settled, or at the very least improved, then conserving the lives of the garrison would mean nothing. It was either strike or die, and the people of the Sun would, for the first time in many centuries, be sallying out from their own battlements to meet an enemy who was not already in retreat. Durank's platoon sergeant, Yanzu, a gruff, stocky man who seemed perpetually in motion as he wheeled about the bunkhouse or paced the rear corridors, had filled him in on the plan so far as the rank and file had been told the afternoon he arrived. But as they stood at the back exit to one of the storage complexes looking south along the walls towards the shell bursts where the Sholoshai'shans were digging a breach with their siege guns 3 or 4 miles off, it was easy to see hints of much of what was to come that night. Heavy pontoons and teams of oxen to heave them into place had been wheeled up alongside hulking 9-inch siege guns shifted out of the Sholoshai'shan target zone days earlier. They were obstructed beneath awnings, painted to mimic the grassland from above, and every now and then a wing of Lautani biplanes would soar high overhead, scanning for threats from above. The old Karash guns have a range of about 8 miles, Yanzu was saying, so we should only need to wheel them out 3 miles. I'd wager the oxen teams get that done in less than an hour. The ground's not that churned up over there. 8 divisions seems sparse as a guard, Durank said. The Shai'shans are creatures of the underworld. Even if we set up to fire before dawn, they'll be well suited to a counteroffensive in the dark. The guns will have to be left when we're pushed back. I suppose that would happen when they take the wall regardless, though. It's unusual that command wouldn't just begin shifting the guns back to the capital to bolster the last wall. But it feels good to be active, whatever the result. I suppose they're starting to worry the Lautani might not get here before the last wall comes under fire, said Yanzu. You think you're ready for tonight? Recovered, I mean. Durank still felt the fire of fresh closed flesh every time he moved within his uniform, and the interminable itching of burns setting to heal. It was a nagging undercurrent of every thought, motion, or expression he made. Even swallowing or sitting seared as if the hot iron of Gazorgu was still upon him. But much as it gnawed, it was a superficial agony, something which could be ignored, given the will. Though it felt that the skin of thigh or back might rip under the flex of use, Durank knew it would not, and after the helplessness of purgation, he was undeterred by the sensation so long as he had purpose. "I'm close enough," Durank told him. "I only wish I'd had more time to get to know the platoon. The same with the other transfers. They'll all still be foreign to one another. But need calls, whether we are ready or not." Yanzu nodded. There was a moment's not quite quiet, Yanzu thumping his boot in the dust and the rumble of distant enemy guns all that passed between them. Then the platoon sergeant pointed out northeast into the sky over the wall. "You were up in Idaush, like us, long before this started. You've fought the Ida at night?" "Yes," Durank told him. "My first year out of Surgirkar." "No kidding," Yanzu said. "Back in 95? I was there too. Probably another part of the wall. Hard to believe it's gone." "Yes," Durank agreed. "But it will be rebuilt when all this is done." "The dawn comes again," Yanzu recited, sighing. "It was better when Ida savages were all we had to worry about." Another pause. The sun was creeping lower, and Durank's eyes wandered off west for the pillar of dawn again. It had become a staple of his evenings to watch it as night crept nearer, since the end of purgation. There seemed a deeper resonance in its warmth than there had ever been before. "Do you think they'll join us? The coalition?" Durank, jolted from imagined wanderings in Surgirkar, asked, "Who?" "The Ida, you know," Yanzu said. "I'm surprised the slick tongues in the Domvrit didn't talk those animals into the pact. Perhaps the Shaishans maimed them too badly in that great raid they made on the mountains in Maquishtia," said Durank. "I hope that's not the case. We could use another northern front." Yanzu was looking at Durank strangely. As consumed as the lieutenant was with his own homesickness, he didn't notice the discomfort in the expression for some moments. It was only when Yanzu spoke that he fully registered something was off. "Were you part of the relief team the army sent up to Aninzig after last year's grain harvest?" "No," Durank told him. Their eyes were locked now, the sergeant stern and the lieutenant confused. "What happened?" "I'm from Asilal Bay," Yanzu said. "A town outside Aninzig, on the west side, along the water. Only place in Gunug where the mountains dull the warmth of the pillar. Have you ever been up that far north?" "No," Durank said again. "I'd been requesting a position in the garrison up there near home for years," Yanzu said. "See the wife and my boy more than 4 times a year. Figures I'd only get sent back to clean up, rather than to stay." Durank watched as Yanzu, staring off into the deepening northern skies, spoke on, as if to himself. "You must have heard about it. The papers gave it treatment in the capital," Yanzu went on. "It wasn't a lot, 90 or so in their big canoes, from some down-on-their-luck clan, looking to steal last year's beer and mead and make off with a haul of meat to tide them over till their wasteland sees its summer. Hopped all the way west along cliff and coast to get into the bay. They never broke into Aninzig proper. The walls kept them out. So it was a great victory, as far as the king was concerned. There was a small temple to Laut on the upper isle, across the water from my town," Yanzu told him. "The giants pulled the priestesses out onto the shore and ravaged them there in view of the town. Then they broke their limbs and tossed them out to drown in the bay. They sang while they did it, the folk in the city proper told me. The town didn't fare much better. There wasn't enough warning. They say they do it to feel, to experience things like we do." "Do you have family in Surgirkar, Durank?" "No," Durank told him. Now more than ever, it shamed him to speak those words aloud. I was never back in the city long enough. Better to have never had it, maybe, Yanzu said. Gazorgu, forgive me for saying so. Yanzu was quiet again. Now they were both looking out west for the light of the pillar, a glimmer in the gathering dark. The Shaishans aren't right about much, Yanzu finally said, but they are right about them. Yanzu straightened up and made for the hatch into the corridors. Durank, in a sort of stupor, stood watching the sergeant go for a moment. "Come on, sir," Yanzu told him, not turning to look. "It's almost dark. We need to be ready with the men." Durank bowed his head and left the light. While Gazorgu sleeps. Lautani air surveillance had made it evident that the Sholoshaishan lines were about 10 miles from the second wall. This left them out of range of the second wall's guns, and yet allowed their own siege guns the proximity to make their breaches. As with the first, these siege gun emplacements were targeted, and the plan seemed to be to dig 4 gaps in the second wall, push through the breaches, and then drown the segments of the wall which remained standing in tunnel fighting without prayer of resupply. Gunug aimed to maim all 4 of these major artillery batteries in the same night, and then, all going as planned, withdraw before their men could be fully engaged by the crushing numbers arrayed against them. Durank's platoon was one band of 50 among 160,000. Assuming the other 3 strike forces aimed at the other 3 batteries were of equal size, Durank supposed the better part of 1 million Ug were mobilized for the night's action up and down the canal. And yet still the enemy had force to bury them and more, if the push out into night-darkened no-man's land was discovered early, and the Shaishans had time to close the distance. Dusk prayers had been said, and the next hour was spent gathered in the exit halls with thousands of other cramped men in uniform with rifles shouldered. Their loads were light. All going to plan, they would be back by dawn. Jokes and last-minute checks were done among the ranks, and Durank let them speak unbarred with what time remained to them. When last light was gone, and the risk of Sholoshaishan air spotters was minimized, they poured out onto the grassland behind the wall, and watched as their guns were hauled up over the embankment across the fortress. Nearly another hour passed as the pontoons were tested, and the groaning Karash guns were wheeled out into the open. The ox teams were given a few dozen agonizing minutes to make time out into the low rolling hill and plain with only lion cavalry contingent to mind them. "Keep close and keep quiet," Durank reiterated to the close-crammed knot of his platoon about him in the shadow. "No gunfire until our big guns start up. Even then, reserve fire unless you're certain what you've seen. The Shaishans may see well in shadow, but so do you. Gazorgu go with you." The call was given for the infantry to move out. A subtle flash of lights along the rear wall rather than any telling whistle or horn, and they surged like a silent wave out over the wall, across the creaking pontoons over the water, and into the open country beyond. Only the tracts directly around the Sholoshaishan target zones were hellish, cratered earth. The land on which they found themselves here was blanketed in tall grass blue with the pale half-light of midnight's approach, and rippling in the soft breeze like swells upon an open sea. The moon was not bright, but the sky was clear, and the stars guided their keen eyes as teeming thousands of the lion folk made pace to overtake and then guard the Karash guns, creeping forward low to the ground as the teams of oxen grunted and strained. The cavalry stalked up and down their lines, coordinating them in the gloom as they went, making sure no one, even those too far north or south to have visuals on the friendly artillery, pulled out on their own, or strayed too far from the ordained formation meant to guard the guns. The night was beautiful, as were the plains about them, and yet the pall of nervous anticipation was so heavy this seemed almost to enhance the dread of their advance. Beneath such crystalline skies, and amidst the subtle wail of the lulling winds, it was easy to imagine dancing forms amongst clusters of palm on the grassland, or darting shadows between the blades. When the wire fencing of a field was swiftly sliced and cast down, even the clicks of shear on metal seemed too much to bear. It felt to Durank that the land about them, a land so rich and full of melancholic comfort to their folk, was suddenly alive with enemy eye and ear. He could tell by their soft murmurs and twitchy glances that his men felt much the same. Within an hour they had come to their arranged position, the cavalry surging along the back ranks to issue the order to halt and hold ground, and Durank saw to it that his men took as much advantage of the terrain as was feasible. There would be no digging, and so he had his handful of light machine guns placed atop low hills, and kept his riflemen laid low in the grass, weapons eastward. His mortar teams were placed in the low dips behind the line. Durank himself strode out across the front, observing them from a few dozen yards away, ensuring all were concealed as best they could be. Though their uniforms were darkest blue, the sheer thickness of hinterland grass meant they were hard targets in all that murk and dancing foliage. And there they waited, breath held, and the warm night air suddenly chilled to their noses and fingers. How long, Durank wondered, until their Karash battery was ready to open up? How long would the higher-ups keep them out here before the strike was deemed good enough, and the men were pulled back to their lines? First 10, then 20 minutes, and nothing happened. They were too far from the oxen teams to hear them or their burdens any more. There was nothing left to them but holding and praying. Then Sergeant Yanzu was beside him, shimmying up through the grass to where he crouched amidst a lone hilltop cluster of trees, whispering, "One of the gunners says he and his loader spotted a pair of dogs running out in the southern field. Hyena, maybe, but they were quiet. Left in a hurry." "Tell the lion riders when they pass," Durank told him, "and keep the men calm. No firing until the guns start." Yanzu retreated to his position, and did as he'd been told. But now Durank's own breaths came slower, and the searing pain in his flexed flesh gnawed more angrily at his calm. He shifted, finger on the trigger guard, rifle ready. Then came the familiar, thunderous thump and crack of an artillery piece, not far off, but unmistakably behind, and much closer than the distant rumbling of Sholoshaishan guns. Then, before the sound had faded, more joined the chorus. The putter of Lautani plains somewhere off north, perhaps going to strafe positions in support or relay information on accuracy to the ground. There was a low ripple along the Ug ranks in their places as men slapped one another's backs or made the sign of the sun towards the empty midnight heavens. The sound of wind now barely perceptible, Durank leaned in to the machine gun team which shared the fig copse with him. "Shoot anything that moves out there," he said. "Of course, sir," came the reply. Lautani air observation had told the Ug much about where the Sholoshaishan lines were, and what sort of trench and earthworks they had dug to hold those positions. But those passing planes, darting off so as not to get run down by Sholoshaishan or Volvin craft, could not ever have fully grasped the scale of the digging being done. The spine of Sholosha'ishan might had, since the inception of their empire, been their mastery of alloy and earth. Ishtak I and his millennia-long lineage had come down from a line of stonemasons. Next to this, the metalworker was the most sacred of professions outside soldiering. But a respectable third was mining, the craft without which the stonemason or smith cannot carry on his trade. Many of the commoners in the army legions would have worked quarries or shafts in their civilian life, or at least come from families bred to the pick or the shovel. Even beyond experience, though, the Sholosha'ishans were a people born of the earth, and unlike many other kindreds, the dark and tight confines of a cavern or tunnel were no discomfort to them. The legionaries of Sholosha'idi had not been idle as Gunug sat under fire within its second wall, plotting its gamble. Rather, they had been digging. Not surface trenches, for these had been completed just a day after their arrival at the new forward lines. Rather, they dug shallow saps out from the front trenches, the dirt and stone hauled off by hand along the avenues to the rear lines. These saps were meticulously reinforced and entirely below ground, invisible to the foe in their looming fortress. The intention of these was twofold. Firstly, they were an insurance policy, in case the shelling somehow failed to break the second wall. In a couple weeks' time, the Sha'ishans could simply burst from the ground behind the second wall, whether it had been breached or not. Slow, but effective. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, they allowed scouts to slide up through hidden tunnel entrances onto the plains between the lines in the night, and observe the damage to the second wall firsthand. An Ektal or army legionary could skulk into the starlight, measure from a distance the degree of gnawing devastation dealt by his artillery, and then disappear back into the waving grassland, unseen and unknown. But tonight, runners had come back up the miles-long saps not to report on enemy damages, but to report lionfolk and their artillery pieces on the move. A quiet alarm had been raised. The entire 4-mile-long span of Sholosha'ishan line north of the northernmost artillery target zone had been roused and marshaled into a waves-deep advance, jogging across the wind-swept grassland. They were near 3 miles out into the open before the Karash guns even began their bombardment, and the sound of them only quickened their pace. The Ektal elite, ever spoiling for the closest of engagements, were advancing up the largest of the sap tunnels, aiming to emerge behind the enemy nearer the wall. Though Sholosha'idi had no way of knowing exactly how many of the enemy were out there in the barren lands between the lines, they left only a skeletal force of reserves to mind their front trenches. Everything else available to that section of the front was now closing the gap with all haste. Some 11 legions of the Sholosha'ishan army, and 3 legions of the hardened Ektal. The had 160,000 arrayed to defend their Karash strike force. The Sholosha'ishans, nearly twice that number. Durank watched the scattered band of Lautani planes approaching with breath held. There was a cloud of dust rising in the darkness out east, a sign Sholosha'idi had left its trenches. The Karash guns had been firing now for over half an hour. He could feel the noose tightening around them as clearly as if it were a literal band of hemp heavy about his neck. And the planes, their eyes on enemy emplacements, were the sole way the on the ground would know when enough was enough. The distant thump of Sholosha'ishan guns had slowed, but it was entirely possible that was not due to the Karash guns knocking them out of action, but due to the battery reordering to return fire on the out in no man's land. Then it came, a blue flare, fired sidelong from the lead plane, its arc taking it wide out north, lighting the plain up in neon hues beneath it. Cheers went up from the Ugg line. Some waved at the plain in the stark blue gleam from the flare, and a few less disciplined souls even fired a few rounds into the air in celebration. Durank's heart swelled, and he smiled with the rest of them. But he did not let the glee distract him from the ever-tighter grip of the noose. "Back to the wall," Durank called, looking over to see Yanzu rallying the other side of his overstretched platoon. "Be quick." Rifle fire rang in the distant south, perhaps the lower part of the guard coming into contact with the enemy. All the more motivation to move. The machine gunner and loader beside Durank took up their weapon with practiced ease and fell in behind him as he pushed back down the hill west at a trot. As the lieutenant perceived all his men seemed to be up and moving, he quickened the pace into a slow run, and they all followed suit. What happened next seemed to take quite some time to play out as it was happening, though it couldn't, Durank would later think, have taken more than a few seconds to unfold. The planes overhead, black shapes against the navy skies, fired several more flares as they continued west, these being red. That was the sign of danger. For a moment, Durank was almost tickled by that. There was no way the Lautani pilots thought they hadn't noticed the advance. Perhaps they were being overcautious. And then the flares began their descent. Their sputtering, stark red gleam was spiraling down into the land across which they'd come, the land between them and the second wall. And Durank saw, in that dancing glow, a shape backlit atop the next ridgeline. Several shapes, several silhouettes, the glint of gun barrel and bayonet in their hands. He opened his mouth to shout, but the gunshots came first. The machine gunner behind him was hit in the chest and slid the remainder of the way down the hill, into the hollow below in silence. More Ugg fell. Some fired back, Durank among them, and a handful of the figures atop the next ridge went down. There was a clattering of fire as a Sholoshaishan light machine gun opened up on the next ridge over into the neighboring platoon. The noise spurred Durank into more immediate action, and he ceased pecking with his rifle and fixed his bayonet on the move, rising to a sprint. He meant to call a charge, but he roared loud as a round tore into his shoulder. That served well enough, and soon those of his men who could were on him, following him up the next hill in a wave. Several more were cut down by Sholoshaishan lead. Then they were atop the low ridge, and the last of the red glare from the spent flares died, leaving them in darkness. They fought in that dark, the Sholoshaishan's golden eyes glinting in the low light. Their uniforms were black, the dark, glum garb of the Ektal, and they did their name justice. Not one spoke or called beyond the grunts of exertion or death. The first soldier Durank came into contact with turned aside his bayonet with his own rifle and caught Durank in the neck with the butt of his weapon as he did so. Had Durank's mane not been there to soften the impact, he would have been disabled then and there. As it was, he was still knocked over. He caught the Shaishan with a flailing hand and dragged him down to the ground with him. The Ugg outsized Sholoshaishans, as a rule, but this one, as so many of his kindred, was steely beyond his stature, and the grapple which ensued saw Durank sliced across the chest and kneed in the stomach as he slammed the smaller foe into the dirt again and again. Whatever combat knife the Shaishan had slipped free in the tumult dug deep into Durank's arm as it made for his chest, and it was only by fortunate fumble he wrenched the blade free with his left hand. He plunged the knife into the throat of the enemy beneath him, and fought for half a minute to keep the thrashing foe down until the last fight left him. Bloody and panting, he groped for his rifle and wheeled to his feet in a daze. expecting all the while to feel another blade or rifle butt make contact with him. When the tunnel vision of his own struggle was lifted, he found the other Sholoshaishans dead or dying in their midst. His men had come out victorious, but only just, and by the scrape of fortune. His platoon, even maimed, had outnumbered this outflanking squad nearly 4-1. 2 of his privates had been beheaded, and 10 more were rasping out their last seconds with gaping wounds in their chests or stomachs. Sergeant Yanzu, who had brought the left wing of the platoon up the hill to help, had been sliced open above the waist and was leaking entrails out through his cooling fingers. There were just 9 Ug on their feet now, after the gunfight and melee, and Durank knew as he took a frenzied glance about to observe the field that the sole reason all of them weren't dead was due to the fortune of having encountered so few of the Ektal. Far off to his right or left, other contingents were being mown down in the dark, whether at range or up close. There were the unmistakable vocalizations and soft thunderings of Kandari in the saddle south, as some of their riders burst through the scattered Ug front and began impaling and feasting in the night. Rifles cracked out, and fleeing Ug fell down into the grass, from which they did not rise. The shriek of the death whistle was sounding behind him, and rank upon rank of Shaishans were screaming in their strange, halting tongue with the joining of battle. He knew the main force of the enemy must be growing close at their backs. Run. Durank did not need to tell them, but he ordered regardless. And the dregs of his men swept downhill and through low sweeps in the plains at a sprint, some still missing rifles they had dropped in the tangle on the first rise. They caught glimpses of other firefights or clattering duels in the dark, but unless a single round could solve the issue, their mandate was the distant wall. Their orders were, much as the flight tugged at Durank's rekindled soul after so dire a retreat before, to survive. Almost all of them were already bleeding. The lieutenant's right arm hung near limp beneath his shot shoulder, with blood from the knife wound pouring down to slicken his fingers about the stock. And with near 3 breathless miles ahead, they could not be of use in the fields without being dead. And when the breathless shadows of those fields were behind them, the straggling platoon, along with all the other formations which had escaped the trap in time, had to swim the hinterland canal under the half-hearted distant fire of enemies on ridgelines far behind them, the guns of the second wall now opening up to drive the Shaishans back into the darkness. Again Durank lost his rifle, this time to the water, as thrashing men swam or sank to either side. And when the Ug of his platoon crested the ladder and waved up the soaked wounded coming up behind and pulled up the way behind them, Durank found only 4 remained with him. The rest lay broken on the hinterland grass, where the fortunate were already dead, and the unfortunate had merely to wait for shell or sun or skulking hyena to end them. Interlude 2. Breach 3. Second Wall. 26th of Metzli, Imperial Year 4006. High Marshal Tlaloc had not slept in nearly 5 days. Rest had been hard to come by even before the Ug counterstrike, as the scheduled end of bombardment closed in, and the assault drew nearer. Try as Tlaloc might, worries over the silence from the distant south and his own fitness for the position of High Marshal had often kept him pacing the sparse little farmstead home his men had fitted up as quarters for him behind the lines, rather than sleeping in the modest wicker bed. Then, the Ug's unexpected night push on the guns had thrown him into true dread. They had not crippled the Sholoshaishan batteries, Perhaps a fifth of the largest siege guns were beyond repair, and a fair few more were maimed, but they would be back in action within a couple weeks. Already, word had come from the foundries of Tepeklan and elsewhere that the equipment could be replaced, and the trains would have them back at High Marshal Tlaloc's disposal within a month. Indeed, the capital was suggesting he would have more guns by the time the shelling of Sirgirkar was begun in full than he'd had at the outset of the campaign. After all, if the Lautani had arrived with better equipment by then, he would want all the firepower he could muster to crush them underfoot. No, Sholoshaidi's capacity was not what troubled him. The Empire could weather any storm, so far as its resources and material were concerned. It was Tlaloc's own doubts which dogged him in the later hours of the night, when all fell quiet save the artillery. Whatever happened to set back the legions in this forsaken land, they would endure. Whatever was happening down in Milikatlan, the folk of the Lord of War would endure. It was Tlaloc who felt the squeeze of the nation's eyes upon him even when he skulked alone in a barren peasant's bedchamber, with the wicker and blue-daubed fetishes of lion-folk savages about him. It was he who might not survive the turbulent times to come. When the counter to the Ugg had been set loose, the entire command structure had understood things might get away from them. On the ground, in the heat of fighting, it was often difficult to restrain the men, something Tlaloc had seen firsthand in the last war down in Eztlan. And yet then, he had been a lower officer. Now he was in command of perhaps the largest fighting force ever put into the field, not a leaf adrift on the stream, but the engineer charged with redirecting the current. The plan, concocted even as orders were being given for the Ugg to be pushed back to their holes in the second wall, was to withdraw themselves and continue bombardment for another few days at least. On the northern three breaches, this might have been feasible. The Ugg out in no man's land had been engaged, heavy casualties had been inflicted, and their reliable old guns had been captured in the grassland. But significant numbers of the lion folk had, in all three cases, managed to escape, and rejoin their comrades in their nation-spanning fortress. The southernmost breach, though, was a different story. Not due to any failure of the storied Sholo-Shaishan legions in the field, but rather, as was so often the case, due to a crushing success. There, the legions had not just engaged the Ugg, but entirely encircled them. So far as High Marshal Tlaloc had been told, none of the enemy's southern strike force had made the wall. They had been cut down in the fields, and when at last the broken remnants of them were slaughtered, the men of Sholo-Shaidi, already fighting under fire in the shadows of the battered second wall, had organically began an assault on the southern breach. At great cost, they had taken it, wading the shallows of the hinterland canal and raising the black-and gold banner of Tepeklan over the gaping wound in the bastion. And reserves had been called up to reinforce, and Ektal flamethrower units were shifted in to clear tunnels, and scout planes were sent out over the lower wall to probe the innards of Gunug beyond. All this had happened within an hour of dawn. The other three strike groups hadn't even been withdrawn to the Shaishan trenches when news came to Sholo-Shaishan High Command of the southern breach's capture. And then, a choice had to be made. Did they abandon the southern breach to return another day, or did they push now and ensure the legionnaires gallantly fighting in the south were not overrun? High Marshal Tlaloc had ordered a full assault immediately in support of the southern offensive. Gas was deployed, as before, but the issuance of crude gas masks among the Ugg blunted its usefulness, and fighting on the other three breaches had been brutal indeed. By dusk on the 23rd, countless thousands of the Empire's sons were dead, and he, bound to his maps and staff, could not even be there to lead them firsthand. And still, these days later, the fighting raged beneath the surface, far from his sight. His hands and blade were tied by the orders of caution the Tlatoani had handed down to him. Ichtak VI, mythic as many of his line, and taken with the wrath of Harakwe, was free to storm castles. Tlaloc, the humming brain of the machine of war, was not. This spur-of-the-moment, costly offensive was not a part of his old friend Ruhualpa's war plan north. The Empire had been fortunate, during its breaching and capture of the First Wall, to see all the tokens fall cleanly into place, just as the prior High Marshal had intended. This was not something Ruhualpa would likely have expected, had he still drawn breath to see it. Indeed, one of Ruhualpa's favorite lines from the Bastion of Will to recite in conversation was the old adage that no plan of war ever survived contact with an enemy. But warm as Ruhualpa could be in conversation over pipe or stroll, in command he was cold as a winter in the deepest Idalands, unmoving, mechanical, unflappable. Had news of unexpected turns on the field come to the tent, or, in this case, occupied farmhouse, of Ruhualpa Mirakanchi, the man would have sighed, shaken his head, and then spoken with the decisiveness of a general who had already foreseen such setbacks. Tlaloc was not so frigid. As a legate among prestigious Ektal legions, almost all of his experience had been during peacetime. Tlaloc had served in the Eztlan uprising and the breaking of the siege of Kushkotlan, but in both cases, even at his high rank, he had been just one moving part in a vast machinery of war, which, for the most part, did his deciding for him. It was quite another thing to speak with the authority High Marshal Ruhualpa had once wielded and attempt in the speaking to mean it. Clearly, Ruhualpa had believed him capable. Though Tlaloc had taken the rank of High Marshal in a desperate rush at the urging of Ichtak VI, purely due to the unshakable loyalty the then legate had held for Ruhualpa, the new Tlatoani had confided that, upon taking the dais, he had found in the Kandari's private quarters testament that Tlaloc was to have been one of the nominees to the position anyhow. This seemed to have sealed in the mind of Ichtak VI that High Marshal Tlaloc was meant to be, and he had upheld his early decision with confidence so iron that Tlaloc himself had begun to believe. But with the towering presence of the young master away, his old doubt was settling heavy again. He gazed, as he often had these past few hours, at the ugly little idol on the altar beneath the westward window, the sole portal to the exterior in the alien clay walls of the room. It was a little carven thing of dry wood, depicting a tall man and a short, plump woman, arm in arm. The male was Ug and the female Lautani, or so Tlaloc had thought, though the very harsh and angular construction of the thing made certainty difficult to his untrained eye. Perhaps it was meant to be their wicked, child-eating gods. He believed he remembered a priest telling him once that Laut was ever fat with children. The idol had likely been hand-carved by the farmer, perhaps, given its age, by one of his forefathers. Through the window behind them, the sun was setting, bathing the intertwined figures in an orange and red glow, and deepening the shadows of their strange, lumpen faces. He flicked the idol over, so that the pair were no longer looking on him. The shuffling, so common to the outer rooms of his temporary abode, gave way to the thump of boots and the subtle groans of well-made metal. Tlaloc turned for the heavy linen drape that barred the doorway, and waited for the thump of an announcing knock on the wall. "Legate Ishpehualtia of the Ektal First Legion to see you, High Marshal," came the voice of his attendant. "Let him in," Tlaloc said. The figure who pushed in was a sight so terrible it gave even Tlaloc, who had witnessed the killing pits above Eztlan in the last war, pause. Legate Ishpehualtia had to stoop to enter the room, regardless of the height of the Ug-built doorway. The destroyer plate of the 1st Legion was red and brown with the fluids of the slain, some fresh and glistening, some dull and earthen after days drying. Tracts of it were singed with the ministrations of the enemy's flame. The great crest of feathers denoting his rank and the honor given him by the Lautani, which had stood tall and proud on his back days prior, was stained and bent and battered. One of the canisters of the gas mask built into the heavy helm had been ruptured like a splitting flower bud by a bullet or fragment, and dozens of other dints and warps across chest or thigh or shoulder spoke to many impacts shrugged off in the struggle. The snouted helm was tugged free of the sealed collar, and the face beneath was no less terrible than the dour, scarred plate had been. The Ektal 1st Legion, clad in their destroyer plate, had revived the ritual consecration of old in their fervor for echoing the paladins of yesteryear. The blood of Ugg captured upon the first wall was shipped back by rail from distant Shahwit-Zul for the use of priests in the field, and some was set aside for the 1st Legion. The battle rite of consecration itself dated back to the founding, when the armor-clad companions of the founder himself had bathed in the blood of the Ida minders before emerging onto the surface to slaughter their erstwhile masters. And so Ishpehualtia, along with his fervent men, had knelt chanting before priests of the Lord of War in the pale light of dawn on the morning the offensive had begun in earnest. The caps of their helms were filled with the blood of the sacrificed, and turned upon their heads like the cleansing waters of a Lautani priestess before the seals to the gorget were made. The metallic scent of blood accepted by the old general below was said to breathe the heat of Harakwe's molten blood into the consecrated, and Tlaloc, who had heard the Ektal 1st Legion baying for yet more blood as they issued forth towards the wall all those hours ago, did not doubt it. The face of Legate Ishpehualtia was, despite the calm and collected poise, something out of a vision of the distant past. Glorious, but horrible. The coif of steel-strong silk and padding beneath was stained brown with long-dried sacrificial lifeblood, and Tlaloc's keen ears heard the subtle crackle of the residue as the layer was stripped away to reveal the shaven head beneath. Sholoshaishans, bare and peltless over most of their forms as they are, have ever been one of the few among the kindreds capable of producing sweat, something which served them well during long years of conquest fighting and marching under metal plate and scale. The sweat of exertion had split the dried ichor caking Ishpehualtia's face as it settled, and now it looked to the High Marshal as if the cool, bright eyes there stared out from amidst a forest of dull and stinking scales. The legate's sawn-off shotgun was holstered, but his maquahuit hung notched and well-used in his hand, still unsheathed, not to be put away until cleaning and sharpening could be done. All breaches are captured, and all major artery tunnels below the fortress are in our hands, High Marshal, Ishpehualtia announced. Losses were heavier than before, but we have come away with far more captives to send home. You will have your figures by tomorrow morning, I'm sure, but I'll assure you now we still have more than enough men to break open Surgirkar. Tlaloc nodded, some of the weight seeming to drift silently off his shoulders. Harakwe graces us with much greater swiftness than I'd anticipated, he said. You've done well. You should wash and rest, Ishpehualtia. You've been awake at least 3 days. We'll be marching for Surgirkar tomorrow at sunrise. I will, High Marshal, Ishpehualtia told him. We all need sleep, in truth. But I wished to ask about the next fittings for plate. The 2nd through 4th Ektal infantry legions from Tepeklan were slated to receive their own armor from the capital by the end of the month. The men are eager to begin acclimating to the weight. Word among the Ektal in our trenches was that it has been diverted. Is this true? Not all of it, Tlaloc assured him. My understanding is the Tlatoani himself requested a portion of the plate be altered to suit a legion of his own, back in the south. There should still, I would imagine, be enough for at least the 2nd and 3rd legions. Our craftsmen here will make any alterations of fit which need to be seen to. The 4th will have its own hide soon enough. The world will quake when all the Ektal from all our provinces have been outfitted, Ishpehwaltia said, his grin stark against the filth caking his face. The plan is to have all of them ready by year's end, before the assault on the islands, Tlaloc explained. High Marshal Ruhualpa, may he strike well on the fields of fire and war below, wished to have enough tanks to carry the armored Ektal into battle ahead of the army legions as breachers. He placed the orders more than 6 months ago. Trust in the craftsmen of the Empire. The land ships will come slower than the plate, but they will come. Ishpehwaltia nodded. He was looking down at the squat, toppled idol on the altar to the High Marshal's side. Perhaps the large man wished to ask about news from the south, news Tlaloc did not know and could not give him. He would not have been the first legate of the Ektal to attempt the conversation. But when at last he spoke, Ishpehwaltia refrained. "I've also been told to give you a request," Ishpehwaltia said. "Legate Tewas of the Ektal 1st Legion of Eztlan. We've all heard there are Lautani Marines being ferried into Sirgirkar for the siege. Legate Tewas wishes his men to be deployed directly against them, wherever the islanders end up. I will keep him in mind when the Volvine get close enough for their observation flights, and we have a better idea of what waits for us west," Tlaloc said. "Has he made a good account of himself?" "Yes, of course," Ishpehwaltia assured him. "The Eztlan Lautani are the reason the southern push was so fast and so brutal after all. Unruly, perhaps, but they have the molten spirit. I was too far north to be witness to any of the exploits of Legate Tewas, but the communications officers are saying he and his men killed the Prince of Gunug at the southern breach. Shame he couldn't be dragged alive back to Shahwitsul. It would have made a more fitting end for him. Perhaps the Sun King himself will not be so fortunate as to die before I find him." Legate Ishpehwaltia, after a moment's silence, saluted, branded palm aloft, saying, "I will take my rest as commanded, High Marshal. May you find your own before dawn." Tlaloc returned the gesture as the legate hobbled out on uninjured but exhausted legs. Then he faced the window and watched the sun as it finished its descent. Through a distant pasture, ranks of stripped, collared Ugg chained neck to neck were being driven up to the roadway, where a convoy of trucks would carry them to the commandeered rail lines, and beyond these, a stream of teeming, singing Sholo-Shaishan reserves was beginning the evening march up to their new camps along the breaches of the second wall. He thought of old tales, of lion folk skulking east across the river into the lands of Harakwe with spears in hand to prey on their folk, while the Shaishans reeled under the venom and fang of old foes. Tlaloc had his worries, his doubts of his fitness for his role, but his heart swelled to see so treacherous a people brought so low, and the fires of his courage were stoked. There would never again be another war of the two traitors, of the Duumvirate and Gunug against the proud empire. 4,000 years of contest brought to this, and Tlaloc, for all his fretting over detail and all his flaw, was fortunate enough to be alive to see it. High Marshal Tlaloc reached down and righted the simple idol. But rather than facing it inward towards home and hearth, he perched it on the sill of the window, facing out into the growing gloom. Part 3. Breaking of the Tide. 11. The Kingdom of the Sun. 6th of Nehuelyol, Imperial Year 4006. Berani felt the toothless jaws of some unseen water beast close about his ankle. The murky water of muddy Lake Ungu was below him, and though he could see nothing down there as he writhed, he thought he could dimly trace the flare of some luminescent pattern along the back of a great fish in the haze. The sky above was lightless, and though he tossed his head to and fro in search of the distant lights of Kotolele, in search of a place from which help might come, he saw nothing but gloom to greet him in all directions. He had to get home, he was thinking to himself. He was not supposed to be down here. "Wake up," came the voice in Berani's ear. "You're going to miss it." And Berani did wake up, sitting upright and slamming his head, not for the first time, on the low steel ceiling above his hammock. He was on the top span of 3 cramped bunks, and on the far side of countless identical rows whose hammocks swung and sagged empty. The bowels of the old, groaning troop ship about him were dim and still. Only Pahala's face stared back at him from the dark, visible only from the nose up at such height. "Watch yourself," Pahala scolded. "No wonder you sleep through all the commotion on here, with how bad you bang up your brain. Now get down here. We're about to arrive, and I'm not about to be stuck down here when we do." Berani almost suggested Pahala leave then, but in truth he appreciated being woken. Obviously, much as he protested, Pahala would not have bothered to take notice of the fact Berani had not come up on deck with the others if he'd really been so devoted to seeing every detail. He pulled on the leisure shirt he kept tucked beneath his head as a pillow at night, as Pahala grumbled and lingered near the exit, and then slid nimbly down onto the cold floor to follow him. The trip north from Besipalabuhan had begun just 3 days prior. It had been an uneventful ride, and Berani, along with all the other men of the 7 Lakes assigned to this one of the dozens of troop ships traveling at the well-defended core of the Lautani armada as it wound its way north, had taken all the opportunity he could to sleep and lay about. There were no schedules aboard besides mealtimes, and with the exception of certain hours allotted for cleaning or exercise among the crewmen, the marine passengers could go as they pleased about the upper levels of the craft. After a month of training, it was the first time the Marines of Tujuhdanau had been free to do as they pleased, and they had all taken advantage of this. As Berani wound along several halls and up several stairways on Pahala's heels, he realized the rest of the ship was empty too. It was almost eerie, that quiet, especially since the soft light of morning was spilling in through portholes into those rooms which hugged the sides of the ship. But all that faded as they rounded a corner onto one of the main staircases to the upper deck, and the soft rumble of many hundreds of hushed voices and shuffling movements came to his ears. They emerged into the middle of a tight-packed throng, and immediately realized they could see little from their vantage point. "You've gone and gotten us stuck with no spot," Pahala said. "Come on, we'll find something to climb." And this they did, pushing and slipping their way through sailor and marine alike until they hit the base of one of the craft's smoking funnels. There were welded, rung ladders climbing the sides of the stacks, ostensibly for maintenance. Already, many men had scurried up them to gain a better vantage point, and after a little yelling, Pahala and Berani were 20 or so feet off the main deck with their arms wound through one of the rungs, looking out over the calm, dark waters of the solar gulf as the salt wind whipped at their squinting faces. And much as watching the troop ships pass into the core of the armada days earlier had fascinated Berani, that sight was nothing compared to the vista he now found sprawling out before him. The men, especially the Marines, many of them having never properly seen the ocean, much less their nation's legendary ships of war, had all been eager to see the fleet. There had been some sort of skirmish at sea the second night, some Sholoshaishan patrol bumbling into the distant edge of the armada in the dark. But the guns of warships had been so far off that the few awake at so late an hour to hear them among the marine passengers had strained to discern them. The Shaishans had turned tail and fled within minutes, and much as the men had buzzed with the excitement of potentially witnessing the mighty fleet of war about them in action, no other threat had ever arisen. The Sholoshaishan Empire knew its position on the waves, and much as they likely desired to maim the Duumvir's navy, they would need much softer targets than the mighty armada if they were to find success. But this glimpse of the grandeur of the Isles, was the sort of thing Berani had dreamed of since boyhood. They looked north upon a shore where the water grew light and shallow. In the distance to east or west, the white sand of sun-baked beaches sprawled beneath low cliffs of mottled, pale sandstone could be glimpsed, with the golden grasses of Gunug dancing in the coastal breeze at their crests. But the horizon was mostly eaten up by a vast, thick delta of tangled brush and sandy isles, the swampy lowland where the great river Igtuku drained into the sea. Large pentagonal forts lined with old cannon and slightly less old artillery pieces studded the low bars of waterlogged ground, the blue and gold banners of the Ug flying stark from their walls in contrast to the pale dryland vista about them. Great nets of chains formed seaward gates between the posts, and even as Berani watched, these nets were being lowered, and the hint of faraway motion could be glimpsed on the battlements as Ug guardsmen waved them forth. But this strange land was still perhaps 20 minutes off. What really inflamed the hearts of the watching Lautani was the fleet. For here, in the shallow bay before the mouth of the Igtuku, hundreds upon hundreds of the warships of the Duumvirate of Lautan had assembled. Some had certainly already been here, as part of a token fleet posted to guard the navigable riverways of Gunug, but most, Berani knew, were the craft they had traveled north with in the Great Armada, finally clustered close enough that he could properly lay eyes on them. And what a sight they made. A full 30 of the fleet's hulking dreadnoughts brooded in the water, with 100 cruisers at their flanks and hundreds more destroyers and torpedo boats marking the shield wall around them. The convoy of troopships, upon which Berani and the others clung, was weaving its way through the forest of them down a makeshift sea corridor to the river's mouth. Towering over all of these, the young and colossal SLS Pemachadunia, flagship of the fleet and fully twice the size of the next largest dreadnought in the lines, seemed to glower and glare. Berani believed he had glimpsed her on their departure from the Iron Harbor, as a vast shadow darkening the horizon amidst other shadows. But this was undeniable, immediate. Berani had thought the great Koi back home, or the modest troopships to which the Marines were bound, were impressive examples of Laut's grace. But there in the Navy's ranks floated the largest warship on Haraklan, and he for a single moment of horrible clarity pitied any foe who would ever find themselves before her. To him, the SLS Pemachadunia, whose image had already been rendered in mural upon the walls of temples across the Isles, was a beacon of hope and strength. To an enemy, she would seem a shark-visaged demon of steel and shroud. The haze of fumes from stack and funnel clogged the air above the fleet. The dry heat of the smoking eyes of the faces carven into the ram-shaped prows on each warship made eyes water and lungs burn. As the last of the troopships sailed in amidst the guard, and the corridor of vessels was shut behind them, the flagship roared, an otherworldly wail of tearing metal and the churning of molten ore in refinery or furnace. And an unthinkable cacophony of answering cries rose up from the other living warships, whether large or small, as the half-tamed Diri who occupied their hearts joined in the chorus. The glow of flame welled up in the prow faces of many of the older ships as coal furnaces flared, and the exhaust of newer diesel craft grew thick and black with heat, even though the vessels themselves were still in the water. Their ululations swelled and lulled and spasmed, as if the spirits housed in the warships were speaking, or singing amongst themselves. The cliffs and grassy hills and silty isles of the Gunug coast seemed to shake, and Berani scrunched shut his eyes against the noise. "Look," came Pahala's voice from just above him. The guiding finger he lifted was northward, out over the river delta. And Berani saw as he followed the line of his friend's arm the faint glow of a great golden light, a column of luminescence visible even against the cloudless sky. "Can't be the Pillar of Dawn," Berani said. "We're 100 miles south of the city, at least." "It is," Pahala insisted. As they looked on, that skyward golden glow strengthened and became painful to look upon. A vast, rumbling noise rolled out from the inner kingdom to tease the coast, like heat lightning cracking out its life on a rainless day. And horns were sounded on the coastal batteries which welcomed them, audible only as hints between the swells and lulls of thundering Diri song among the fleet. They rolled on through into the delta, and at length, after navigating the forts and islands of the Tangle, the river Igtuku beyond. It was broad and relatively shallow, but just deep enough to accommodate the ships so long as they stuck to a well-marked lane in the center. Gunug had no navy to speak of save a handful of scout and coastal patrol boats, but merchant ships were more than common, and the routes for the largest of them had long suited the great warships of Lautani well when need called. Northward traffic flowed up the Igtuku and southward down the opposing currents of the Usal once the great canals of the capital had been navigated. The dozens of troopships were followed onto the riverway by 20 dreadnoughts and a large contingent of cruisers with heavy guns, bound for the Port Solar, where they would apparently become part of the artillery battery for the city. This was risky, of course, for a ship could be slain by enemy artillery as easily as by an enemy vessel. But Lautani had ships enough to gamble, and Gunug's need was dire enough to warrant the roll of the dice. Pamachadunia was at their head, the high priestess of Laud, one of the two masters of the Duumvirate, supposedly governing the ship. Behind these came a convoy of vast cargo haulers of the Isles, carrying everything from rice to oil to munitions to planes. Anything the eldest city upon the face of the globe would need to sustain itself without access to the fields of wider Gunug, the Duumvirate had brought. And behind these came hundreds of light, agile gunboats, slipped free of the warships back at sea, who would, along with a number of smaller destroyers, patrol the rivers and attempt to keep the waters navigable for as long as was feasible. The banks of the Igtuku were shallow, but the grass along them flared greenish-yellow in contrast to the wider plains. The great oceanic sweep of farms had been scythed clean, the provender likely now being counted in silos beneath Sir Girkar as rations for enduring the coming storm. Pastures stood empty and swept by the winds. In what few places beasts of the field could be seen, Berani watched livestock shot or hammered dead where they stood before being loaded as meat onto truck or cart. Those too young to be worth hauling, or too heavy for the vehicles available to the retreating lionfolk, were mounded up and soaked in oil to be burned on the muddy banks of the Igtuku, a far better move than leaving the things for the enemy to eat. The scattered farmers and organizing army officials in their deep blue uniforms were specks and silhouettes to Berani from his distance most of the time, but they all waved and shouted at the sight of the great march of ships along their shores. "At least we're not too late," Berani said, more to himself than to Pahala. "If they're still out here rounding things up to retreat to the city, then we'll get there in time for the fight." "Second wall went down more than a week ago," Pahala said. "I figure we'll have Sholoshaishans coming at the city in no time, even if we aren't too late. Probably just slipped in by the skin of our teeth. Doubt these poor fools out on land will make it." But Berani, looking northward towards the Pillar of Dawn's now unmistakable light, thrumming audibly with the force of whatever union was playing out, doubted that. "12. The Hope of Sir Girkar. In the time of legends, which presaged the birthing of the mortal kindreds upon Haraklan, Gazorgu, it was said, had been fallen upon by Kramak, the father of the Ida. Kramak had been joined by the others of the second brood in this assault, for Laut and her husband, in their union meant to bridge the two families among the gods, had slowly grown to be seen as traitors to both. Under the onslaught of so many of his siblings, even the stalwart maker of the lion folk had folded beneath the blade and claw of his foes. In the aftermath, as the bride of Gazorgu had wept over his broken form, Kramak had humiliated Laut on the banks of the seas to which the goddess had given birth. And though the war among the divine which followed had seen the blood of both broods freely spilled, and the foundations of the newborn world shaken, Laut and her mate Gazorgu had been largely left forgotten in the tumult, abandoned to pick up the pieces and pursue their goals in the nascent world taking shape about them. It was said by the priests of both Laut and Gazorgu that the Lord of the Sun had carried the Lady of the Sea to a beautiful span between the two arterial rivers of his chosen land, the most fertile tract in a golden region renowned for its fecundity. And there he had laid her to rest, unsure whether she, though divine, would live or die. This was the nursing place of Laut, and the tears and blood they shed upon it, it was claimed, had lent the banks of the rivers Igtuku and Usal their powers to so readily and easily sustain life. Even when Laut had risen anew, and the Lautani and Ug were given their forms, and the Sea Mother wandered vengeful back across the waves to lead her people to their promised islands, Gazorgu had held that land between the rivers dear. And so his lineage among mortals had been birthed there, and in that sanctified place they had laid the foundations of the world's first city, in bricks dried or shaped upon those riverbanks in the light risen by their god. The stone of that span, and the rolling plains about it, had been deepest blue beneath the golden fields, its royal hue jutting up as boulder from mudbank and new-plowed field. Indeed, it was said among the lion folk that the tears of Laut had hardened there into the lapis lazuli which dominated the region, and one could not dig more than 5 or 10 feet in the lowland between the waters without hitting deposits of the stuff. Often it was run through with streams of gold, and these were said to be the blood shed by Gazorgu as he licked his own wounds won in defense of her. And these two resources, along with the rich, dark soil itself, lent the city its life. So had Sir Girkar been raised, and even now, millennia into the long decline of its kingdom, it was a sight unlike anything else on Haraklan, a marriage of water and sunlight, the cool and the warm, the old and the new. But to see any of this, ships come up from the coast had first to pass up the Igtuku. The city was visible at first as a dark yet gilded shimmer at the foot of the great beam of the Pillar of Dawn which thrust up from the city. As one drew nearer, the shape took form. The great outline of the last wall, the shield of Sir Girkar. Its construction was not unlike the first wall, great bunker complexes and dozens of feet of rebar and concrete. Gun emplacements which rotated to allow full fields of fire for the heavy armaments of the garrison. A bristling, tiered system of firing lines overlooking river or canal, where machine guns and rifle and mortar could be brought to bear. But this bastion doubled as a work of art, for its surfaces had been sealed in a rich, dark blue paint made from the dust of lapis lazuli, the royal stone, and upon its walls murals of gold shaped in the heat of the Pillar of Dawn and maintained since ancient days had been set into the fortress. The glories of elder centuries and long-dead kings were depicted there, and in the cramped triangular script of the Yug, many of the wards and texts of their faith had been inscribed for all to see. To enter via the water, one needed to pass through the vast gates of Dar Lugal, the passage of the Forever King, and it was there Berani first laid eyes on the city beyond, still perched sore on the ladder rungs of the funnel of his troopship after hours eating up the sights of the plains about the Igtuku. But the mighty gilded canal gates were already flung wide to greet them, and the blue battlements about it fluttered with both the teal banners of the Duumvirate and the golds of Gunug. As their transports rolled single file onto the miles-long expanse of the gilded canal through the heart of the city, the gathered sailors and soldiers of Lautan were greeted to a sight which had changed but a little over the past 8,000 years. Sir Girkar was not a tall city, but rather a sprawling one, for its breadth was near 50 miles between the east and west canal gates. Its brick was either solid lapis lazuli in the wealthier districts of the upper city, or painted thick with the blue hues of the stone in the lower. Its population dwelt in low 2- or 3-floor compounds populated by extended clans and families, not unlike the Lautani. These, like the homes of their island cousins in the Duumvirate, were built around shaded courts and pools, often interconnected with the family dwellings about them by bridge or balcony. Every home place formed a sort of fortress in the minds of the Yug, and their entryways evoked modest gatehouses. The streets between them were shadowed and cool, both because of the packed layout of the dwellings and also due to awnings, which kept the inner roads from baking in the height of day. Those narrow pathways, which allowed no vehicles beyond the waterways, were of yellow or gold-glazed brick dark with age. Goat or camel-drawn wagons were the largest things one could expect to see upon them, but that day there were no beasts to be found save pets or strays darting about ankles. The crowds of Sir Girkar, likely, Berani guessed, swelled by hundreds of thousands from the dense farms and towns of the surrounding countryside, had lined the gilded canal to see them in. As the fleet's contingent pressed westward up the waterway and towards the core of the city, the lion folk chanted and sang and waved. Rooftops hosted gardens which spilled green or pink or lavender over the battlements of houses, and like the streets, these too were alive with motion. Lautani flags were unfurled from the eaves, and children were held aloft by mothers or grandmothers to see the ships as they passed. Bands played brass instruments on corners, and amidst the festival atmosphere, bundles of honeyed rolls, jerky, and sugary baked goods were flung out over the water onto the decks of the low-slung troopships from the high canal walls. Pahala, along with many of the other strangers, crowded onto the ladder about Berani, immediately began shouting and arguing as a few men attempted to climb down to the irritation of their fellows, and others called out to men below for food to be thrown up to them. If they worried they would go unfed, they needn't have, for the route into the city was long, and the crowds never thinned along the way. The Port Solar was reached only hours after they'd entered the city, and by then, even the men precariously perched atop the funnel stacks were full with the honeyed meats and sweets of Gunug. Given none of them had breakfasted due to the excitement of arrival, and most of the meals they'd had during the month of training had been plain indeed, this was welcomed. But the Port Solar itself stole the attention of any who were still absorbed with food, for its waters formed a miles-wide lake in the middle of the urban sprawl, connecting the wealthier districts of the upper city to the more modest, tight-packed dwellings of the lower. The ziggurat of the sun, outsized only by the mountainous Shahuit Zul and distant Tepeklan, loomed as a great sapphire mound upon its southern shore. Forests of greenery hung in the sky upon its tiered sides, and a broad but slow waterfall poured down from its peak to feed the channels of a verdant garden about the feet of the temple. From its center, high above, the beam of the Pillar of Dawn radiated upward to the heavens, and even in the bright glare of a dryland afternoon, the whole of the port was cast into a saturated, gilded light by its presence. It was almost gentle, not burning the eyes or driving one to squint or shade, though it certainly hurt to cast one's gaze into the beam itself, even at this distance. There had also come over the observing Lautani a warmth both suffocating and pleasant, not driving one to pant or chafe at clothing or fur, but embracing the foreigners with heat's comfort void of its ravages. Though none of the tropic-born catfolk would have ever experienced such a sensation to compare with the presence of the pillar's light, it was not unlike warming oneself next to a dry wood fire after a night alone in the northern snows. The welcome belonging of secure, reassuring life intoxicated them, and as they were whistled and shouted down to the deck to begin the chaos of sorting out their gear and preparing to disembark, they moved with an almost drunken, contented sluggishness. Berani and the others were, despite the upheaval on the boats, mostly packed after the last night's preparations, and made good time onto the docks once the section had been reunited down in the bunks. They donned uniforms with practiced ease. Though Godin and Durank were engaged in bickering over whether they were too short to impress Ug women, and Marak was interrogating every other row in their chamber about an apparently stolen pack of cigarettes, Berani managed to round them all up with Agama's silent help, and at length they filed out with all the others. They found themselves on the lavish waterfront below the ziggurat of the sun, with a great host of gold-clad royal guard cheering them up onto land and keeping the teeming crowds of the city's citizenry from mobbing the newcomers. From there, Raja Bayani, whose lean form seemed to have been invisible in the ranks up until the moment he was needed, led the men into the gardens, where the 1,000 sons of Tujuhdanau occupied a great court. There they sat, waited, and watched the rest of the Lautani convoy roll slowly in. Pahala, seated on the brickwork ground beside Berani, asked, "Think the High Priestess will get off the flagship once it's docked?" "Of course she will," Agama cut in from behind. "She's the master of the fleet. She'll meet with the king, I'm sure." Pahala, looking around as if he expected the master of Gunug to tumble out of an outcrop of flower or fern, asked, "Where's he then?" "He lives up on the top of the ziggurat," Berani recalled. "I think the palace is supposed to be up at the peak." "Gazorgu grace us with a glimpse of that," Pahala muttered, craning his neck to look up the flank of the temple at the gently swaying fronds of palm and fig trees that towered there. An hour passed in nervous but excited silence as ship after ship pulled into the harbor. The Tujuhdanau loomed terrible in the distance as the cargo ships crossed to the warehouse district on the port's north shore, and the other dreadnoughts and lesser warships took up arranged positions on farther docks. Only when the procession of vessels was fully settled did the hulking Tujuhdanau roar a thundering, metallic cry of smoky wrath to the open air. The cry shook the bones of the observing crowd, and in its wake, as the echoes of the mighty spirit within the behemoth rolled down the ancient avenues of Surgirkar, the Tujuhdanau pushed slowly in for the gilded royal dock at the foot of the ziggurat. Then Raja Berani and the other officers were marshalling the marines and ushering them out to the great glinting avenue which led up to the sweeping stairs of the temple. Opposite them, on the right side of the way, were ranked the gold-clad soldiery of the king's personal guard, their manes bright with ring and plate, and their shoulders and chests heavy with armor. The men of Lautani, in their uniforms of blue and silver, numbered just over 200,000, 10 divisions, pulled from all across the archipelago. Their number was nearly matched by the Ug elite across the way. For the first time, Berani realized how small a contingent they were. The armies of Gunug, even maimed as they were given recent news, likely numbered well over 1 million men. Even though he had recognized on some level that the navy was the Duumvir's great weapon, and the destination for most of her warriors, he felt slightly cowed and insignificant faced with the tall Ug opposite in their plate which glittered in the light of the pillar above. Then the ramp was lowered from the Tujuhdanau, and a procession of 99 priestesses in tropic robes of oceanic turquoise swept down the way. The sailors of the flagship gathered on its main deck, watching the procession from above. In the arms of the holy women were swaddled infants, some sleeping, some mewling and crying. These would be baby girls of the Chemar caste, Berani realized. The Ayir caste, the priestly caste, highest among the Lautani, and well respected among the Ug, was not entirely celibate. In both Gunug and Lautani, the priestesses of Laut and the priests of Gazorgu, on attaining maturity, were paired with one of the opposite order, and ritually mated to one another. Annually, during New Year's festivities, in which the birth of Laut and the beginning of the cycle of divinities was celebrated in both countries, these pairings would be consummated. It was the sole time of year the orders were allowed to mingle. The children resulting from these unions, given over to Gazorgu's priests when male and Laut's priestesses when female, found one of two fates. Depending on the tide or arc of the sun at the moment of birth, they either rejoined their priesthoods to be raised as acolytes of the revered Ayir caste, or else became Chemar, the claimed. It would not be precise to term the Chemar caste lowborn, because in the eyes of the priesthoods of the gods, they were blessed. But they were never named, and were never allowed to reach adulthood. The Chemar were seen as belonging to the gods, and while they lived comfortably as revered guests so long as the priesthoods kept them, their fate was sealed from the moment of their coming into the world. The gods knew and kept their names, and the priesthoods knew that, upon escaping the mortal coil, these youths would become the feared and revered handmaidens of Laut, or watchmen of Gazorgu. The younger a Chemar caste boy or girl was at the time of offering, the greater was the swelling of the power of Gazorgu or Laut, and the mightier the spirit born of their blood would be. The priestesses formed an orderly phalanx and turned to watch. A hush seemed to fall over the distant singing and cheering crowds of Surgirkar, as if they sensed the divine at work in their midst. A dark-furred, tall, almost painfully thin Lautani woman clad in flowing sapphire-laden silver scales swept down after them. Her shimmering dress fell low and wide, the subtlety of her quick motions making it seem as if she drifted aloft on the smoothed wood of the ramp. In her arms, too, was an infant, perhaps fruit of her own form, or perhaps some other priestess's. A high diadem, formed of 2 gigantic crystalline shark's teeth plucked from some monster of the lightless depths, and jingling with subtle chimes, lent the ethereal woman yet more height. The storm-dark oceanic eyes of her stern face seemed to burn with the pillar of dawn's reflected flame. Isyana had once been her name, a child of lost Hurabaya on the mainland far away south, where after long millennia of back and forth, the Sholoshaitians now ruled. Berani remembered having heard his father read that in the papers out of Besipalabuhan long ago. Now, only she likely thought of herself with that name. She was High Priestess of Laut, one of the 2 masters of the Duumvirate. Her signature of rule, chosen upon her selection by the conclave in the Temple of the Sea all those years ago, was South Sea Leviathan. Then low, rumbling horns built into the walls of the Ziggurat of the Sun hummed into life, and Berani, whose attention had been wholly on the flagship and its contingent of holy women, turned for the sweeping stairs of the temple. And down it strode he who could be only the King of Gunug, at the head of 99 priests of Gazorgu in their blue or gold robes. Flanking the stairway were yet more of the royal guard, and they held their rifles out before the king in supplication as he passed. The king was armored, as were his guards, but there was not 1 inch of mane or face visible behind the glowering helm and corded rings. Like a gem-encrusted golem of solar metal, his broad form seemed without flaw, framed by flowing cape of royal blue, and it was easy in that moment, in the shadow of Gazorgu's greatest holy site, for Berani to believe he could stride then and there through the gates of the city, and break the legions of Harakwe on his own. Shamat the 12th, descended from the very blood of the god of the sun, stood before them. Just as the high priest and priestess were the representatives of Gazorgu and Laut in the Isles, the king and queen of Gunug headed the orders of the gods in the land of the lion folk, and Berani felt as if he looked through time upon the maker of the Ug himself. And the king bowed low before the high priestess, who returned the gesture, the Lord of the Sun and the Lady of the Sea, standing before one another like some scene from a temple mural. The Leviathan tenderly handed the Chemar-caste child she bore over to the king, who took the infant with silent reverence. And the priests and priestesses of each contingent came forth in their wake, and the Chemar passed into the hands of the holy men of Gazorgu. Then, as quickly as it had begun, and without a word having passed between either order, each group bowed once more before the daughters of Laut withdrew to their vessel to prepare for the coming siege. Then the king of Gunug motioned the royal guard across the avenue into order, and they formed up on the causeway proper. Raja Bayani and the other Lautani officers were shifting their men in the same way, both the Ug and Lautani columns now facing the stairs of the Ziggurat of the Sun. King Shamat and the chosen field marshal of the Lautani expeditionary force, Raja Sanjata, master of the largest marine-yielding province on mighty Banteng, removed gauntlet and glove and shook hands as equals. Then they began to climb the steps to the temple, and their men followed after them. Suddenly, it made sense to Berani, the departure of High Priestess Isyana and the exchange of the Chemar offerings. Priestesses of Laut were not permitted inside the temples of Gazorgu, and vice versa, unless the new year were dawned. "They're taking us into the temple," Pahala murmured aloud beside him, more as a sort of zealous prayer than a commentary to Berani or the others about them. "We're actually going to see it." And so they were. The ziggurat's first tier, about a fifth of the way up along the zigzag course of the stairways, housed the towering entryway. The lion-head gate was waiting open as the soldiers crested the tier, and the innards of the massive, cavernous chamber beyond were dark with smoke and low-burned ember. Far off in the core, they could see the base of the Pillar of Dawn, a blinding beam in a sea of murk. Pushing in, they smelled the incense of the priesthood and breathed deep the intoxicating fumes of the fires therein. The warm, comfortable sense of belonging was even deeper here, in the very presence of the pillar. The room, like a great Sholoshaitian arena or Minoan coliseum, was fully large enough to house all 400,000 Ug and Lautani in the retinue. They were seated in ranks upon the prayer carpets, forests of gilded columns shimmering in their midst and disappearing into the cave dark far above. At the lowered center of the room, the king and his priests climbed a mighty dais. At the core was the well of Gazorgu, from which the Pillar of Dawn's light sprang. Behind this rose a titan angular idol of the Lord of the Sun himself, Gazorgu, carven as a proud, muscular Ug with arms outstretched to either side of the pillar, palms aloft in meditation or evocation. Priests chanted in hidden alcoves along the far walls, and their strange syllables echoed out over the space like the massing of some vast crowd. The weird thrum of lyre and hushed cymbal rang in time with their throaty recitations. King Shamat XII held aloft the Chemar infant for consecration by an ancient priest at the foot of the idol. Slow and methodical, he ascended the few steps to the lip of the well, and with care thrust the child into the light, where it shrieked once and then fell to dust as if gnawed by flame for countless days in the very core of a furnace. Berani winced at this, along with all those offerings which followed. All of those around him did, and the sensation of empathic agony never waned with repetition. It was not a process meant to be easy or pleasant. Even though the Chemar were one with the gods, the very stomach to offer them was the core purpose of the ritual. It was testament to the belief of the Lautani and the Ug, and as the life force of the gods was sent back to their disposal in so hallowed and ritualized a way, the window through which those divinities could gaze and reach grew ever so slightly wider. The twin gods, in the hour of deepest need, were being called to action. In the distant south, afar out over the ocean, thunder rolled. A storm was coming. The garden-girdled heart of Gazorgu. The timeless palace raised atop the Temple of the Sun was not sprawling. The king and the queen shared one quarter, the children and relations another, and the harem occupied the rearmost of the sections. It was a place of reds and blues and warm-litten interiors, of pillared balconies and ivy-roofed courtyards, like the rest of the city, but more so. From its central court, unseen by the visitors, sprung the Pillar of Dawn's light from below, grown subtle and pale with the gathering of dusk. But the royal garden which surrounded it on the ziggurat's uppermost tier was by far the main attraction so far as Berani was concerned. The Lautani expeditionary force had been marched up as if they were victorious heroes already, and great feasts ripe with the richest meals Gunug could offer them in this time of sorrows awaited them there. Tables and benches and chairs had been shaped there by the careful hands of royal gardeners from tight-woven living roots and limbs of fig and reed and vine. Apiaries the size of barns thrummed with bounty. Streams flowed wild through channels in the earth-heaped stone, and flowers grew heavy, luminous heads at the banks. Beneath the light of the setting sun, which grew all the darker as distant clouds heavy with rain crept northward to devour the golden sky, they ate their fill as attendants livened the many golden lanterns along the winding paths of the gardens. Whether youth or high officer, every man took his fill. There were many dishes of lamb, rich stews, and fillets seared in olive oil and rubs of herb. Whole legs of the beasts had been slow cooked in sweet marinades, and the flesh of them fell easy off the bone. Fat, freshwater shrimp from the river Igtuku were served with dark, pepper-thick rice that burned even the heat-numbed mouths of the Lautani. Bowls of grape and sliced apple sweetened the meal, and salted skewers of fatty pork or blackened river fish countered them. Finest of all were the desserts, for the Ug held honey to be sacred, and though the substance was rare in the Isles, the Lautani were enchanted by it. The beer accompanying the dinner, if Berani had been dragged to honesty that evening, was not to his taste, as was the case with many of his fellows, who took the cool, crystalline stream water rather than down it. But mead followed the meal alongside fresh-baked rolls and cakes glazed in honey and dusted with cinnamon and other spices from their homeland in Lautan. They ate as if starving, and drank as heavily as they dared with their officers moving among them. But given many of the officers themselves were tipsy by the time night fell, it became ever easier to slip more drink in the shadows. The refined Ug who moved among their guests to distribute fresh food at the behest of the king were more than a little wary of their small guests, who ate without mind to tableware using their fingers. While the medic Samudra and some of the others within Berani's line of sight, who'd spent ample time in Besipalabuhan or other large cities of the islands, made an effort to use offered stick or skewer or spoon as intended by their hosts, the others shoveled rice and sweet meat into mouths long made miserable by unseasoned fish and wet grain on ship and in temple. They licked their fingers clean like wild beasts, as the Ug saw it, singing and chanting among themselves as the alcohol took hold. But the king himself, watching on from the peak of the steps of the palace as the many thousands dining in the great gardens ate their fill, seemed unperturbed. He was seated among several officers of his own guard, and many more of the highest-ranking men of Lautan. The broad table hosted over 100, and Berani looked now and then to where his father sat among the elite, out near the eaves. Perhaps it was just his imagination at so great a distance, but in the gloomy flit of flame-born light afar off, he thought that familiar, lean figure looked uncomfortable there. Much as Berani felt the distance of home, he at least had the others about him, the youthful musing of Pahala and Samudra, or the familiar bickering of Gadin and Jorok. Even quiet, drunk Agama, avoiding much talk with his younger tablemates, was a welcome reminder of home. But Raja Bayani had no fellows at the table, and so far as Berani could see, his father was nursing a mug of mead and looking restless in his seat on the heights. Lieutenant Satria sidled over from another nearby table to lean in and speak to Agama in hushed tones, and everyone in Berani's section took note of the aloof man's presence, not wishing to be scolded. Agama waved off Satria and pointed him Berani's way, saying, "Tell him, Lieutenant. Unless you're so deep in your drink you've forgotten he's in charge of us." Satria, visibly irritated but not making a scene in the crowd of warm-natured celebrants, rounded to Berani and leaned in to him instead, saying, "We're leaving from here tonight to take up position on the north wall, out beyond the outer field. The Ug say the Sholoshaitians are likely less than a day from beginning bombardments. Have your section ready to go within the hour. "Northern wall," Berani repeated, loudly, so all at the table could hear. "Within the hour. Bombardment tomorrow. I'll handle it, sir." Lieutenant Satria glowered at him. It had become a default expression between them. But both Berani's father's reputation and the presence of countless others far from fond of preening Satria kept the lieutenant at bay, and he stalked off to warn other sections of the coming move. "You need to tread more carefully," Pahala said from the seat beside him. "You're going to get the whip eventually, talking to him like that." "Fuck Satria," Agama said. "If he had the spine to do anything, he'd have done something by now. The man has the soul of a Petagon caste merchant, simpering and crooning for his betters, always eager to prove he's a good little dog, nippy and nagging to his inferiors, desperate to convince them he's worthy of his role. He wouldn't have any of us whipped any more than he'd challenge one of us to a carry stool back home. Should have left him home with his wife, if you ask me." Berani laughed. Several others did, too. But Samudra, and other more strictly rule-oriented men around the section, did not join in. "He'll be getting shelled and shot just like us," Samudra eventually dared say, in a voice not quite as assertive as he doubtless wished to project. "Maybe we shouldn't be undermining him." Agama stared over at him, silent for a while. Not in anger. It was something else. Perhaps pity, Berani realized. "Firstly, I only take time out of my night to undermine our lieutenant because he took time out of his night to undermine our corporal by coming to me to talk rather than going to him," Agama corrected. "You know full well by now that wasn't the first time he's done it either. He knows the Raja and I know each other from the last war, and he is strategically attempting to ingratiate himself with his betters and his elders. I am not in control of the section, and he breached order by trying to pass on commands to me rather than Berani. Secondly," Agama went on after a long pause to drain the last of his current mug of mead, "I know Lieutenant Satria's sort because I was his sort once upon a time. Peace makes men, even of our caste, mind you, think like tradesmen or scholars, like salesmen or well-trained pupils in a lecture hall, constantly aware of our value and station, as if we're commodities to be bought by our higher-ups, rather than warriors all at different stages of the ladder. The soldier waits for gunshots to be fired in anger to prove himself. He proves it in times of need. The merchant is ever scheming as to how best to simulate stress or need, so that he can prove useful in a situation void of risk. I know this because I was this. Perhaps, given half the chance, I would be still. And an officer like that will get men killed when the time comes for hard decisions to be made." They were quiet for a time after that, nursing remaining drinks and filling what little space remained in their bellies with baked desserts. Out in the deepest distance, fires could be seen beyond the city from their lofty height atop the ziggurat, as fields not yet harvested were set ablaze and abandoned by their masters. Smoke rose against the starry sky, and between the faintest hint of thunder from the coming southern storm and the far-off hum of engine and gate as the city was closed against its foes, Berani almost imagined he could already hear the pounding of artillery. They had heard it fired back on the heights above the iron harbor, now and then, something to inure them to the sheer volume and bone-shaking weight of heavy guns being used. Now nerves birthed noises where none existed, and Berani found himself drunkenly scanning the distant roofs of the city in search of shells landing and reaping their toll. But it was not long in tormented stillness before King Shamat XII took his feet before his table to address the garden, horns being blown for silence and attention. The Lautani soldiery stood to look on with breath held, for none yet had heard the monarch of Gunug speak aloud. To Berani's surprise, it was his father, Raja Berani, who was ushered up to stand beside the king and translate as he spoke. He supposed his father had learned more than doctrine years ago on maneuver with the lion folk. He wondered why he had never heard the man mention he knew their speech. Without his veiling helm, the king was near white of fur, and his eyes were so deeply blue that their darkness was stark even across great distance, glowing in the dim with a light not quite natural. Beneath his plaited mane, the king spoke in measured tones deep as a rumbling floodwater. Now and then he paused and allowed Berani to follow after him in his own steel-stern voice. The construction of the walled garden, despite the intervening rows and trees, carried their voices well, and few but the farthest away had to strain at hearing them. On behalf of the House of the Solar Kings, it has been my honor to invite you, our cousins, into my city and my home, Berani spoke. We two kindreds, bound from the first dawn, will remain bound until the last dusk. I could not be more proud to host you, and I thank you for your loyalty. We have already bled much, and the risk your people have all taken by coming here in arms is not lost on us. The hand of aid has often been extended from one of our peoples to the other, and this hand offered by the Lautani now, in our moment of greatest weakness, will never be forgotten, so long as any among the people of the sun draw breath to sing and speak of it. There was a low, sonorous hum in the distant south as thunder roared in the night. The king went on, his eyes now off seaward, raking the horizon. You are, I'm sure, aware that this city, this place so sacred to my folk and yours, is about to fall under the hammer of the Lord of War, Berani translated on in his turn. Our armies are even now withdrawing into the city. The first and second walls are in the hands of the foe, and the fields of Gunug are barren and burning before them. We have slowed them as best we could, but come tomorrow evening, they will surely be shelling Surgirkar. But your coming has lent us more than hope. It brings us security. With the great cannon of your ships in our harbors, and the heavy siege guns carried by your cargo convoy already being shifted to the walls, we will be able to strike back at the foe from within our fortress. We will flood the dredges and lowland fields along the rivers, and make miserable for them their advance. With you by our sides, we will again snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and bleed the legions of the enemy dry in the waters of our defenses. And when at last the storm clears, we will rear our fields of gold side by side, and rebuild the homes they seek to take from us. The king bowed low before them. Many of the Lautani soldiery, despite their drunkenness, had already pulled back into place their Rebukadok veils, and gotten their uniforms in order. They returned the gesture, and before long, the king of Gunug had donned his helm again, and disappeared back into the manse of his palace overlooking the gardens. The Lautani expeditionary force was once again formed up for a march, and then led by its officers down into the city to seek their posts on the walls. Berani looked longingly on the sights of the ziggurat and the Port Solar beyond as he moved. The richly engraved priestly housing on the middle tiers, the stair-step channels which carried the water of the upper garden down to the port, the great polished lion idols which stared out over the city beneath them, like golden sentinels wary of the coming threat. It all felt timeless, much more whole and tangible than polyglot, teeming Besipalabuhan had felt. Whilst much of the architecture of old Lautan persisted in the capital back home, Berani got the impression that a great deal more of the soul of Gunug survived in Surgirkar. Perhaps, he reasoned, He felt this way simply because he was a foreigner, unaccustomed to the ways and thought patterns of the lion folk. Perhaps if he were a rural noble son of some far-flung province of the kingdom, Sir Girkar would seem to him a roiling, roaring poison, just as Besipalabuhan had come to seem during his weeks there. And yet, Berani did not think so. Especially in the night, with the pale pillar of dawn casting its gentle gleam across the sheen of blue brick and gold filigree, and the natural glimmer of candle or lantern light dancing subtle throughout the cramped streets and windows, it was ancient. And, perhaps, its preservation spoke to some more steadfast survival of tradition than had been maintained in bustling Besipalabuhan. As the Lautani Marines began their long march around the waters of the Port Solar, and eventually north into the manse of the upper city, they passed into streets less crammed by the tight press of houses. Here, among the wealthier districts, the clan compounds were more frequently broken by lower garden or sporting court or communal gathering ground. And in these occasional open spaces, claustrophobic tent cities were being evacuated, and the gates of many homes stood open to allow traffic in and out. The royal guard about Sir Girkar were distributing outsiders to the city into the shelters, underways, and empty storage silos beneath the surface, arranging tallies of the numbers in each, to then arrange supply for them should bombardment drag on long enough to warrant it. Even as the lamps continued their burning to light the way for soldier or citizen, the lamps and candles of wealthy grate and window were being put out as clans shuttered their homes and hoped for the best. Near the city's edge, many groups formed from men of the laboring caste, something like the Kerja back home, though Berani did not know the Ug name for them, were being issued rifles and small loads of ammunition. Ug soldiers were providing them instruction for the use of the weapons, dry-firing them as examples. Berani noticed the weapons were old, reliable in all likelihood, but not the relatively quick bolt-action things with which he, the Lautani Marines, and the professional armies of Gunug were armed. Carts and other scraps of stone or wood were being mounded on corners, to allow streets to be easily barricaded if the walls were breached and fighting spilled into the inner causeways and alleys. And it was impossible, seeing all this, not to imagine foreign soldiers slipping down dark alleys or taking up firing positions on low-slung roofs. Terrible as the sapphire manse would be to an enemy, it would be almost equally terrible to the defenders the moment the enemy was inside it with them. Hours took them through the inner gates, out of the upper city, and into the outer fields, the densest, most fertile farmland in Gunug, maintained as the king's private fields in times of peace, and utilized in elder days as provender for the city during times of siege. Even this had been scythed down and stripped bare, and the stone paths they traversed over dark, trampled earth were lonely and silent. Late into the march, as the northern ring of the last wall came into view a mile and more ahead, the clouds overhead opened up, and rain began to fall, first a drizzle, and then a downpour. Lightning rocked the distant peaks of the wall now and then, shaking the earth underfoot. Then they were being divvied up and shifted each into bunker complexes beneath artificial hills backing the bastion. As Berani slipped through Dower Hatch into Dowerer Tunnel, he found himself gazing back across the fields towards the Pillar of Dawn, now a faint stain of pale white against the blackness of the rolling rain. Then Agama pushed him gently in, and the shadows of the wall took hold of him, and he saw no more of Sir Girkar as it was meant to be. 14. The Siege of Surgirkar. The northern and southern dredges were muddy moats which, in days free of threat, sat sun-baked and marshy, muck-cracked like the scales of some vast serpent at the feet of the outer and southern walls, linking the Igtuku to the Usal, both above and below the city. But the storm summoned up from the sea had fattened the rivers with Laut's tears from black cloud and cruel wind, and the dredges had swelled alongside them. The Igtuku and Usal were soon twice their prior width, and the green foliage along the banks of the rivers was lost beneath muddied currents. The canals within the city, deeply carved for just such times of flood and defense, were now near to overflowing. Channels cut to drain compound courtyards spouted water into roaring gutters across Surgirkar, and the outer fields on the city's northern fringe had grown thick and soupy with mud. And as the scouts had predicted, the thunder of that storm was joined the very night after the arrival of aid from Lautani by a distant rumble of enemy batteries as the cannon-borne voice of the Lord of War competed with the roars of Laut's gale. The main force of their guns had been ported across the Igtuku far north of the city, and were now emplaced more than 10 miles from the northernmost outer wall between the rivers. Several mammoth specimens ordered as prototypes from Tepeklan were closer to 30 miles off, and while it would be many months before such Titan siege guns replaced their smaller cousins, their presence spoke to the Empire's commitment to the final success at Surgirkar. It was a well-chosen position, that northern span, one many of the royal guard had guessed the Shaishans might occupy. It placed them as far away as was possible from the Port Solar in the city's heart, where the heavy guns of Lautani dreadnoughts might reach back to claw hungrily at them. Their prime target was that very northern wall, the one along which the Lautani Marines had requested to be garrisoned. Here, the military minds of the Ugg knew, the foe would carve a breach much like the ones which had spelled the doom of the first 2 of Gunug's great walls, and in time launch a push into the outer fields, from which they would breach the upper city. And yet the dogged sons of Harakwe were not immune to pain simply because the Port Solar was out of reach. For one, the naval guns unloaded from cargo vessels and pulled by Lautani elephant teams out to the northern defenses had, at their largest, ranges of nearly 20 miles. They were not, of course, true artillery, as compared with the siege guns arrayed against them, but the Shaishans were attempting to breach walls, and the cumbersome, many-layered shells they hurled had been forged for this purpose. The Ugg and Lautani merely needed to mangle cannon, and the naval pieces served that purpose just fine. Secondly, the Pamechadunia, boasting 36 of the largest and most well-honed main guns Lautani could craft in her great shipyards and foundries in chittering and smog-shrouded Besipalabuhan, had a range of fully 36 miles with this main armament. While the other dreadnoughts sat smoking and brooding in the night, the flagship was hurling fire back at the foe. And while this was guesswork, and the impact of it could not rightly be known until dawn, the volcanic fury of the greatest warship the world had ever seen did much to hearten those few souls who braved the streets of Surgirkar that terrible night to see it. And what dark sights those intrepid few saw! For though the focus of Shaidi was the northern wall, the new 30-milers from Tepeklan were aiming for the belly of their chosen prey. Though the azure city of Surgirkar was dark as midnight hill country beneath the blackened sky, its soft innards rippled here and there with the dull, sudden glow of impact as heavy shells tore through roofs or pulped ancient walls, first in one quarter, then in another. That first night, the Shaishans were, much like the Lautani, probing, prodding blind in the vast sprawl of street and alley, and sowing what terror they could there. The dawn, though, would begin the air war, and with it, the seeking shells of both sides would become much more deadly. It was the 8th of Nehuelio, the second morning after arrival. The Lautani had many thousands of craft and trained pilots of the Navy, which, in those early days, still governed their air wings, on hand. The lanes around the Port Solar, along with the larger of the docks, were being used to launch them. Though the wind and rain had kept all craft grounded the night prior, that morning was gray with the thinning of cloud, and the driving, unnatural rain had slowed to a steady hum to replace what had up to that point been a persistent roar. And though still stray gust or unpredictable current posed threat to pilots braving the weather, there was little choice for both defender and attacker but to go and to hope. While the majority of these Lautani craft were flimsy canvas-winged monoplanes, 1,000 of their proper fighters, sleek biplanes more than capable of fulfilling roles both as scout spotters and combat craft, were also on the move. They outnumbered the enemy quite handily now that the new arrivals from the Isles had been mobilized in the city, and the shrill whine and shaky outline of them skirting the rain-dark clouds became a constant presence over Sirgirkar. The sleekly organized rotation of planes on and off the impromptu runways near the port meant downtimes were minimal, as one wing would come in for refueling, report, and repair, just as another would roll out in its wake. But the Sholoshaishans, even if outnumbered, were more than capable of posing a threat to the cheaply built monoplane fodder, so far as they saw it, thrown forth by their foes. For they had at their disposal the sons of the Aldakan, from Volvenreich, away in the New World, and it was they who had birthed flying by balloon and airship and glider many centuries ago. While the Volvin had been slow to take to engine and machine lent them by their Sholoshaishan protectors, when eventually they had turned their minds to such things, the wolf folk had proved cunning indeed, more than a match for their Sholoshaishan or Lautani counterparts in the race to bring flight into the new century. The biplanes and triplanes of the Empire, therefore, though often assembled in factories scattered across new or old Sholoshaidi, were designed by other minds. As such, in the early years of the new century, Volvin pilots had often manned most of Sholoshaidi's aircraft, renowned not just for their reflexes and keen pace of decision, but also for their fearlessness of heights and speed, a rarity among the once subterranean Sholoshaishans. They made great pilots. Most had returned to their Volvenreich by skyship upon the outbreak of war, to defend their own skies in the New World, but the expertise they had lent their Sholoshaishan trainees remained. The complement of the armored zeppelins the Sholoshaishans had termed sky fortresses were now the sole craft piloted by Volvin. The rest were in the hands of Shaishan pilots, and despite their being outnumbered, the experience they had garnered over the fields of eastern Gunug proved invaluable in evening the odds. The sky fortresses were difficult to shoot down for the Lautani at the best of times, but their capacity for altitude made them impossible to assault if they maintained their greatest operational height. Thus, the Zeppelins of Volvenreich became a common sight over Sirgirkar in the days which followed, distant shapes against the dark clouds, or else half-glimpsed silhouettes of deepened murk in the haze. For the most part, these craft were attempting to sight where Sholoshaishan shells were landing, and then signal corrections if the bombardments were off the mark. It was by their direction that more than 10 of the dreadnoughts in the Port Solar were sunk in the second and third day, and the palace atop the hallowed ziggurat of the sun was leveled on the fourth. The Zeppelins would come prowling down out of the gray just long enough to sight, with wings of Sholoshaishan biplanes coming in from the east over the walls to defend them, only to then disappear into the clouds after their task was done. Crude firebombs were dropped by both the Zeppelins and heavy Sholoshaishan triplanes, but given there was little exposed wood in the city, the fires which took were rare. The artillery was the real worry, so far as damage was concerned. But that fact did little to diminish the nervous dread the enemy's capacity to strike inside the walls had raised up in the citizenry. If a shelter were breached, or a home toppled atop a cellar where families huddled away from the quaking of heavy rounds, and scattered survivors crept out to be waved fast into neighboring pits by the ghost patrols of Royal Guard, still out on the streets amidst the chaos, their eyes were ever upward, locked upon a sky which had become hostile and treacherous. The pillar of dawn was dim, even in the day, and far more of their sputtering blue planes were crashing to ruin in the pockmarked avenues of Sirgirkar than the raucous yellow or orange-painted fighters of the enemy. But it would be wrong to say the Sholoshaishans were the sole beneficiaries of the air war, for the heavy Lautani-lent guns along the northern wall closest to the sieging Imperial artillery had stricken dead 2 of the 3 prototype 30-miler cannons the foe had been using to pound the Port Solar, all thanks to hard-fought scouting probes by the pilots of Lautan meant to place eyes on the gun emplacements. The 3rd and final prototype was ferried away elsewhere on the 4th day, it seemed, as the Sholoshaishans sought to preserve it for some greater struggle to come. The Ug Army and Lautani Marine divisions on that northernmost outer wall line could not, of course, see the destruction wrought by the guns of their fortress, but still, they took solace in the fact that they could strike back as the city was ravaged by air. The outer wall, the Marines had learned, was the name the Ug had given to the northernmost section of the city's defenses. Its length was just under 30 miles between a narrow press of the rivers Usal and Igtuku, and along that width it was punctuated by 5 great fortresses, from which the artillery and naval guns could fire. Initially, Berani and his section, along with all the men of Lautan, had been centered along the outer wall, headquartered in Fort Esh, or Fort 3. But Fort 3 had, it was obvious, been singled out for the Sholoshaishan breach, and given the heaviness of the enemy's opening bombardment there during the night of the 7th, all men and guns in Fort Esh, save a skeletal crew, had been rushed out. Now, they were positioned along the walls near Fort Limu, the 4th fort. From here, they, along with the Ug closer to Fort Min, the 2nd fort, would be in a prime position to respond when the eventual assault on the breach was launched. Their proximity would grant them the privilege of being first into the fight, and yet that proximity also meant their heads rang with the rumbling report of each shell landing just a mile or 2 west of them along the line. Berani's soups and drinks rippled with the subtle concussions of percussive blasts each morning or evening when he settled in to dine, and his sleep in the crowded, stinking bunkhouses, on those rare occasions when he found it, had become troubled and fitful. The section, being infantry in good standing, spent the first week of bombardment in the bunkhouses, behind the outer wall. But Berani fast realized, mostly due to increased spats amongst his own men and the men of other sections, that being cooped up in stone boxes all day was not amenable to peace or rest among the Marines. And so he had lobbied Lieutenant Satria to make sure their platoon was moved out onto the wall's firing lines as soon as was possible. For once, Satria, even if he did credit himself with the idea, buckled under pressure from corporals below him. By the grim, cloud-drowned morning of the 14th of Nwelyol, Berani and his men found themselves on the 2nd of 3 stacked firing lines built into the walls. From here, they were able to look through the narrow firing slats out over the mud and grimy swamp of the northern dredge, and onto the dour, half-flooded plain beyond. Their shift on watch, running from early afternoon to midnight, gave them ample taste of both strangled daylight and inky night. Then they retired back to the bunkhouse to sleep. Drinking, if bitter beer rations to which the desperate drinkers among the Lautani had to adapt remained to them, was usually done in the morning, well before the watch kicked off. In the beginning, they kept low unless a noise, some stray shell landing particularly close, or some phantom scream of beast out on the plains, drew their attention. But the Shaishans knew their business, and their devastating fire was precise and targeted, leaving their section of the wall with little to worry over. And so, in time, they began to lean up along the firing windows and watch the land out north, if only so they could have something other than each other to look at. When the second week of bombardment came, they lobbied to be kept on the firing lines and were moved up a floor to the deep-roofed top of the wall. This proved quite good for the spirits of the Marines. Out in the north towards the Sholo-Shaishan batteries, they occasionally saw their own blue scout planes fighting off Sholo-Shaishan pursuers as they came back from the lines, or else could glimpse in the dark of nightfall the far-off flashes of the shells sent north to batter enemy guns. The planes especially raised their ire, and betting cigarettes on the outcome of dogfights became commonplace. Smoking was now ubiquitous. The Ug, to the great delight of Marak, who had been low on cigarettes since the trip north to Gunug had begun, issued their own troops ample supply of cigarettes, and these rations were offered to the Marines along with their weekly loads of food and drink. Berani, who had initially disliked the smell and taste of the foreign plant, was by that second week on watch just as inured to their sensations as any of the others. It was the sleeplessness which had broken him down, the artillery's thumping in his own frayed nerves, always firing as if attack were imminent, had rendered him a slow and exhausted sleepwalker. The nip of nicotine widened his eyes and livened the dull synapses in his skull, keeping at bay some of the weary sluggishness which seemed to have seeped so deep into his tired bones. It was around sundown on the 24th, Berani's third sundown on that highest firing line. He'd just lit his first cigarette of the evening. He found he liked to save them till dark. The sunset itself off west was not visible from his northward window, but from up here at the highest defensible point on the wall, about 50 feet from the ground, the vista of swampy floodplain below was painted a vivid panoply of fiery color, and it soothed his tired eyes to gaze out over the still muddy water made paradoxically lovely by the hour, as he attempted to ignore the distant roar which always filled his ears. Many of the others were lazing about farther off. Marak and Dimas had pulled Pahala, generally a shadow to Berani, into a talk about fishing, all trying to conspire a way to get a line long enough it would reach down into the soup of the flooded dredge below, where the shapes of displaced river fish could often be glimpsed stalking the surface for errant mosquito or gnat. Jabat and Darmang were debating Jorok and Gadin in a 2-versus-2 joust over which city, Sirgirkar or Besipalabuhan, was home to more people. Other sections were equally languid and restful to east or west. Occasionally, a man from another unit would walk down the corridor of the firing line behind, offering trades of beer or strange Ug beet liquor for smokes, and Berani did not intervene to uphold the ban of online drinking when Quiet Agama got a canteen full of red firewater to keep him calm during the silence of the long night. Rifles were slung up against the wall, or else laid flat along the base, the night being as hushed and still as it could be just a mile or two off from heavy shelling. It was, so far as it could be in Sirgirkar, peaceful. "Wonder how bad it's got back behind the wall," Agama said from his place about 15 feet off when he noticed Berani looking his way. The older man drained perhaps half his canteen of burning liquor, and then sidled a bit closer along the wall, saying, "I figure that's why they don't let us go up out back the way we came in. Better that we don't see the city after all this shooting." "Probably right," Berani agreed, turning his gaze back out towards the water. "But it's probably best we don't see it." "We'll be in it before too long," Agama told him. "When they get through the breach they're digging, I mean." "You don't think we'll hold?" "I don't think we will if the first and second couldn't," Agama muttered. "Not forever, anyhow. The real question is whether we can kill enough when they're on the way in that they lose steam taking the city wall by wall, street by street." Agama was beside him now, almost shoulder to shoulder, looking out into the swamp alongside him. Berani could smell the stinging stink of the open beet liquor, but he knew from experience Agama wasn't truly drunk, just satiated, subdued, mellow. "Well, Fort 3 is pretty much rubble by now," Berani said. "Makes me wonder how long they're going to wait to throw men at it." "I wager they're cooking something up. Something clever, knowing them," Agama said. "Best we can do is wait, and hope the scout flights see it early enough to warn us when it comes." Agama offered Berani the canteen of thick red alcohol. Berani took it and, squinting his eyes against the foul taste, downed 2 whole mouthfuls before handing it back to a chuckling Agama. He coughed once. "That is foul," Berani said. "Do you think the Ug's tongues work?" Agama laughed. But before he could answer, the half-registered peripheral sight of Pahala and the other prospective fishermen snapping to attention made him jolt. Almost immediately, before he could react beyond his nervous start, a shape came up on Berani's left. Tall, lean, stern. "Corporal Berani." The familiar voice of Raja Bayani rang far louder than it was in his ears. He straightened up to face his father, trying to keep his beet-stained breath downward as he spoke. "Yes, sir." It was the first time he'd seen his father up close in weeks. They had shared a brief, quiet moment when his father had dropped by to congratulate him on finishing training before they'd boarded the boats north, but the exchange had been distant, almost wordless. Though he'd been glad of his father's approval, however stern, Berani somehow didn't think the Raja would react so well to finding him drinking on watch. "I've already talked with Satria, and all my other officers," Raja Bayani began, taking his time, "but I wanted to speak with you personally." Bayani did not mention the liquor stink. Perhaps that was because, quite obviously, Agama was the source of most of it, and the Raja was willing to forgive the old soldier some of his trespasses. Whatever the case, Berani kept his mouth shut, and kept his still-watering eyes trained on his father's. "Word from the spotters is that the Shaishans are damming up the Usal and Igtuku in the far north," Raja Bayani said. "They mean to divert the rivers, and dry up as much of the field as they can before the attack. They're likely to be finished in the next few days." Agama, still lingering off to the side, let loose something between a cough and a whistle, a noise half jovial and half frightened. Berani, turning to look back out over the moat the northern dredge had become, and the swampy mire beyond, exhaled slow. "That's always been a possibility," Bayani said. "But they moved much, much faster than we anticipated. They've moved a battery out west to begin shelling the west wall where it guards the upper city, another down to hit the south wall, and they've started bombardment of the eastern canal gate, looking to drain the city's waterways once the riverbeds run dry. The Navy is planning a fighting withdrawal down the Usal tonight, before the waters drop too low. They can't risk the flagship and the High Priestess being trapped in the city when the port dries up. The big ships are being stripped of their guns to make sure Sir Girkar has all the firepower it needs. You think they'll make it? It was Agama who spoke. Berani lingered in thought a moment before answering. Who knows? The Sholo-Shaishans are doubtless expecting them on the riverbanks, but the Navy has been in worse positions before. I have to think Laut will see them through. Raja Berani shook his head as if to jostle free the doubt in his voice. Then he pushed on. Berani thought in that moment that, despite his mental image of his father as unbreakable and unshakable, the man looked every bit as exhausted as he was. But I came to talk about something else, Berani said. The news about the rivers will go out tonight to all the garrison. What concerns me is who the Sholo-Shaishans have camped up near the northern battery. Ektal? Agama asked. Some, Berani said. A few Ektal legions, and around 20 of the regular army. But it's where they're from that concerns me. Agama, staying silent, looked back out over the mud and the pools. Most of them are flying blue provincial flags below the black and gold, Raja Berani clarified for a confused Berani. They're from Hurabaya, from Estlan. Berani had never seen his father look so worried. They'll be the ones they send into the breach up here in the north, Raja Berani said. I'm sure of it. Berani, I want you to promise me that if things go ill, and we aren't able to fall back to the north wall through the outer fields, and you find yourself surrounded or under fire, you won't surrender. Don't let them take you alive. Berani's head was a whirl with questions, but he could see in the hinted desperation in his father's eyes that this was not the time for them. I promise, sir, he said. You can count on me. I'll do what needs to be done, if the time comes. Raja Berani hugged him. It was not warm or long, but it left Berani even more shaken than he'd already been. Then Berani, his task seemingly done, swept on broad and silent stride down the firing line's corridor to Fort Limu, where his quarters awaited him. Agama, quiet at his shoulder, finished the liquor he'd got, and flagged down another passing runner for more in the aftermath. He was the only one of Berani's section who valued the alcohol more than the tobacco. We're bound for sacrifice if the Shaishans take us anyhow, Berani said after a time. What's so much worse about the Hurabaya Lautani? There's worse things than having your heart carved out quick on Shahuitzul, Agama said simply. The Shaishans think you're salvageable, spiritually speaking. They'll treat you with respect. If the end comes, it will happen in the blink of an eye. But our cousins from the continent, not so tame. The landscape before them was almost wholly dark now. The rain was picking up a bit, and the drum of it into the blue brick of the sloped wall before them droned into a constant hum. Agama handed Berani the renewed beet liquor, and Berani again downed several mouthfuls. He did not cough quite so much this time. In the last war, on the peninsula, Agama said, we didn't have any real sieges or city fights street to street to speak of. It was all out in the jungle. The Lautani living in Hurabaya city itself were mostly of our faith, and welcomed our ships in with open arms when we came to reinforce them. But the souls of the countryside have belonged to Harakwe for hundreds, in some places thousands, of years. And when we went out into the trees all brave and boisterous to fight the Shaishans, we found they were far worse than any of the dogfolk. I remember, Agama said staring skyward, about 2 months in, after a big night raid by the enemy in the Ezo Hills, We found there were about 20 men missing from our platoon's dugouts. But we could hear noises come morning, out in the green, some of ours, still alive. Your father was our lieutenant, brave then as he is now, and he led us out into the trees to see if we could get the wounded back. Agama downed the remainder of his drink, a dangerous amount. He swayed heavy on his legs, as if the burn of it going down was soon to topple him. But he righted and spoke on as if no break had been had. And you know, every one of those 20 missing men was still alive, he told Berani. Every last one of them. They were stuck up alive on sharpened bamboo stalks, groin to shoulder. It was almost artful. I figure they ran the things through the prisoners without ever troubling an organ enough to bleed them out too quickly. The ones we took down died when the wounds were opened up. The rest we shot, so they didn't have to hang there like that. It was the local Lautani that did that. They weren't even soldiers, just men from the village west of us who snuck out in the night. And you know what? It was probably our inquisitors back in days of old that taught the rural folk along the border with the Shaishans that trick. Hate of us is bred into them, because for thousands of years we've dealt things worthy of hate back and forth between us. We the Orthodox, and they the heretics. Agama was looking over at Berani now, but Berani was finding it difficult to meet the older man's subtly reddened eyes. The Shaishans want to break us from the Ug and the faith, and bring us back to the fold, so far as they see it, Agama said. The Southland Lautani would kill every one of us, and Laut herself, out of spite, if such a thing were possible. So fight hard if they're the ones who come against us. And if the time comes to give up your life, make sure you do it certain and sure. You don't want them to find you wounded. Agama didn't walk off or drift away to another part of the line, but stayed silent in the dark beside him, and Berani stared north to the grim horizon through till midnight ended their watch. When he lay down in his cot that night, the guns of the enemy rolling ever on, it was no wonder to him that sleep again eluded him. "15. Onslaught. Berani was slouched near the entrance to his bunkhouse, slowly nursing a warm cup of water which had sat out through the night. It was the very early morning of the 30th of Niheliol, though here, in the tunnel system beneath the earthworks backing the wall, no hint of the moon or sun could reach them. Even if they had been up at their watchposts on the last wall, it was far too early for sunrise to be anything more than a hinted brightening of the distant horizon. The air was slightly clouded, for the tunnels west along the line beneath Esh had been breached days back, and the moisture from the rain-soaked exterior kept the air thick. Though power had been fast restored to neighboring forts and wall spans, and fans developed for mining were now being used to vent the dust and refuse of the ongoing bombardment back out into the open air, the droning machines couldn't get rid of all of it. Berani's throat was constantly dry down here in the press of the tunnels with the haze of bombardment-churned stone all about him, and his tongue was ever taunted with the faint, almost salty taste of rock or gravel, as if he were walking around with a pebble clenched in his jaw. His water, which he'd forgotten to cover over with clothing or rag in the night, had a slightly silty texture to it now as it went down, but given the same stuff was coating his mouth already, Berani didn't chide himself too much for the lapse. It would only have been mildly better had it been free of dust and smoke. Then a figure emerged from the dark between struggling lanterns down the hall. Samudra, walking back down the corridor connecting the bunkhouses through the shadows, was holding 2 bowls of rice he'd volunteered to fetch over in Fort Limu. They were the only 2 of their platoon awake after the end of watch at midnight, so far as Berani knew. It would be many hours until their group had a late rise and marched off to an equally late breakfast. With little to do bottled up underground until watch, the best Berani could think to do that morning, as on so many other painfully slow mornings in the bowels of the wall, was to pester the nearest kitchen into surrendering some food. "Nothing in it but onion," Samudra told him as the pair sat down and took up the bowls in a crouch on the eaves of the tunnel. "But it's warm at least." They shoveled the sticky grain into their mouths with their fingers greedily, as if it were a home-fried meal prepared by their mothers, and not a lifeless morass steamed in a great vat for thousands. It was an excuse to feel something pleasant, even if that something was as subtle as warm food on an empty stomach. The corridors about them were quiet, and beyond the muffled sounds of their claws on the dented old metal of their bowls, there was nothing to compete with the constant thrum of shells west of them. "You think we'll get any more letters?" Samudra asked, almost certainly trying to break the monotonous rumble, if only for a moment. "Now the Navy's pulled out and the river's dried up?" "Maybe," Berani said. "Someone in the chow line in Limu yesterday morning said they were planning to ship mail out by plane now. But they're also not taking new letters from us this week, which doesn't look promising. So it's anyone's guess when that'd start, if ever." Berani almost asked Samudra if he was waiting on something, but he refrained. They were all waiting on something, he figured. It was almost insulting to ask under these conditions. So he kept his eyes in his mush and kept eating. But Samudra didn't need to be asked. He spoke anyway. "They said grandfather was sick," Samudra told him. "That would have been 2 weeks ago now, when they took him off to the healers. He might be dead now, and I wouldn't know." "Well," Berani said, trying to sound as comforting as his youth and lack of experience allowed, and knowing as he did so he would not achieve his goal. "If he's in with the healers, that's as good as you could ask. Worry about you till the mail comes back in. Then if you're still around to know, you will." "Suppose so," Samudra agreed. The quiet fell again, and it was nearly half a minute before the quiet really struck Berani, for he realized in that moment that it actually was quiet. Empty bowl wobbling on the ground between his feet where he'd plopped it down on the concrete, he felt the hush impact Samudra beside him, though, like Berani, Samudra did not vocalize his realization. Their minds were so inured to the awful white noise of artillery that now, in its absence, they were petrified. It was almost 2 minutes before the siren started, echoing out from Fort Limu into the wider halls. The hand-cranked machines were manned by the watch on the fort towers, and though Berani had never heard them before, he knew in his bones what they meant. The sound was odd, the agitated bray of a bull, Berani thought, breathless and droning on and on without end. And though the pair of them only stood for perhaps a third minute before their frozen stiffness waned with the shouts of men waking and the thud of booted feet running down halls, that moment felt an eternity to them. Then they were in the bustling bunkhouse, shouldering their way to their beds. The men slept and ate in uniform, and Samudra and Berani had the benefit of having already had their boots on, but they needed to grab their rifles and combat loads from beneath their beds. Berani flung on his pouches, shouldered his weapon, hung the UG-issued gas mask about his neck, and finally, with a care for the fabric which ran counter to the frantic rush of the moment, veiled his face beneath the eyes with the light wrap of his home-woven ribukadok. Across the bunkhouse, the faces of all of them were disappearing behind subtly differing veils of blue, made panoply by dyes from this or that maker, or this or that mother. But long drill meant even this hectic scramble was ordered by the standards of such things, and within 60 seconds, the platoon was stood up in its 5 sections with Lieutenant Satria at the door to lead them up. Marak held up the heavy load of both his machine gun and 2 rifles, and Dimas sagged under a pack and 2 tins filled with chained bullets for them at his side. Jorok and Gadin wheezed and grinned at some joke which had passed between them, only cowed when silence fell and Satria's glare lingered on them. Darmang and Jabat checked one another's veils and turbans, and Samadra rifled through a bag of tourniquets and alcohol and clamps and belts to ensure all was in order with his kit. Grenades were silently counted, 2 for each of the riflemen, and Agama drained a canteen of something Berani didn't doubt was liquor, no doubt saved for the moment. Pahala was uncharacteristically quiet and still, his eyes skyward, as if he could gaze through the ceiling. All around them, the other 4 sections were doing much the same, eyes either wide and honed or bright but distant above their veils. "It's time," Satria told them simply. His voice was firm, but Berani could tell even through the veil that he was as shaken as any of them. The lieutenant turned and exited, and they tumbled after him in order, trotting at speed up the corridor for the wall, led and followed by other platoons of Marines doing the same. Berani had expected some brief, rousing speech, but now he found he pitied Satria as much as the rest of them. If his not-so-beloved sister's husband had prepared words for the occasion had stolen them from the officer, and Berani could not blame him. Had any of them been called to stand before the others in that moment, all would have been next to mute. Berani's eyes lingered coolly on the dropped bowls by the doorway as they passed out into the halls, and amidst his terror and excitement and breathless twitchiness, he had a moment's insane, mundane clarity in which he realized he had not cleansed his hands after the meal, that his fingers were still sticky, and his prayers and washings were undone. And then the bowls were gone, and so were his everyday thoughts of routine and order. The 3rd and highest firing line was their destination. The land out before them was still and dark, midnight not far behind them. Though the northern dredge and flanking rivers had been dry for days, their bottoms were still silty, muddy morasses of pooled, stagnant water and dead fish beneath the constant rain. These pools caught muted lights and flashes as signals were sent from fort to fort along the wall, up out of view of Berani and the others. And above it all, that mewling, low siren was still rolling, a replacement to artillery's call which was less than welcome. Berani took up his place with rifle shouldered at the firing window. He was at one end of his 10-man section, and Agama the other, with the riflemen spread between, and Marak in the middle with his Topan light machine gun. 50 men in 5 such lines comprised a platoon's place on the firing line, and every 50 or so men, a heavy weapons nest was placed. There, teams of 2 or 3 UG with the garrison manned blocky, UG-built heavy machine guns. Up on Berani's topmost line, these teams manned hefty mortars bolted on hand-cranked, rotating platforms, and the lion folk at the stations were busily double-checking the angles and munitions. Satria and other lieutenants walked the backs of the men. They stood there some minutes, breaths held, looking out into the dark, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Pahala grunted just to Berani's right, mumbling, "They expect us to shoot in the dark?" Then rumbling came as redirected enemy guns picked up once more, this time striking forts east and west of the breach, looking to maim Lautani and Ug gun barrels or firing ports. Still, forts like Limu or Min were far too distant for these impacts to be a direct threat to Berani or most others on that section of the wall, but they felt the tremors they made in their bones and knew that soon their guns would fall silent, whatever the fate of the wall. There was a shrill of whistles along the bastion, and the mortars among them cracked with blinding light and deafening life. Artillery too thundered in the forts, letting loose their payloads before the bombarding Sholoshaitians could silence them. But this first volley was a flare wave, and rather than blast afar off in the dark, the rounds blazed into life almost the moment they'd left their barrels, and streaked sluggish out into the night like fireworks back home in the Isles. They soared slow, flickering, painting the muddy landscape below in pale light. And in the gleam given off by them, shapes could be seen far out, a mile or more distant, but clear despite the cloudy night. Landships, hundreds upon hundreds of them, rumbling towards the wall at a marcher's measured pace. They were yet so distant no one could hear them, and between and before these crawling metal behemoths, trenches or saps mired the plain up to within a few hundred yards of the wall. Knowing Sholoshaiti, they had been dug in the weeks before, with thin roofs shielding detection from above, only to be collapsed now as avenues through which legions of men could get close without charging forth in the open. Massed men could be glimpsed from this or that angle within them, even if only faintly. They were more hint of motion at this distance and hour than true shapes, like columned ants or termites glimpsed massing for a surge from above. And strange blots of dark contrast loomed in the clouds as the flares passed under them. Sky fortresses, Berani figured. It was his first glimpse of them, for they had not yet strayed north of the outer wall into the potentially risky line of exchanged artillery fire from below. They flashed now and then with subtle, colored lights, and Berani guessed they must be signaling guns away in the distance, somehow coordinating strikes. Hold fire until their infantry come up to advance. Satria and the other officers were calling out in scattered, competing flow as they passed back and forth. The mortars will hit the landships, but if any get close, machine gun the tracks. Try and break them. If the tracks break, they're stuck. Focus your rifle fire on the men. But this was a difficult thing to do, because all the week prior had been alive with talk of the growing breaches in the east and west and south, on all portions of the wall Berani and the other men of Lautan could not see. And it was easy to imagine there, with seemingly all the land between the rivers alive with the carpeting advance of the enemy, that every other flank of the city looked the same, that the noose was tightening about them, and that every second wasted and waiting was vain. Yet logic dictated ammunition would, in time, become precious, and Berani and the others held admirably in the face of quaking grip and twitching eye. Every second was agony, and yet still they held. And as flare waves went up between proper artillery or mortar fusillades to light the night, the tanks drew nearer, as did the massed men in their trenches. A few of the landships were crippled from above as heavy mortar shells split them open, sending maimed dogmen tumbling from the twisted metal wreckage to lie broken in the mud. But such direct hits were difficult to score, and most fell alongside the vehicles, doing little as they peppered the sides with shrapnel and concussive force eaten up by the steel. The hits in Sholoshaitian saps were more heartening to the defenders, and far more deadly. For while it was just as difficult to land a shell in the middle of a trench as it was to hit a slow-moving armored crawler, the mortar bursts there were contained in the walled avenues. Even with the zigzag construction of the saps to limit such damage, it was clear to Berani that any mortar strike in the saps meant dozens of Imperial soldiers left dead or crippled in the muck. But the enemy did not quaver or falter beneath the rain and the shells, and though many thousands were killed out in all that dancing light and wavering shadow beneath the flares, it did not stop their advance. For painfully slow as time might crawl in that heart-pounding stretch of minutes, it, like the engines of Sholosha'idi, was still inching ever onward. And before Berani knew it, the tanks were past the saps in their hundreds, slowly and methodically converging off to his left, where the breach must lurk unseen in the west due to the arc of the wall, where once Fort Esh had stood. And the swarms of Sholosha'ishan infantry, excited for the blood to come and pressed thick in the saps furthest forward, and stretching away into the dark distance unseen, rolling out their shrapnel-strewn dead to make space for yet more of their fellows to creep forth into the cover, gave the landships several long moments to gain a lead on them. There was a swelling chant rising among the Sholosha'ishans, in that halting and harsh language of the desert highlands, and though the black-garbed Ektal, an ebon shadow on the field, led the cries, the regular army in their stark gold had soon picked it up. And it seemed to fill them with a wrath that bordered on mania, for they shrieked and jolted and stomped with the words of it, growing more animated in the gloom as the chant stretched on. Tlatoani and Harakwe were some of the only words Berani recognized. These and the words Tepeklan and Teoatlan, the names of two of their cities. Though he could not know it, the refrain Mahuitzli ka Teoatlan, Tepeklan Kemikayot, repeated so often in the clamor, meant glory to Teoatlan, Tepeklan eternal. These were men of Teoatlan. They were slamming rifle butt into soil, and clapping thigh or chest with open hand or closed fist, and the noise of them competed even with the roar of artillery or mortar as it rolled out and echoed off the slope of the last wall. And their keen eyes burned red and gold and orange in the glow of the flares overhead, as if the molten blood of their creator was in them. And their scalps, the soul-haired part of them, shaven ritually clean before battle and death, glistened with the rainfall, the glitter of a million skulls arrayed before the intrepid defenders who looked on with triggers eager. There had been 3 legions of noble Ektal soldiery local to the great Sholosha'ishan port of Teoatlan at the war's beginning, answerable to the king of the city. 2 legions of the regular army, bound to garrison duties in Teoatlan province as Coatiquitli commoners did their 2 years' mandatory service, had been standing and ready to deploy alongside them. But now, months into the conflict, with the commoners in a furor back home, many older men out of the service had passed through grueling reassessment training and joined them. Though wartime draft in Sholosha'idi at that time was at its least harsh, for in times of open war, as a matter of law both religious and temporal, all able common men between the age of majority and 30 are demanded to re-enlist. It was not forbidden for men beyond that count capable of passing reassessment to re-enter and commit, even if the draft did not call for it. It had been guessed, based on the observations of planes, that there were 20 regular army legions north of the city. But Teoatlan had mustered 49 for the northern campaign, over 930,000 men, one of the most respectable portions judged against provincial population in all the empire. And so Teoatlan, ruled from what had once been a seaside city of the Ug in years long gone, before even half a year embroiled in this greatest of wars had passed, had offered up over 900,000 of its sons, not even counting those 3 legions of Ektal career men. And there they stood, praising their god and roaring for death to take them to the fields which awaited the sons of the warhound in passing. Berani, shivers running up his spine, wondered a moment where the catfolk of Hurabaya, of Eztlan, were. A terrible thought, which would come back to him only later. Had not his father been petrified at the thought of the continental catfolk being sent against them? But in that second of hesitant uncertainty, the shrieking death whistles went up among the enemy, and a baying roar from a million mouths rose out on the plain, and across the miles-wide northern span, between the once lively banks of the dead Igtuku and Usal, the men of Sholoshahidi went over the top and out into the open in pursuit of their tanks, all crowding towards that center point of the breach, or else making for prearranged craters or dips in the land to lay down covering fire. While at first they poured out of the sloped mouths of their prepared saps, soon the sheer ecstatic press of them was too much, and they poured over the sides and ran up top in the open. And they screamed as they ran, wordless, formless, and bestial, the sound of mortal fear escaping the body as the sweep of the scale of what they were doing took hold of them, and they were borne forward as men upon a mythic tide, a hammer which was to crush and remake history, starting with the eldest city on the face of Haraklan. "Fire!" Satria cried somewhere behind. "Fire!" But Berani was already firing. They all were. The bolts and triggers on their Badai rifles were so familiar to their hands after the thousands of firings, both dry and live, the men had had with the reliable old weapons that the motion was second nature to them. But to shoot into the swarm of black and gold bees surging like a tidal swell towards the wall was nothing like shooting targets on a range. The hundreds of yards of distance might have made the task difficult if there were less enemy troops to shoot, but frankly, it was difficult to miss them, as thick as they were upon the field. Thousands and thousands of rifles lined the 3 firing floors of Berani's portion of the wall alone. Mortar shells threw up earth and smoke as they impacted the ground among the enemy, scything legs or limbs or innards with their steel spray. Marok's machine gun hummed, as did all those of the garrison, and amidst the slaughter it was near impossible to tell if one's shot, aimed or not, had hit home. The barrels smoked with heat, and the mud of the land about the northern dredge grew black with the blood of the wounded and the dead. Gas was billowing up off west towards the breach, and the first and fastest ranks on foot among the enemy were already gaining the mass of torn stone and concrete, which had once been Fort Esh, where they passed out of Berani's sight. Perhaps half the land ships, Berani realized, were not pushing on up over the rubble of the ruined fort for which the Shaishan assault was bound. These were not carriers fitted with side guns, but rather heavily armed firing platforms for serious cannon. Some sank and were mired in mud, and a handful were made still by broken tread, but even these, close as they now were to the wall, were dangerous. They began to fire back on the emplacements most damaging to the foe on the wall, first the mortar platforms and then the heavy machine gun nests. The first hit on their position of wall struck a glancing hit just beneath the firing window 1 platoon over, but threw such a shroud of stone and steel shrapnel that the targeted UG mortarmen and a half-dozen Lautani riflemen to either side were chopped up by a cloud of lightning-fast fragments spat out by the blast, funneled up by the angle of the window into necks and faces and eyes. Undaunted by small arms fire from the wall, the land ships continued their barrage, and dozens of such strikes sounded, followed by the screams and writhings and groans of the dying. The riflemen of Sholoshahidi, along with their light machine gun teams, had by now gained a low ridge out in the field beyond the dredge, a shallow mud bank of torn grime, and little more. But from the peak of it, they were firing bullets back towards the firing windows, and though their position from below was desperate, it was impossible that so great a volume of fire would not now and then strike home. And so it did, for Lautani throats were torn open and skulls were split wide by the rounds of the foe. A thundering blast sounded as a tank shell struck the inner roof of the upper firing corridor off to Berani's right, near where Dimas and Marok were running their machine gun. though Berani was too concussed and absorbed with the mass of moving men out before them to know in detail what was happening off to his side. He glimpsed peripherally Marok slumped at an unnatural angle over the mouth of the firing window, where his body was chewed by enemy rifle shot. And still he fired, emptying each clip of its rounds before bending low out of the firing window and reloading, then popping up to empty once more. Again and again, dozen after ringing dozen, his head thumping and his ears long having given way to the constant whine of long-term damage from the firing, even beneath the mild shielding of the turban's press. And then Satria was beside him, yelling into those battered ears as he leaned in, saying, "They're inside, Fort Limu. They're inside. Follow me." Berani began to ask how, but as he turned to look after Lieutenant Satria's back as the officer moved off into the dust and smoke, the rear of his uniform clouded red with 3 exit wounds from shots down the corridor, and he fell limp and dead all at once to the concrete as if strings about his shoulders had been severed. Berani, immediately understanding, grabbed Pahala by the shoulder, who still fired on doggedly from the window, and they began running in the direction Satria had started to lead them, straight into the vague haze which had filled the riddled innards of the wall. Berani firing blindly down the center of the corridor as he went, and praying he was not shooting his own men. "Enemies in the fort," he was shouting, hoping those of his section, or broader platoon, who could hear him would understand. "Back to Limu. They're inside." They passed Dimas, ripped in two by the tank shell which had killed Marok. Jabat's head, wedged up against the back wall along the ground shorn of turban or veil, had been thrown from his body, which was nowhere to be seen in the haze. Jorok's throat had been ripped open, leaving the Lake Kuning man to tumble down and bleed out against the base of the firing wall. Godin, shot himself through the chest, lay atop Jorok at the head of a trail of his own lifeblood, marking the spot from which he had dragged himself to die there. All this Berani barely had time to glimpse, stepping over and beyond at a run as he sprinted down the corridor. Then Samudra, checking a bad graze of the skull Darmang had taken from a close-call rifle round, came into view, and Berani shouted them along after him, never breaking his stride as he passed. He nearly tripped over Agama, who was hurrying in a crouch against the firing wall in the same direction Berani was headed, rifle working. Shot was whirring past them in the vague smog about their heads, and every second they spent in the miasma stealing their vision was another chance they'd be stricken. "Hurry!" Berani cried. "We have to get free of this." Agama sprang up and guided Berani and Pahala over to the inner wall as they went by him, and Darmang and Samudra followed close behind. Hugging the concrete, they moved as quickly as they could, and ahead of them through the haze he could hear strangely accented orders in their own tongue. And he knew at once who it was that had come for them. They stumbled into others in the chaos, and did their best to sort those who weren't shot into the line behind to follow them. Berani would be grazed by a bullet north of his hip during this charge, but didn't realize this until long after. In the moment, all he knew was forward, and his only thoughts were of murder. He fixed his bayonet and ensured he had one of his few remaining clips loaded as he ran, and heard Pahala and the others following suit in the swirling gloom at his back. The Ektal of Estlan province had blasted up through the floor of Fort Limu just after the charge had been sounded out beyond the wall, as had other legions under the other forts along the outer wall. And occupied as the staff and artillerists inside had been in those deafening confines returning fire and coordinating their response to the assault on the breach, it had taken far too long for the command of the Lautani expeditionary force in Limu to realize what was happening, as floor after floor was captured by the enemy pouring into the building from below. It was a group of these, firing blindly down the hostile firing corridor before them, which Berani tumbled into when the hundreds of yards of hall were eaten away beneath his pumping legs, and he burst through the open doorway into the fortress. The black-uniformed Imperial Lautani were low to the ground, the better to avoid the shrapnel being tossed about by the tank bombardment along the wall. But this meant when Berani came out of the smoke into their midst, he stumbled over the 4 enemy riflemen in the doorway, and into a group of their kneeling fellows behind. Whatever grace saw him tumble unshot out of the murk also allowed him to catch his weight on a forward lunge of his leg, and he stabilized himself by punching into the ribs of one of the kneeling Ektal with his bayonet. It happened too quick to think about. Before he or the enemy could register what was happening, Agama and Pahala were sticking the ones laying prone from above behind him, and Berani had ripped free his rifle, shot one of the kneeling foes, and then fallen onto a third who had reflexively grabbed his weapon to turn it aside, both of them tumbling into a wild and uncoordinated grapple. But Berani, as many boyhood foes on the lakes had learned, was frightfully strong. Rowing and climbing had made this son of Tujuhdanau bulky beyond his height, and as the riflemen he tangled with attempted to roll him using their shared grip on the barrel of Berani's weapon, he did not budge. Now on top, Berani slammed the barrel of the weapon down again and again into the snout of the man beneath him, knocking loose teeth and powdering bone as the strength of the weaker's arms gave way, and he was allowed to really go to work. The head of the Eztlan man beneath him, once a face silken-furred and colored not unlike his own, became a mass of fragments held together by the sack of flesh about them, wholly unrecognizable. It was only when Agama struck him on the shoulder and shouted for Berani to stop that he did so. The remaining Imperial Lautani were dead about him. The others had finished them. He stood, shaking, catching his breath. To his right, Darmong, quick on his feet, shot another of the Eztlan Ektal as they rounded the corner on the stairs down to the level below, snapping Berani wholly out of his stupor. Shouts followed from beneath, yet again in the strange accent of the peninsula. Berani plucked out the pin on a grenade from his belt and waited several seconds before flinging it down the flight at an angle. The many practice tosses in Bessi Palabuhan paid off, and the explosive ricocheted off the side wall and down the next sweep of stairs, where it detonated amidst shrieks and groans of the enemy. Agama, focused and keen, was right behind the blast, waving Darmong down with him, rifles raised as they swept the corner and fired into the landing below, exposing as little of themselves as possible in tight quarters. "Come down," Samudra was screaming along the upward stairway to the rear, hoping that uppermost floor, where the biggest guns were platformed, was still not captured. "The fort is taken. We have to fight our way down." Berani pulled him along as he and Pahala pushed down the stairs in the wake of the others, a scattering of a dozen stray members of remaining sections behind them, telling Samudra, "They either know or they're dead. We have to focus if we want to get out. The only exits are on the ground. Our orders are to fight, then withdraw to the north wall when the enemy breaches the outer wall. It's breached." And then they were shifting down through the building, tossing grenades around corners, and wheeling about dips in the stairway at breakneck pace with fingers heavy on their triggers. They were on a tight timetable, and they knew it. Somewhere below their feet, hundreds of hostile Eztlan Lautani were pouring in a stream into the bowels of Fort Limu. The longer it took to descend, the more there would be down in the dark. More ocean-garbed men of the Duumvirate joined them now and then, but for the most part it was only foes they met in the fort. The men of the islands were dead, and the mixed Lautani combatants, both in black and in blue, formed a horrid landscape which had to be picked over amidst torn concrete and scattered rubble to move through the fort. Agama was shot in the shoulder, and Darmong took a bad bullet to the thigh from behind as they crossed to the last descent from a room they'd trusted was clear after a grenade toss, He had to hop the rest of the way down on Samudra's shoulder, bleeding all the way. And then they were below ground level, facing the corridor back towards the bunkhouses in which they'd spent the past weeks. And in the central hub room of the lower fort, Raja Berani and 100 other higher officers with rifles in hand nearly shot them dead as they exited the stairway down. Apparently, they had been pushed back into the bunk corridor, and had only fought their way back in just as Berani and the others had come to the bottom. Berani, his father gasped under his breath, so low Berani might well have been the only one to hear it across the intervening space in all that distant clamor. His bright eyes were wide. He waved them over. The lord of the expeditionary force was dead, and more due to his calm than any seniority of rank among the other older high officers, Berani was giving orders until proper custom could be observed. "Out into the fields," he ordered them. "Go, all of you. Into the pre-dug saps and on until you reach the forts on the north wall. Stop for nothing." Berani obeyed, as did the others. His eyes met with his father's a moment as he passed, and then the Raja was behind him. Even before Berani was halfway down the darkened tunnel towards the stark light of flares in the sky outside, gunfire echoed up the way towards him from behind. More Ektal were coming into the fort from the depths, and Raja Berani was back at the exit holding them off with his men. Berani hesitated in the packed corridor, and Pahala dragged him along by the arm to get him free as men began to push and shout. "The Raja told us to go," he was saying. And then they were out in the cool air of pre-dawn, the sky still radiant with high-flung flares, looking out over the outer fields to a city's darkened skyline made unrecognizable by weeks of bombardment. The glum silhouette of the ziggurat of the sun in the distance was lopsided, as if great bites had been taken from the brick by some unspeakable titan, and the pillar of dawn spilling from its heart was faint and guttering. "Run!" The voice of some unknown officer rang out amongst them, and Berani, though his instinct was again to linger and watch for the emergence of his father, was swept along in the mishmash tide of Marines as the Lautani fell back to the inner walls. Off west to Berani's right as the Marines pushed south into the waist-deep saps sided each way by shoulder-high mounds of the loose-dug earth, he glimpsed Ugg in their garb of blue and gold doing the same. As they gained real distance, he saw that a 1,000-strong contingent of large Shaishans in heavy armor was pouring out from the breach at Esh to give chase, tanks at the crest of the rubble pass at their backs, firing out over the Ektal into the fields at the fleeing defenders. Artillery landed among them, and bullets fired from hundreds of yards off by conquering Shaishans occasionally struck true. Now and then, scalps were torn open or throats caught stray round or fragment above the banks of the saps. The ranks of their fleeing columns from trench to trench grew less and less bunched. Samudra stopped with Darmong somewhere at a divot or cubby in the saps to finally tend the man's shot thigh as he grew sluggish and unresponsive, and Berani lost sight of them. He only realized long after it happened that he had lost them, and, climbing the muddy dirt mound alongside the sap for a better view of the line behind, he could not see his lost men. But he did see something else. The tail end of the Duumvirate Marines flowing from the outer wall was tangled up with a mass of the Ektal in plate from the breach, and black-uniformed catfolk of the southern peninsula were streaming out to add to the imbalance. On a slight rise in the low rolling and artillery-churned hills of the outer fields afar off, surrounded by enemy soldiers in their dour armor, Berani saw the glint of sharpened metal and heard the crack of a familiar pistol. He saw the uniform of a Marine officer, the shine of metals and the hulking, feather-crested outline of some towering Shaishan lord which opposed him. They fought blade to blade on the rise as others watched on, as if it were a knightly contest of old. The thick machete balato against the toothy sheen of the jagged makwahwit. But that lean marine officer buckled beneath the strength of the blows of his opponent, and with the magazine of his pistol spent fruitless in the chest plate of his foe, and his sword arm swept wide by his enemy, Berani watched the blue-clad hero's turbaned head swept from his shoulders, and knew in his heart, regardless of distance or obscurity as he watched, that he had just witnessed the death of his father. Pahala, who had come up beside him in silence despite the storm of steel still whirling about them, gently guided him wordless back down into the sap, where Berani faded alongside him into the jostled stream of other muddy, bloody, and broken men. Interlude 3. The Outer Fields. 30th of Noheliol, Imperial Year 4006. Legate Ishpehualtia, leading from the front, cried aloud a charge, wordless, awash in the molten fury of bloodlust, joined by the baying of his fellows to either side of him as they spilled from the forward hatches of the land ships and down the rough slope of the pounded concrete and rubble before them. The destroyer plate, heavy and hot as it was, boasted joints so smooth and tailored to each wearer that it moved like a second skin, and allowed each muscle and sinew in leg or arm to flex and flow with no more strain than the weight of motion upon it. And practiced as Tepeklan's first legion had become, they were all masters in the manipulation of it. They sprinted with lungs and blood inured to the extra pounds, and ankles and knees blind to the heft of each footfall or leap in the refuse. The corpses of hundreds of maimed or burned Ugg were already thick at their feet, cooked or battered by the guns of the transports as they'd closed in. But still here and there a brave knot of stragglers among the guard of the lion folk stood dust-strewn and bloody to oppose them, and were cut down effortless by slash of maquahuit or blow of hammer or blast of snubbed shotgun, and the Ektal of Tepeklan reveled in the breaking of them. Ishpehualtia's bloody beatings and gasping struggles in the Kalmakak of Tepeklan had left knots in his bones and iron in his mind. There was no thumping impact of rib-shaking bullet on plate and silk wrap which gave him pause, or any turn of enemy bayonet or blade which came too quick for correction. While it was often opined in Sholo-Shaidi that no education could truly prepare a soldier for battle, Ishpehualtia had always disagreed, to a certain extent, with this assertion. While it could not prepare one for the uncertainties and chaos of true, unbridled war, the House of Tears, the Kalmakak, was more than capable of breaking a man of his every flinch and folly before ever he reached manhood. If the youth of the Ektal could survive the agonies of growth in the academies, from master's lash to hunger's claw to defeat's stinging humiliation, then the wounds and sleepless hours and shuddering, failing muscles of combat's conduction had little fear for them. By the time he entered the armies of Sholo-Shaidi at 19, a young man of the Ektal had always, so far as discomfort was concerned, been at war. And Ishpehualtia, nearing 30, who graduated the academy in the year the new Tlatoani had entered it as a boy, had of all his stalwart fellows pulled from a stalwart cast been the most iron in his year. And there, looking out over the battered outer fields to the upper city's torn outline beyond, smoke rising from the ruin of a city once hailed as glinting deathless beneath the sun, Ishpehualtia shrugged through sinew and bone as if it were empty air. His destroyers, like Sholo-Shaishan paladins from some epic of the ages of iron or steel, did likewise, tendon and twitch and talent keened for motion in the metal hides they wore, and against the exhaustion of battle that pressed down upon them. Even through filter and helm, with sight and breath restricted by the very suits which made the enemy pale and break before them, They knew no hesitation. They needed only the hint of a foe's motion to block a strike, and only the barest and most precise of effort to part limb from bleeding torso. For every part of them had been honed in the academies as a weapon, and the armor now slated to become ubiquitous across the Ektal legions was just one more hurdle in a lifetime spent pushing the bodies and minds they had been bequeathed by Harakwe to their very limits. Fortune now and then might allow the defending rabble to find eye or neck or underarm with bullet or bayonet, but these were rare, and the Ektal kept them so. Ishpehualtia didn't have to guide them closely. The first Ektal Legion knew its business, and, moreover, the way before them was clear. Their charge was the sowing of terror, and with the tanks at their backs and the walls already infiltrated from below by tunnel, this was an easy task. For as the last of the Ugg upon the broken ruin of Fort Esh were scattered or slain, the Ektal were faced with countless thousands already streaming from the outer wall in panic. And so a miles-long charge in pursuit was started. A taunting and bleeding of the broken meant to ensure the Imperial forces inside the wall had all the time they needed to secure it without fear of reprisal or counterattack from the muddy plains within. All Ishpehualtia had to do was raise his blade, and the others followed as he swept them down around the ruin of Esh and east along the inner edge of the wall, slicing through trickling streams of the wounded and bedraggled garrison as they went. And it was here in this hunt among the broken that Ishpehualtia would meet the closest thing to a challenge he had ever tasted in the years since attaining manhood. For flower wars and duels among his peers had offered little real struggle for him over the course of his third decade, nothing to match the bruises and scars of his earlier youth. While Ishpehualtia was not naive enough to believe himself invincible, and knew well there were others in his country wiser or stronger or faster than he who would best him if given the chance, he had not yet been given opportunity or excuse to face them. So when, after a half-dozen bunk tunnel exits backing the wall had been crossed, and guards of regular army soldiers following in their wake had been left to ensure enemies within were bottled up and doomed to death or capture, Ishpehualtia saw the thickest stream of sea-clad Lautani marines he'd yet glimpsed awaiting them ahead. He thought little of them. They would buckle just as their fellows had, and before long, he and his Ektal would be sweeping on east to Fort Ia unopposed. When the day's end report was sent to the High Marshal, he would be proud for the victory aided by the valor and skill of his legion. But, as had been the case through all his engagements in this campaign, Ishpehualtia expected he himself would be left feeling sorely untested. But he had barely cut down the first pair of catfolk in the slipshod column of battered survivors, a wedge of his steel-skinned kin to either side of him, when one among the enemy stepped forth to meet him. The foreigner was wiry and remarkably tall for his kind. Though Ishpehualtia, armored and crested with blood and soot-stained feathers of black and gold, must have seemed a giant before him, the Marine was not daunted. His eyes were cold above the veil to which the Lautani of the Isles ascribed so much protective magic. Silver decorations of rank or valor caught the dancing light of stark flares above them in the night, and hints of gray in the coat of the foe told Ishpehualtia that this was no rank-and-file soldier of Jalawa. His keen, heavy balato blade came free of its scabbard as he leveled a pistol at the destroyer before him, shouting orders to the men about him, waving them, perhaps, to flee rather than become entangled with the armored Ektal who had emerged so suddenly from the gloom and confusion of the field. 2 rounds hit Ishpehualtia as the legate closed the distance to slay this leader among Lautani before his lessers as example. One struck near the center of his forehead, and another came frightfully near the eye. The blows thundered in his helm, and he felt blood rushing to the concussed impact sites even as he ran. His head hummed, and his vision blurred a moment. It was through a haze that he swung down his maquahuit overhand, with force enough to shatter the grip of most blocking foes, or else cleave the torso from shoulder to midriff through rib and sinew if the blow was not caught. But this stranger from Lautan did catch the toothed maquahuit blade with his own, and his grip was not broken. Ishpehualtia tugged the foe's arm out wide with the gripping teeth of his blade, and received 2 more thumping shots in the plate across his chest from the pistol the Marine wielded for his trouble, bruising rib and blackening the gray skin of the legate's torso with the rush of injury. The low backswing of his weapon, meant to carve open the unguarded gut of the stranger, was knocked aside. The third strike, a correction aimed at the offhand holding the pistol, the tall Lautani slid away from without committing to a parry. Graceful, practiced, something Ishpehualtia would have expected only from his own caste. And so, when the next 3 of the enemy's pistol rounds hit upper chest and shoulder, and the firing Lautani danced away 2 broad strides to renew distance between them for yet more firing, Ishpehualtia did not draw the snubbed shotgun along his thigh to spray the man across the mud. His Ektal were all about them now, having carved on through the ranks of the scattered catfolk as Ishpehualtia dueled. His foe, skilled as he might be, was now alone. Legate Ishpehualtia closed the gap and fought with both hands on the hilt of his weapon, bringing his full weight to bear as the Lautani struggled to match him and keep his pistol in check. Their blades clashed again and again, and Ishpehualtia stayed so close to the body of his enemy that there was no chance for the Lautani to take yet more desperate shots at his helmed face in the clamor. He could feel the age of the Marine, for though his arms began to buckle beneath Ishpehualtia's heavy strikes, and his hands suddenly shook with the strain of even a short fight, the Lautani champion used no more effort than was necessary in each slide or strike or defensive swipe. Each move was measured, and though the stamina was not there to match the young legate's force or fury, Ishpehualtia was left impressed. Ishpehualtia had killed just 27 that day. Given most had been fleeing or stunned, this was not, despite his devotion to tracking it, a figure he would hold noble in the aftermath. But who knew how many this ragged officer of Lautan before him, bedraggled by whatever contest was being waged in the bowels of Fort Limu looming over them, had faced in the tunnels before emerging into the half-light of the flare-litten night. How many gunshots in confined spaces had rattled his skull, or blows to rib or leg had numbed his quickness in the dark of the bunk tunnels. And yet still the Marine fought on well, and Ishpehualtia, not nearly at the limit of his energy, regretted that he had not found this one sooner. Then the final exchange, the gamble that ended this champion of the catfolk. Ishpehualtia, noting the buckling of the foe's tired sword arm, made to slice him in 2 at the waist with the heaviest sidelong strike he could throw, or else overinvest the enemy in his response to try and stop such a cruel blow at so awkward an angle, and leave him bent and open for finishing in the aftermath. Some of the Ektal about them were watching now, a brief lull in the storm of advance as others carried the fighting further east, and the remnants were afforded the chance to see artful steel in motion as fire and fragment danced wild in the air about them. But this older, veteran stranger of Jalawa was not caught by Ishpehualtia's strike. He saw the wind-up, and rather than invest in a block as most would, and doom himself to maiming afterward, he fell almost clumsily back away from the wild arc of the blade, catching himself in the mud with reflexes not yet drowned by age. And he backpedaled, unloading the rest of his pistol in a flurry into Ishpehualtia, a climbing chain of impacts in metal and silk, which moved from his sternum up to his neck. Though the legate was charging now, the trace of the shots would bring his enemy up to the face in just 1 or 2 more rounds, another chance at the eyes. For a moment in that lunge forward, thumping impacts taking his chest and neck, Ishpehualtia expected to die, to be caught through the helm and left dead with lead and fragments of glass in his skull there in the muck about them. But the Lautani foe ran dry of bullets before his aim could be brought home, and Ishpehwaltia was on him then. He knocked the Balato out wide, and then, seeing the recognition in those narrow, collected eyes, swept back and through the neck, parting head from shoulder, and leaving the tall frame to buckle in death and tumble down into the mud. He motioned on his men, and saluted the Ektal of Eztlan pouring from the bowels of captured Fort Limu. He saw the colors of Eztlan and Teotihuacan draped from the crest of the wall to either side. But he hesitated before pressing east, and knelt to take up the Balato of the foe as trophy, and note the tags about the neck. He could not truly read the crude Lautani etchings, for though he knew a bit of the southern tongue, the imperial catfolk wrote in the logograms of Sholoshahidi rather than the cultureless, simple stick etchings of the island alphabet, which remained alien to him. But he could recognize their marks for title and rank. The name proper, Berani, would have to wait, though he vowed to remember it if he survived the day to receive a reading at camp. But he saw that the foe had led a battalion, and he had been a Raja, a king, among his people. Legate Ishpehwaltia carried both the tags and the sword with him on his way, sprinting to reach the fore of his legion again. Part 4. Home under siege. 16. Home place. 30th of Noheliol, Imperial Year 4006. The lower city sprawled about Durank in the dark, and the heavy heaves of his breath came ragged beneath the rain and rumble of distant shells. He had been flitting around corners, up alleys, and down treacherous cobbled streets battered and broken by the sieging enemy for nearly 6 hours. 2 more, and he would at last be relieved of this nightly duty. But there were yet safe houses to check, and reports to move. He would have plenty of time to catch his breath later, when the duty round was done. The streets were ragged, torn brickwork and the occasional collapsed home having made its narrow paths into a hazardous obstacle course one had to skitter or leap over. But Durank could at least be thankful that the bombardment itself seemed to have slowed. For the past 10 minutes, there had been no impacts of shell fire in the lower city, and the rumble of distant fire was concentrated on the walls, far off. The Sholoshahitian push, on the northern battlements and elsewhere, would surely begin soon. Perhaps the lull in inner-city strikes was down to dark plans soon to unfold. But in the moment, Durank was simply satisfied that he and his men could move without worrying over anything more than unstable drifts of blasted masonry, or unseen dips in the street beneath their thumping boots. He and 9 of his new command were sweeping up a road in the central city, in the shadow of the marred ziggurat of the sun's jagged rise. The other 40 or so wouldn't be far off, a few dense, suffocating blocks in any direction, following their own maps from hole to hole, and running messages as needed. They were, nearly all of them, militia. Only Durank had been taken from the regular army to whip these men of Sir Girkar into shape. The beating he had taken slipping back to the second wall all those weeks ago had only permitted him to return to service 10 days ago, and by that time, having been shifted in mobile hospitals all the way back to the capital, the city was already surrounded, and most of the army's units had already been consolidated and reformed for the coming battle. He, like many officers either rushed fresh out of education or newly arrived from some other front, had been rolled in with the civilian populace, whether labor or merchant caste. But unlike others who felt insulted by this station, Durank was finding this suited him. Most had been pulled from the district they now patrolled and maintained, the very streets Durank had wandered as he grew. And a few were even known to him. Parash, a butcher famed for the quality and unusually fatty richness of the large Gunug rabbit he bred, and known warmly in the northern span of the lower city for his clan's public feasts on equinox days. Yuzug, a boyhood friend whose laborer clan compound had neighbored Durank's small families, and who today, but for the siege, would be striding to the docks of the Port Solar to earn his bread. Most comforting of all, Durtu, an older guilder who had led Durank's choir group in one of the lesser temples of the district when he had attended worship as a boy. These men, of his little group of 10, were old faces tethering him to thoughts of home, and even in the rain and the dark, their presence kindled the fires of the hearth in him. They rounded a narrow corner into a narrower street, and before long, sturdy Yuzug was throwing up a hatch between two clan compounds. An ancient man, tottering in his seat upon the stairway down, was awaiting them. He reported a spoilage of rice from a leak in the wall of the shelter, and gave weight estimates for a dispatch to replace it. In the next compound, a woman holding an infant, clearly so small it had likely been born in the dark of the courtyard cellar during the bombardment, asked for reassignment to another household's shelter, as the half-toppled ruin overhead was making the ceiling of their hideaway sag. Another, twin boys sent up by their mother, asked for medicine and clean water blessed by the temples of Laut, to better nurse the ill grand matron of the clan down below. And so it went, street to street, closer and closer to the walls of the emptied gilded canal, familiar places leering strange out of the dark at Durank as he passed. There, a tavern Durank had once visited upon finishing his education with the army, run out of the forward position of a clan house on 7th Street. Now, the frontal facade had been blasted away by a strike in the street outside, and the innards of the family home behind glowered out in shadow, while the family of brewers shuddered in some neighboring cellar. Here, a weaver's shop where once Durank's mother had bought shades for the court of the family compound colored with passages on the birth of the twin kindreds, reduced to rubble and discernible only by the scarred neighboring buildings. A team of 50 militia from some other command was digging in the mound, perhaps searching for the buried hatch of a shelter beneath to see if the ceiling had held, and there were survivors to be freed. Each was tragedy in itself, but it also breathed the warmth of wrath into Durank, and though they were not proper soldiers, he felt much the same stewing in his companions as they darted zone to zone. The base of the ziggurat was not far off now, and the homes at its foot were the end of their route. But off north, the sky was brightening, and Durank's group slowed to stare off into the air above the outer fields. Just as one of his command began to speculate flares had been sent up, there was another flash in the east, over the gate of the gilded canal, where now they stood. This time, with fewer obstacles between, they could discern the arcing paths of the projectiles, and there was no question as to what they meant. An alien whine of sirens eastward, echoing down the long run of the emptied canal. Durank dispatched 4 of his younger, quicker men with orders to reassemble the 5 groups of the platoon at their current location, where the canal met the ziggurat. He gave them 20 minutes for the task. Then another was sent to relay the final requests from the shelters to dispatch at the southern core of the ziggurat, with orders to return at speed. If the Shaishans were pushing on the east gate and the northern breach, then they'd certainly be pushing in the west and south before the night's end. Better to have the men together, ready to respond. The remaining men settled in to wait, listening to the blasts of enemy guns and the distant rattle of massed rifle fire away north. Some smoked, some sat, but most were quiet. The gilder Durtu, looking more than a little winded, meandered over to where Durank leaned on a compound wall, fronting the canal, and took up his own place. "I figure we won't be sleeping tonight, after all," Durtu panted. "No," Durank sighed. "Probably not. You might not see a proper rest for days, if this is really the beginning of the end. But once things get going, you'll be swept along with them, trust me. You won't have time to be tired." Durtu laughed, looking sidelong at a design inlaid in the blue stone, its paths glittering in the distant flare-light. His breaths slowed, and after a time, still lost in the angles of text and image in the gloom, he spoke. "Do you remember this wall?" It would have been a strange question, posed by any other. But from Durtu, it was as normal a thing to say as a comment on weather or date. Durtu had known every seam of golden inlay on the lapis walls of their blocks. Indeed, in that part of the city, many of those gilded patterns or passages for which Sir Girkar was famed had been laid by his own forebears, and he had often woven the words behind them to younger men in the temples, pointing out records and murals as a congregation moved from hall to hall. "I do," Durank told him. "You told us the story the year Mother died, I think." "That I did," Durtu said. "Funny that the night's run came to an end here, of all places, with the wall under attack." Durank supposed it was, but did not answer, lost in thought as his eyes sank from the flare waves away east to the etched images of the compound wall at his side. There, King Danash the Brave, supposedly, Durtu had once told him, responsible for commissioning the homes fronting the Gilded Canal's southern edge, was captured on the walls of the easternmost fort of the city, near 10 centuries past. At his feet was the broken form of a Tlatoani of Sholoshahidi, whose foreign name escaped Durank, slain in the assault on the wall. His army was bled dry, and his hosts repelled. It was the last time a foe had managed to approach Sir Girkar in arms, and one of the last great memories of victory in arms recalled by the kingdom. "I pray it is a sign," Durtu said, more to himself than to his quiet companion. "So do I," Durank told him. "There is little chance we break them on the walls, though. We do that in the streets, Gazorgu willing." Durank straightened, motioning the others, now rested just enough to push a little further, to do the same. "We're almost through the rounds," he told them. "Let's get the last few holes accounted for quick before the real fighting spills in. It might be our last opportunity, and the people below ground deserve the chance. Then it's back here for the reordering." The others swept off after him down the avenues. Just a handful of their regular shelters remained out here on the emptied waterway, and they ducked into each in turn, tallying their needs and warning of the fighting to come. Then, at last, they thumped up to the mouth of a tunnel down to a huge clan home right alongside the canal. There, an aged woman, hands trembling with either nerve or year, was waiting to update the runners. She told Durank the folk of this block down in the communal shelter were full on grains but short on water, and then waved to hurry him on his way, saying the children were parched. But one of the young boys huddled on the stairway at her back spoke up, his voice catching Durank just as he and the others began to sweep away into the night, urgent and insistent despite the shushing of his elder. "There's noises down here," he said. "You can even feel them when you lay down to sleep on the floor. Like gears in a clock, but less steady. Fatun was the only one who could hear them for days, but now all of us can." "They don't have time for noises," the elderly woman scolded. "There's all kinds of noises right now. Let them get on with the defense." The butcher Parash and the dockhand Yuzug had already begun to peel away. But Durank, thoughts of the second wall still fresh on his mind weeks later, waved them back, his other hand held up to silence the woman. Looking to the boy, he nodded, urging, "Like rocks against rocks, maybe? You're sure?" "Yes," the youth assured him. "Little vibrations, getting louder through the night." Durank stared blank down the stairs a moment, then ordered, "Go back down and pull your families out. We'll move your group to another hold. Parash, Yuzug, both of you go in and see what you can hear. Keep your rifles ready. I'll be down." But a blast softly shook the ground about them, not from down in the shelter, but from behind, down in the channel of the Gilded Canal. Durank waved the men he'd ordered down on into the shelter, cried down into the hold for everyone to get out, and then ran to the edge of the yawning ravine which now split the lower city from the upper. And down amidst the pooled slop, silt, and stranded houseboats in the belly of the waterway, 2 plumes of rubble and dust were still clearing to the east, one issuing from the south wall of the canal and one the north. And through them, black shapes, silhouettes in dark garb, flowing out into the basin and shouting brisk group to group in the language of Harakwe. Durank sent up a red flare of warning, calling other militia groups to the canal's edge. Yet his was not alone, for dozens of such flares were going up across the line of both the Gilded Canal and the seaward way, and the night sky, formerly stark with the distant pallor of the white wall flares, was bloodied by their crimson glow. "17. The Upper City. Berani's legs ached with an exhaustion far greater than the flight across the outer fields warranted. His mouth was dry, and his breath came to him as if he were still locked in a face-to-face struggle with the enemy. His heart had not slowed in all the time between the opening siren and his emergence into the once manicured manse of the Upper City, and in several moments light-headed terror, standing amidst the confused tangle of Marines and Ugg soldiery pouring in through the north wall, he felt almost as if his lungs could not catch the air about him, and his ribs might crack with the force of the fiery pounding in his chest. But he did not fall dead under the boiling fear and fury within him, and a few seconds in, Pahala, who had guided him by the arm most of the way, leaned in to occupy his vision and capture his wavering attention. "You all right? No bad hits?" Berani stared back at Pahala a moment, ears ringing with more than just the aftermath of roaring gunfire, eventually saying, "I'm fine." Then Samudra was on him, saying, "I'm going to get Darmong to a proper medical outfit and then get back here. Where are we headed now? Do we have an assigned area on the next wall?" Berani was again silent. Pahala waved Samudra off, telling him to get on with it and come back fast, that they wouldn't move from the spot. Agama, though Samudra urged him to follow, firmly denied any help with his shoulder, for the bullet had not hit bone, and though it must be agony to him, he refused to go sit the coming day by. After Samudra was seen away, it took Berani about half a minute, slowly craning to and fro and drinking in his surroundings, to fully believe he was there, and ground himself in the moment. Though he did remember the journey south through the fields in vague spans, it was for a terrible few seconds as if he had appeared in a strange environment without cause, a dreamlike teleportation, forcing him to retrace his steps and assure himself that he was where he was. "I don't think we have a follow-up position marked out," Berani said. "Satri is dead. He would have had the assignments." Agama, who had ducked away to lead Samudra and Darmong in the right direction, was back beside them then. He waved the worry away. "Don't worry about it just yet," the older man told them. "There's already garrisons on all the walls. We'll probably be told where to go as soon as the Ugg get a grip on where the breaches are, and start shuffling men around to respond to them. But we can keep our eyes open for other officers while we wait on Samudra, just in case." Berani thought for a moment of his father at the word officers, but the face of the Raja was buried as soon as it had been summoned. Had his thoughts and perceptions not been so ransacked by adrenaline and the aftershock of bloodshed, he might well have marveled at the ease with which they were buried. But as it was, he simply swallowed them and continued to scan the district about him. They stood in the shadow of a fortress gatehouse not far north of the Port Solar. The buildings about them were often marred by shellfire, with single walls or corners having been blown in or collapsed by concussive blasts. But many others glowered tall back at him from the darkness, almost untouched, sheer fortune having spared them the devastation brought to their neighbors. Beautiful as the old city had been in the light of day, it was now a strange and foreboding maze drenched in dour shadow. Its narrow alleys and shaded courts seemed suddenly black and dangerous, and the glinting gilding of its many etchings and designs against the distant flashes of flare and fire winked at him through the gloom like the eyes of predators in the dark. He thought of the Sholoshaishans on the northern field, and how their eyes had flashed in the flare light, and then his mind was already painting them into the obscure nooks and avenues of the cityscape. How long, he silently asked himself, until they were truly inside? The streets nearest them were packed so tight with the survivors of the outer wall, and the militia, ministering temple priests, and medical aides which had come forth to see to them, that it was difficult to maintain their spot next to the gnarled root tower of an ancient, massive plane tree which shaded the square in which they stood, half its canopy torn away and left to wither on the brickwork by shrapnel. The ebb and flow of men in and out of the court before the gates was utter chaos, and before long the trio were pressed up against the vast planter of the shading tree in a desperate attempt not to be bumped away. Berani had just begun to doubt that Samudra would find his way back to them when the lanky man bobbed back into sight without Darmang, his mission fulfilled. Berani waved him into the group again, asking, "Darmang all right?" "Yeah," Samudra said. "They're taking him to the ziggurat." "Where now?" "We have to get away from the gate if we aren't getting put on the wall," Berani called to them over the clamor of distant shouts and even more distant fire. "They'll start shelling the inner gatehouses the second they get their guns close enough for it. And this crowd is going to get ground up like raw meat if it's not split up by the time the shooting starts." Samudra, looking towards the exits into neighboring streets, asked, "Which direction?" But Agama had already begun to shoulder them a path through the drifts of Ugg and Lautani onto a more open road leading south of the span, deeper into the tangle. Berani, falling into place beside him, watched for lieutenants or higher officers in the tropic blues of Lautan to whom he could direct questions as they went, but none presented themselves. Most everyone of their kindred the four of them saw were, like them, small fish. How many, he wondered, of the higher-ups among the Marines had even made it out? They drew water from their canteens and filled the things in garden basins at the houses they passed as they went, for who knew how long it would be before a proper station for rations of food or drink was met. Samudra insisted during one of these lulls that he should inspect the graze along Berani's hip from the wall, but as the wound was superficial, there was nothing for it but to grit teeth and move on. The throng around them was an untidy mix of kingdom and Duumvirate forces, and voices, many incomprehensible to Berani, shouted to find comrades or medics in the crowd. As minutes dragged by, and the far-off sirens on this or that wall continued to wail down the avenues of Sirgirkar, and no Ugg command came out to rally the combined forces for redirection, Berani began to wonder where they were. For surely, even if the command structures housed in all the forts of the northern wall were wiped out, the Lion Folk still had a central core of officers in the inner city, ready to redirect the soldiery where it was needed. Then, before even he could ask that question aloud, Agama yanked him and Samudra aside, with Pahala tumbling after, up against a shrapnel-kissed wall siding the avenue. A line of several dozen of the glinting royal guard of the city were speeding mounted down the path, the stride of their vast war lions silent beneath despite their speed. They were calling out in the tongue of the Ug, but to Berani and the others, blind to what the calls meant, the words had simply faded into the auditory jumble echoing up and down the teeming streets. The lion riders rolled past, and in their wake, many of the Ug on foot in the throng began to run after them, flocking to westward paths through the looming manse of the night-draped upper city. And, as their little band of four was swept up in the tide of advance, Berani heard far off the accented shout in his own tongue. "They're through the west wall. They're in the city. Hurry." And hurry they did. Stumbles and sprains were an ever-present danger in the blackness, for the flares of the walls were, in the beginning, too far away to provide any real illumination in the chasm streets of the upper city. But as they wound mile after mile west through the district, the need not to be trampled underfoot by the thousands behind kept men focused and steady on their boots. Lungs seared, and the exhaustion of the flight from the outer wall was compounded by this second great charge for the city's flank, which lasted, for those of them who had begun it over near the city's center, over an hour. Flares rose from the north wall off to their right a half hour in, and before the hour was out, massed fire on that barrier told them the Sholoshaishans were already pushing on the inner defenses they'd escaped through. The crack of gunshots echoed far up the streets ahead. They were not within sight of the west wall, through the manse of corridors between buildings, when explosions rose up in their midst. Pahala, gasping as his legs pumped steadily on beside them, yelled, "Artillery!" But it was not, they would soon find, artillery which was carrying off legs and chunks of boot or thigh in the ranks of the defenders, toppling handfuls to be leapt over or trampled in the streets. It was mortars. The Shaishans were already inside, and though their artillery pieces beyond the walls were too timid about ravaging their own soldiery to fire from afar anymore, the mortar teams were close and agile enough to rain death regardless. And then the terrible nature of once beautiful Sirgirkar finally came home to Berani. For though dawn was breaking the horizon off at their backs, and the faintly brightening sky was lit here by the still lingering flares of the west wall, the clan compounds of the Ug which had not been leveled by shell radiated rifle fire ahead. Ug families or militia within were perched atop the walled gardens of the homes as if they were battlements, and firing on the half-glimpsed silhouettes of Sholoshaishans who had swept homes in the shadow of the wall, and were now garrisoning the ruins. The spark of glinting eyes, the flare of a muzzle's flash, the echoed shouts of Ug or Shaishan or Lautani in the gloom as the mortars rained in a street rapidly choking with the bodies of the slain, and the cries and groans of the mortally wounded. The brick was slick with rain and blood, boots skidding on its surface as they skewed for this or that avenue away from the slaughter. Along the far edge of the street, a bent line of women carrying or herding young children from some compromised cellar or shelter were fleeing against the crowd, and the shrieks of them were evident even amidst the din of battle. "Come on!" It was Agama and Pahala again who dragged them on. They tucked sidelong into an alley between two clan compounds, and then, Berani taking the lead once more, they wheeled impulsively through the bombed-out rear wall of a home place along the way. The sound of shouted Lautani words, in the different but still familiar dialects of the northern island of Sahirau, called to Berani. They passed through an inner court and into the frontal dining and ritual rooms, whose narrow windows, constructed almost after the fashion of firing ports on lower floors, as was the custom of the Ug, were already stationed with men uniformed just as they were. A man with a corporal's markings, spinning with rifle half raised to look back at them as they entered, called, "Who are you?" "We're from Jalawa," Berani called back, already crossing to the front windows to take up position alongside them. "Here to help." The corporal from Sahirau did not question them further. By the look of the haggard men he had with him, the northern islander was likely not much better equipped or informed for the situation than they were. And yet still, he had taken the initiative and led his men with him to their posts, where they fired out down the street towards the enemy. Overhead, more guns, perhaps of his soldiers, perhaps of the family of the house, fired with them from the roof. Berani and the others wasted no time and joined the fight. "I don't have much more ammunition," Pahala panted beside him, almost inaudible amidst the ringing of fire. "None of us do," Agama shouted back. And yet, low or not, as the dust and fragments of enemy bullets tore up the brickwork of the wall behind which they hid, they had little choice but to keep low and shoot well when the time came to rise and fire. One of the Sahirau men off to their right was shot through the mouth, and though he was not dead, lay gurgling and moaning in the dust at their feet. Agama was grazed again in the neck, not deep, but certainly enough to deepen the red stains upon his uniform. And Samudra, his glasses having miraculously remained intact all through the long night, had his lenses shattered by stray shards of brick thrown up from the window's bottom, and cowered long on the floor picking at the glass lodged in his left eye. Eventually, he packed tight a compress over it, slid his turban low over the bloodied eye, and went back to firing as best he could, never complaining of the struggle. So it was with all the beleaguered men, Ug or Lautani, who had rushed west to meet the invader, or else been pushed back from the bowels of the west wall itself to fight in the streets. And as the sun rose over Sirgirkar, they began to run dry of ammunition. (18) Street to Street. Durank put around through a 10th Shaishan in the canal bottom, and watched as not one, but 7 or 8 of the knot of men at which he'd been aiming fell dead or wounded to the slick ground below. Militia were thick along the walls, and grenades were arcing down into the pit to rake the invaders with shrapnel as they piled up around boat wreckage and silt drifts on the canal bottom, which proved poor cover when the Shaishans could be seen from above in both directions. Houses were emptying as cheers went up along the northern rim of the lower city, and even women come up from shelters were shoulder to shoulder flinging brick and shell-strewn masonry down on the foe, or else taking up the rifles of the dead and doing their best to kill with them. Children, slipping the attention of mothers and grandmothers who shrieked and fretted after them among the ranks, climbed house walls and one another's shoulders to watch the bloodshed unfold. It was orgiastic celebration, and though Durank had been at rest under the eyes of temple healers during the Lautani entry many days ago, he imagined the noise and carnival atmosphere must have been little different. Even to him, it was almost frightening. The Sholo Shaishans had, Durank assumed, meant for the forces assailing the east and west canal gates to be fully inside by now. There were not meant to be so many Ug free to respond to the legions assigned to sweep the canal bottom, to erect ladders, and capture compounds overlooking the emptied waterway as fortification. Perhaps the enemy were pouring through the walls miles east and west. It was wholly possible that, around bins and the blocks of Sirgirkar, foreign boots were carrying intruders from door to door, or flinging open shelters to slaughter all those who resisted their binds. But for the moment, the Ektal in the low channel, fire and shelter as they might, were at the mercy of the Ugg, and after months of terror and weeks under bombardment, the lion folk of the city reveled in the slaughter of them. The blood of the dog folk pooled ankle-deep in certain spans of the gilded canal, but for over an hour, seemingly heedless of fate, more and more reserves bravely surged through shadowed tunnel and out into the muck to willingly die there, firing and cursing back up at their butchers. But the bloodthirsty festival of the shootout along the canal would not last. For though the horrors the Shaishans had suffered in the silt chasm were beyond tally, they still had pinned many thousand Ugg to the city center for over an hour. And as the sky lightened with dawn's approach, and the pillar far above atop the ziggurat flickered with some of its old vigor, the streets east of Durank and the others manning the walls of the gilded canal rang with a ravenous song all too familiar to the lieutenant's ear. And just as, so many grueling days ago, Durank had known what that awful sound must be despite only having heard tell of it in song or tale, so too did many of the militia who never before had known battle or raid. And a shudder passed through them, and the women and elders and children who'd left their hides to seek vengeance broke for scattered home or cellar or clan compound courtyard, anything to be out of the open streets. But for many, by the time the cackling broke the trance of slaughter playing out on the canal, it was already too late to flee. For the canal gate and the east wall about it had been breached, and in the wake of the forward ranks of Ektal shock troops over the rubble and wreckage, as the infantry had begun the horrible task of clearing compounds bristling with rifle or pistol or blade block by blood-soaked block, the Kandari had been set loose. Most of their folk were far west of the city in the open country which best suited them, sabotaging railroads and communications lines, and warding off any attempt at reinforcement from the far coast across the Izzy's waste. But their Boag Bala had placed 3 of her clans at the disposal of the High Marshal, and he had not hesitated to set them loose to sweep the roads and open terraces before the host of legions now marching for the foot of the ziggurat. The Kandari were preceded, as was usually the case when the hyena folk were on the warpath, by packs of heavy, ravening hyenas bred for temper and starved for days before battle or raid. No wild, skulking band were these. Their numbers lent them courage, and their hunger lent them daring. They whipped around corners and through alleys in droves, bowling over the fleeing, especially the weak or the lonely, in a gnashing tide of mangy, stinking hide and steely, snapping jaws. Many rifles cracked to ward them off, and in places like the canal front proper, where there were enough men to form up against them, the wilting fire drove the current of war beasts off into side streets. But ever they came back, looping about compounds and darting out to crunch femurs and rip stomachs as this or that band of militia broke and ran. Children were dragged flailing into the dark of bombed-out buildings, and the shrieks of the terrified rose from the bowels of houses into which the hyenas, whipped on by their masters, flowed. And just as that first wave came to break in all its terrible fury, there followed the masters of the eastern savanna in the saddle. The discordant shrill and laughter of their songs preceded their coming like thunder before the storm, and though, like the barded lions of the Ugg cavalry, their hulking Yena were light of foot on the charge, the beasts joined their riders in the cacophony. Bones and the chitinous segments of exoskeletal trophies clattered like chimes on the move, and a mixed scent of damp fur and old blood swelled rich in the noses of their prey. By the time they neared, the lower city was alive with the yipping shrieks of them, and the Shaishans down in the canal, freed from most of the withering fire by fleeing or reordering militiamen, cheered on the slaughter above. They came with cavalry rifles, braces of pistols, and improvised grenades to fling through window or battered doorway, all old and either pilfered or traded second-hand, but mastered by the hands which held them, and wielded from the saddle with all the ease a stock-still marksman would show on the ground. But the real terror, the real drive of the daughters of Kandar, was the shuddering impact of the spear, and their broad-headed, cruel-bladed assegai, either narrow and light for throwing, or thick and long for the work of the lance, scythed down those who attempted to hold lines in the open against them. Hafts splintered, and lung or gut or throat were ripped open as the Niena thundered through with their masters atop them. In the wake, just as with the pack hyenas preceding them, the wounded or stunned or thrashing were fallen upon by cruel teeth and glinting eyes. For the Kandari and their beasts, while not at all averse to rotten flesh away home in their camps, reveled most in the hunt held sacred by their maker, and savored the flesh of living prey. No trait, not gender or age or innocence, spared the fleeing or fighting the ravages of their assault. The young were cut down and ripped asunder in the jaws of ravening Niena as readily as were their fighting sires or cowering grandsires. So it was that the ranks of Ug overtaken by them were either killed mercifully and swiftly, or else eaten alive where they lay on the bricks, as yet more bands of Kandari leapt over and about their sisters to find further prey. Durank had rallied his platoon early, the moment the cackling had reached them. A few had been shot along the canal during the massacre of the Ektal below, but there was not time to do more than think in prayer for the worst of the wounded who could not withdraw on foot. And though at first he tried to usher them to a compound, most of these filled quickly with units hoping to hold them against the ravening tide of riders outside. And so Durank yelled his men on and ran west for the Ziggurat of the Sun, weaving into the streets neighboring the canal-side avenue, calling encouragement when his breath allowed. There were machine gun emplacements at the barricades footing the Ziggurat. If the Kandari could be drawn towards them in pursuit of the fleeing, then the barriers would halt them in their tracks. But it was easier conceived than carried out. Gnawing hyenas were already sweeping side streets, and Durank and his band were slowed now and again as they formed up to ward off the packs with massed fire and a unified front. Cellars, breached just as the canal had been breached, were beginning to disgorge Shaishans in black or gold, and on occasion it was necessary to carve through with bullet and bayonet to win distance from the Kandari behind. And yet still the gallant Ug, never passive in time of siege, fired from rooftop garden or fought out their last in the homes about them. Even when the streets had been occupied, the homes and shop fronts overlooking them were alive with hostility, and for every shrieking elder stripped to bone by jagged teeth in the road, there were a dozen lionfolk waiting to stab and shoot and slaughter in their place. Men fell beside and behind Durank, caught by Sholoshaishan or Kandari bullet, and late in the chase by ankle-rending maw or thrown javelin. But on they pushed, and rounding a corner ahead, they were at last faced by a sturdy but slipshod mound of earth and ruin manned by heavy weapons teams to defend the base camps in the shadow of the Ziggurat. More cries behind, and a swell in the cackling chorus at their back. Durank waved and called to them before diving with the men about him into a shell crater and bombed house. Down! Stay down! But he needn't have ordered. The thump of heavy machine guns chewed into the hyena, Niena, and Kandari rounding into the street, and their charge was blunted. The dead were mounded up where they fell, and the living leapt over in full gallop only to be added to the pile. Guns hummed and the whistle of rounds in the air did its cruel work, and after a time the chase was staved off. There were, after all, countless clan compounds behind to be cleared and secured, and there was no need for the invader to assail the central temple immediately. When the bloodshed had lulled, Durank wasted no time leading the men out with hand raised in greeting. They picked their way over the bodies of the slain, and then were guided up the barricade and into relative safety beyond by the guard. Several other ragged platoons were with them, and a stream of civilian survivors was pouring in from theirs and neighboring roads to seek solace in the shadow of Gazorgu's house. The dawn was painting the deep blues of the city with its fiery warmth, and setting the gold of its etched myths ablaze to gird the morning. And yet, turning back to face his men and take his tally, it was difficult to see the beauty in the broken city. There were just over 20 of his 50 present, many wounded in arm or shoulder or back in the retreat. Yuzug, the gilder Durtu was rasping, his side clenched against the agony of the run. "I don't know where he went. He's not here." The dockworker Yuzug was indeed missing. So was the butcher Parash, who Durank had seen fall shot just after leaving the Canal Avenue. Many were from the patrolled area freshly overtaken, and would have kin in the cellars and shelters of the canal-side compounds. "There's nothing we can do for him, or any of them now," Durank told the lot of them. "All we can do is think of them, and carry on to protect what remains of our home. Even if the final defeat is coming, you are obliged by your blood to meet it on your feet. None of you were raised or trained for this, but it has happened regardless. And if you do not summon every last ounce of grit to endure, or else die in the attempt, then both home and home everlasting will be lost to you." While most nodded and stood grim and tall, there was clearly limited solace in those words for the militia about him, and Durank could not wholly blame them for the dark expressions they wore. They were not of the warrior lines, and had not been raised on Gazorgu's passages of sacrifice and bloodshed. Theirs had been the worship of craftsmen and homekeepers and tenders of gardens, the things which kept the hearth warm. They had no deep philosophical grounding for the terror about them. Even he, raised and ministered to as he had been, with words of chaplains and martial grandfathers ringing in his skull, felt the claws of that hopeless dark within him, and had to try hard to stifle the shuddering weight of its grip. For the line of men who died about him, from brave young Hashun to the broken Sergeant Yanzu, to the butcher Parash now gnawed clean like the rabbits he once raised, seemed to grow thicker with each engagement. And he was left as he stared up at the pillar of dawn far above to wonder why he had never been among them. Why had he been allowed some measure of redemption, only to stumble clean through yet another ravaging of his folk? Somewhere south in the labyrinth of the lower city's streets, his clan compound, where his parents and grandparents and great-grandparents had lived and died, and where he had grown to manhood, now home only to his sister and nephews, was almost certainly in Sholoshahishan hands. Were they, whose circumstances had not allowed him to see at all since his arrival in the city of his birth, even alive? He could not say, and yet there he stood. "19. The Tithe of War. We can't just break," Agama was shouting back at the Sahirau corporal on the next window. "You'll need a rear guard if you're going to follow them out and not be killed on the run." The past hour of roiling fighting on the western streets of the upper city had not been kind to the older soldier. Agama was leaned against the wall between the fighters still standing, his already torn neck and shoulders seeping, and his left collarbone and shoulder shorn by 2 clean punches, in through the front and out through the back. The left arm beneath them hung limp, and though he may well have imagined the sound, the drip of Agama's blood onto the stone floor from his trembling fingertips was somehow audible to Berani even over the ringing and eruption of the firefight. "I'll stay back," he was saying. "You follow the Ugg out, with everyone who's in good enough shape to fight later." Berani, who'd sidled over to be closer to Agama, said, "You're sure?" But he knew Agama was sure, and his look told Berani all he needed to know. One of the Sahirau men who'd been caught in the waist up on the roof and come crawling down into the house proper volunteered too, waving off a comrade who offered to carry him. Between the 2 on the roof who'd vowed to stay and the 2 now on the ground, there were 4 guns to cover their flight. They were already down to a few rifles cracking at the windows. Ammunition had been stripped from the dead or dying, and Samudra, largely useless beyond a certain distance, firing one-eyed and without aid, had laid down his own weapon and been running counts and consolidating clips up and down stairs, tending the wounded with spent supplies best he could when time allowed. But as Berani handed off the last of his bullets to Agama and turned to take the last of what Samudra carried to hand off to the rear guard, the lean man would not hand them over. "I'll stay too," he was saying. "I'm not going to be any use like this. Might as well." "You won't do us any good here either, kid," Agama told him, turning away from the window and withdrawing just long enough to glare the younger man down. "Get yourself back with the others and find something to do at the temple." Agama briskly took the ammunition Samudra had gathered from him and went back for the window. Berani watched him a moment, wishing he could summon something to say. For the briefest of lingering seconds, faced with this relic of his father's war, now prepared to die in the very same way the Raja had died, it was as if he had a second chance to speak words of comfort, or at least reassurance, before their parting. But sleepless excitement, the ringing of his ears and the pounding of each pulse of his frantic heart in his skull, and the exit of the others behind, made the stringing together of anything meaningful impossible. "You'll kill plenty for us, won't you?" he asked, voice ragged from shouting, and eyes narrowed against the dust. Agama, tossing a glance back over his shoulder and nodding Berani's way, said in a tone equally haggard, "What else would I do?" And Berani swept out of the ruined building, the Sahirau corporal calling him on, and Pahala waiting next to the shattered building edge to join him as he emerged. They were 6 now, Samudra, Pahala, and Berani from Jalawa, and this other corporal and 2 of his own riflemen. Their goal was the disordered mob of ragtag Ugg who'd poured past a minute earlier down the main avenue fronting the house, weaving and bleeding as they called for a withdrawal. And this was no wasted order. The Sholoshaishans were growing thicker by the minute in the clan compounds west, and as building after building was captured with grenade and bayonet, it was becoming evident this quarter was lost. By the time they slipped east from the alleys and streets onto the main causeway the retreating bands had flown down, the sound of Shaishan boots on slick brick and shattered stone was close behind them. But those who had remained behind did their job well, and even Berani and the others, late as they were to the run, did not take direct fire from behind. This did not mean, however, that threat was abandoned with the homes they'd fought for. Mortar teams were still hitting the streets beyond the reach of Sholoshaiti's rifles, and their impacts upon wall or road sent shard and dust into the treacherous air. Much as Berani expected one of their number to be cut down before escape could be made, though, both his men and those of Sahirau avoided further maiming. As they mixed with the Ugg, themselves mingled with streams of evacuees from the upper city's western edge, it was rare to see Lautani colors on the move in the crowd. They were carried by the tide of survivors up to the base of the ziggurat at the heart of the city. It was near noon by the time Berani came into its shadow. The blocks about it were cordoned off and well barricaded, with heavy weapon emplacements and soldiers of the city's royal guard ready to be brought to bear. But it was impossible to see the masses of Ugg being herded into the temple bowels for shelter, or the bleeding swathes groaning and waiting for aid in the courts and gardens at the sapphire feet of the structure, or the haggard faces of the uniformed souls still on their feet near the barriers, and not understand at once that this was a temporary refuge. For the first time in all the hours he'd been struggling, Berani realized there could be no turning. There were simply too many of them, he thought, and the best these gallant but haphazard barriers and rallying places could do was slow the coming of the end. Berani lost sight of the Tujuhdanau group beside whom they'd fought in the press of bodies. For a time, aiding Samudra in navigating with Pahala at the wounded man's opposite shoulder, they searched the spans for hints of tropic Lautani fabric amidst the deeper blues of the ancient kingdom surrounding them. Eventually, they were turned in the right direction by a gray-maned Ugg officer using the best of his halting Lautani, who directed them inside the ziggurat. They poured with thousands of the city's displaced into a vast network of priestly housing, ritual chambers, relic vaults, and catacombs set into the foot of the mountainous monument. Its crammed rooms, patrolled by priests of Gazorgu attempting to herd and tend those within, echoed with the sobs of children and the massed whispering of the anxious. Far off somewhere in the deeper corridors, grown men howled in the grips of agony, perhaps field hospitals, shifted in out of range of the fighting soon to come. The innards of the building, once scented with incense and the herb-tinged smoke of low-burning braziers, now stank with the metallic waft of blood and the stale reek of rain-sodden fur. They walked long in the hazy shadows of those tunnels, passing southward, almost to the exits up to the lower city, opposite where they'd entered. There they were beckoned into a great hall. Perhaps once it had served to feed acolytes, or else house worshippers on solstice and equinox feasts. Now, it was teeming with the bloodied sons of Lautan. Several thousand were there, some wounded and laid out on tables and improvised cots to be tended by the medical personnel of the expeditionary force who remained, and others sprawled asleep on the floor, or sitting stooped in silence, or wandering aimless in the jumble just to keep on the move. Almost as soon as they entered and gained their bearings, a handful of men minding the door approached. "Your man there," one of them said, motioning to Samudra. "He's trained with the healers?" Samudra nodded. There were 2 sizable slivers of glass protruding from his wounded eye, which had now swollen shut about them. "Well, they need all the help they can get," one of them said. "Can you still work all right until we can get your eye seen to?" Samudra nodded again, saying, "Well, I made it over here. I'll do what I can." They moved to lead Samudra off towards the back of the hall, where the worst of the wounded were. Berani made to protest, grabbing Samudra by the shoulder. It didn't feel right, somehow, to see one of the last of them separated out. But Samudra turned and smiled a bloody smile that disarmed him. "I'll be doing more good here than out there," Samudra said. Agama was right. "Well," Berani, having stood quiet a moment, told him, "I figure we'll be back with you before long, one way or another." And another of their number was parted from them. Pahala and Berani were alone. Looking about them, the larger marine contingents from Banting and Tujuhdanau were all they could see, their heritage denoted by subtle lining on the shoulders of their uniforms, or crests on the turbans of their officers. Though Berani was not prepared to say they 3, now made 2, were the sole survivors from Tujuhdanau, it certainly felt that way to him. He kept wordlessly close to Pahala, shoulder to shoulder, and the man from Lake Ungu did likewise, as if the pair had silently concluded to do otherwise would be to invite losing the other. They asked a lieutenant from Banting where to receive more ammunition, and were sent across the hall to replace their Badai rifles with UG models. The Lautani ammunition stores on the outer wall had been, of course, captured, and even the stores which had been kept here in the city's core were dwindled low after the morning's combat across the city. The new weapons were slightly larger, but not so heavy as to be unwieldy. The most awkward part of them, as Berani and Pahala dry-fired the things into the brick of the floor, was the thick construction of their triggers and guards. Lautani fingers were subtly webbed up about 1/3 the length of a digit, a factor, along with their hydrophobic coats, leading to their great proficiency as swimmers, and the Badai model rifle had made allowances for this. The thick-fingered UG weapons would need more pressure to fire, and those weapons would sit a bit more hefty in the hand. Still, a rifle with bullets was better than one without them. They filled their packs with renewed combat loads, and then were set free to do as they would until further orders came down from the UG in command. Berani, pushing forward into the mass, spotted a serving station for a vat of cooled rice. For the second time that day, he took his helping of the slop and, ensuring Pahala had his own, pushed back out of the hall and into the corridors beyond. They wove out into the half-light of the clouded day to find it had, for the first time in weeks, stopped raining. They sat at the base of the ziggurat, the throng surging about them. The distant sounds of battle could be heard ringing out towards them and echoing off the heights of the temple above, some little more than a mile off, some 10 or more. Berani imagined there must be enveloped pockets, compounds or whole city blocks still held by their side, all across the city. And here he and his old friend sat, free of that struggle for a brief, paradoxical moment. "I'd give up the rifle and fight with the bayonet alone the rest of the day for a catfish right now," Pahala said, already done with his bowl. He'd been asleep in those earliest hours of morning before the sirens had called, Berani realized. Pahala, assuming his last meal had been dinner the evening before, had been nearly a full day without food. "Take the rest of mine," Berani told him. "I ate before dawn." Pahala didn't protest and took the next bowl, saying, "We can slip in and get more later, I'll bet." They looked out into the ravaged lower city and watched streams of the wounded and weeping flowing in over barricades much the same as they had in the upper. Ammunition was being hauled out to machine guns, mortar teams were setting up in the court, and UG were shouting each to each over the din, officers finding charges, or children finding parents. "How long before they push in on us, do you think?" Pahala had asked with no malice or hopeless misery, just the matter-of-fact candor of one seeking the weather. But Berani merely shrugged. "Who knows?" he said. "Won't be long, though." "Don't be so sure," came a voice from beside them, in the knot of UG eating old bread just along the wall. "The pockets out there might slow the bulk of them down well into the night, if we're lucky." It wasn't said in confrontation. The voice was measured, but thickly accented, slow, cautious with words to which it was not used. The speaker was a large UG with a face tired and scarred, mane dirtied by the day's fighting, leaned up with the remainder of a contingent of men in much more slipshod uniforms. He had the shoulder boards of an officer, though Berani was not versed enough in UG symbols to know what rank the man was. Berani was first to respond, saying, "You speak Lautani?" "They teach everyone who goes through officers' training here in Sir Girkar some of it," the Ugg told them. Some of us remember more than others. Where is home? It was a strange phrase rendered in the tongue of the islands, but knowing what he did about the lion folk, and being of a landlocked clan who studied Gazorgu closer than most catfolk families, Berani took this question to mean, "Where do you come from?" and answered accordingly. "Tujuhdanau, on Jalawa," he said. "I'm from Lake Dadu. He's from Lake Ungu. You?" "From the lower city," he told them, pointing out into the ragged sprawl beyond the barricades. "Out there." There was a brief break as one of the other Ugg distracted the officer, and a short back and forth as words were relayed. When Berani asked what was being said, the officer motioned to one of his companions, explaining. "He says you are very far from home," the officer told him. "But we're both far from home, if one thinks about it. You cannot flee any more than we can." "Dark," Pahala said, smiling. "Not so," the Ugg told him. "We will fight better this way, with our backs against the wall." Berani looked back at the Ugg, a bit impressed by the cool severity of the pronouncement. Young as he was, he had seen enough these past weeks to know that most would not have said those words with such conviction, and meant the full weight of them. "What is your name?" "Lieutenant Durank," the Ugg replied, "of the clan Namrasu." "Corporal Berani," he said in turn, "of the clan Suburan." "20. The last setting." "Then you have no foundries or factories in the whole city?" Pahala asked. "Not one," Durank told him. "It was decided decades ago that such things be limited to the land beyond the western wastes, where the hinterland's grasses would go untroubled by them, and their smoke and noise would not disturb the old city. Maybe a rail line or something would have sped up response times," Pahala said. "I doubt it," Durank said. "Shaishan shells would have crippled them long ago, unless the things were built underground." "Besides," Berani added, "the place wouldn't have been as worth fighting for if it was filled with clattering trains. You saw Besipalabuhan, Pahala. The place didn't really feel like Lautani at all." Pahala nodded a silent agreement, but Durank, brow furrowed, asked, "Is the Iron Harbor far from your lakes?" Berani understood this too was a question with multiple meanings. Even just a few mellow, exhausted hours seated in the court as the crowds thinned and the day grew long and the fighting out beyond their sight raged maddeningly on had taught him to expect such things from an Ugg. Perhaps, rendered in their tongue, such double implications were more obvious and required less intuition or inference from the familiar listener. It was not irksome after one grew used to it, and Berani found he was good at the game of untangling the accented words. "A couple 100 miles," he told the lieutenant. "Jalawa is a big island, but it is very different than the rest of Jalawa, I think. Enough so that it feels much farther away. The lakes are like this, an echo of how things should be." Durank nodded, saying, "And the Iron Harbor feels more like how things must be. I have heard our western cities are the same." Pahala, passing around a heavy bottle of beet liquor he'd gotten off a passing priest to be emptied into drinking bowls, said, "Well, we can all pray to see days when things can go back to being as they should be." Berani, Durank, and many of the other Ugg militiamen about them downed their bowls and finished the foul drink with him, the lion folk tolerating it much more readily than their guests from distant Lautani. The milling of souls into or out of the temple against which they rested had changed. It was often now they saw groups of younger priests in their full vestments leading flocks of hundreds of salvaged citizens of the city out of the bowels of the ziggurat and up to the tier of entry into the temple proper above. Durank, when questioned earlier about the safety of moving the people of Surgirkar in the open like this, had said there were indeed interior routes up to the base of the Pillar of Dawn, but that they were likely crammed. His guess had been that all the survivors in the temple unable to fight were being shifted up to pack the massive chamber housing the holiest site in the kingdom. The implications of this had been dark, and so Berani had steered away from digging deep into the topic given the gloomy, if defiant, atmosphere engulfing them. But now, looking out onto a knot of badly wounded soldiers being gently guided up on the same ascent, and half imagining he saw Darmong wobbling among the scattered Lautani figures in the mob, the question he'd mused on before came rolling back in on him, unbidden. Do they have some aim with them, taking them up there? Do you know if there's a plan? Durank shrugged, answering, "There is always a plan. The priests of the sun can see what we cannot. If they have ordered it, then there is purpose in it. Whatever happens here, today or tomorrow, I can be certain Gazorgu has seen and shown it in his light." A horn, low and brass, broke the low murmur of the court, and at a far barrier, debris was shifted and carts rolled away. In swept a tide of bloodied citizenry ushered in from some far pocket of the lower city, and walking ragged behind them, the gilded sons of the royal guard, equally bloody and having lost their mounts in some tangle out on the embattled streets. And as they entered, Berani saw that the Ug manning the barricade fell to their knees before this column of armored men. Salutes and hails were raised among militiamen looking on, and a hush fell heavy on the crowd. Lieutenant Durank muttered something several times in his own tongue, as if it were a mantra. Gun was the sound, low and quick, taken up by several of his militia beside him. Then he said to Berani and Pahala, almost as an afterthought, "The king." And so it was. King Shamat XII, who had been scouring the lower city all through the day with his most trusted riders, had staggered back void of his formidable war lion and short all but a couple dozen of his guard. But with him were shepherded 200 more from the far rim of the city, and as they were ushered up the stairs towards the temple rise, Berani could see that the king's plate was marred and rough with the leavings of battle, and he bled from a maimed arm. And yet he waved away those of the priesthood who surged out of the crowd to tend to him, and pulled the eldest of their number forward to speak in hushed tones as the barricade was made firm behind them. A quick, still exchange was made before King Shamat and his glittering guard strode with urgent purpose for the ziggurat, leaving the priests looking iron and grim. All this Berani and Pahala could see from afar, but the implications of it remained vague. Durank rose to his full height to watch the king's ascent, and Berani and the others did likewise, the tall frames of the Ug around them making it difficult to see. The monarch of the oldest mortal kingdom on Haraklan did not go far, taking up position along the stairway to the first tier. He turned among his guard to face the gathered soldiery in the tangled plaza below, and addressed his people beneath with a voice so loud that Berani felt it must be a thing of magic, rather than some clever connivance of architectural amplification. And as the warm words reached his ear, he felt the urgency of them, even if he did not understand. The king clasped the arm of the guardsman beside him, who knelt as his lord withdrew back down the temple's edge to be among his men, the rest of his guard with him. The royal guardsmen, addressed, lingered a moment looking after them, and then rushed hurriedly away for the temple heights. Several hundred more of their gold-clad number, freshly emerged from the bowels of the ziggurat, were surging forth to join them on the battlements. Horns in the depths of the halls were driving Marines and Ugg riflemen out into the dusk. The crowds ascending the sapphire mountain above them hurried their pace, and shouts went up as the militia and regular army soldiery scattered over the grounds threw on packs and downed hasty water. "They are coming," Durank said in translation. "His Majesty has a plan, and he needs time. Come with me." Berani lingered, nervous, looking off into the turquoise tangle of islanders running for the barricades and compounds fronting the temple plaza. For a moment, he wished to join them, to be reassigned and reordered. He marveled that, in the haze of the afternoon's ragged, sleepless musings, he had never taken Pahala back in to be reorganized. And yet, whatever he wished, there was no time now. There was a rumbling of foreign voices raised in chant, echoing in at them down streets and up the empty routes of the city canals, terribly like the chanting which had been raised outside the outer wall long before dawn. And so Berani merely followed Pahala as he led them to the lines in the current, tracing the shouldered route of the larger Durank through the crowd. The king had mounted one of the barricades to the central causeway before them and was shouting orders to the royal guard about him. Berani and Pahala took the line beside Durank, who was shouting orders up to the rest of his men down the way. The rifles they held were still strange to their grips, and the trembling in their hands worsened as the songs of the enemy reached a fever pitch, and mortar shells began to fall among the defenders. The shrieks and cackling of bestial hordes to their east, and the thumping impact of boots on the run to their west. Still King Shamat in his hide of gold loomed over the men to Berani's left, roared prayer whose cadence the islanders recognized but whose words they did not know upon his lips. None of them moved, even under the deadly steel hail from above. The streets before them were empty out to a T intersection away south, but the compounds alongside the open roadway were already bustling with the half-heard rustle of foreign motion. "Fight well," came the lieutenant's voice beside him, and a heavy hand weighed brief upon his shoulder. "Prevail, or you will be home soon. Either way, you have nothing to fear." And as the sun set upon the western horizon beyond sight, the death whistles sounded. "21. The Solar Tide." Durank watched them come with a steel conviction the likes of which he'd never known before. He had, of course, spoken words of reassurance and grit to the two Jalawa Lautani, now sharing his position astride the dense bank of shattered brickwork which formed their barricade, and to the militiamen he commanded. Indeed, he'd believed every word. But to hold something true in faith and theory was a far different thing than to hold true to that faith and theory when it came under harsh test. Had he not learned his vulnerability to such things when he had failed just such a test of his will and devotion on the ruins of the first wall all those hard weeks ago? The crucible of cleansing had, of course, purified the stain of such failure, as much as it could be purified. Yet still the memory of that failure, along with his own mortal doubts about the reasons for his survival where so many others had perished, had ruled his sunrises and sunsets, with even the stark light of warm noon or the sights of his home shadowed by them. But his old spiritual mentor, the Gilder Durtu, whose grip had been worn not by years of rifle bolts and entrenchment shovels, but by the meticulous turning of drills and engravers' tools, was steady of hand on his left, muttering a prayer for a grandson he had not seen all the last week. So it was with all Durank's men, so many of them neighbors, their eyes alive with the warm, simmering righteousness in the dusk. Perhaps, Durank entertained, it was because their king, battle-worn just as they were, stood with them, and the royal guard were among them. Even if the Shaishan destroyer plate put the metal hides of Gunug's royal soldiery, which had become largely ceremonial over the past 5 centuries, to shame in terms of function, the Golden Guardians still were a great comfort to look upon. In them lived memories of ages when the dawn came brighter, and there was yet more time in the daylight left to their storied kindred, roughened by the tumult of siege, but still prepared to give what remained in service. And yet the Lautani, who knew far less of any history which might embolden them to defend Sir Girkar, or bleed beneath the eyes of its Gazorgu-blooded kingly line, were just as firm as the lion folk in whose midst they fought. As so often before, this was what steeled Durank, and made mechanical his own bravery. With such valor about him, even from those with far less at stake, how dare he show the slightest sign of tremor or doubt? And so he did not. As the streets filled with the enemy's soldiery, singing and chanting as they poured from alley or clan compound into the lanes to be torn by the guns on the barricades, Durank's hand and eye felled them just as efficiently as the others, the ache which had lingered in his arm since that bullet beyond the second wall fading away to nothing. But he and the thousands in the southern plaza, firing from the makeshift fortifications into the lower city, were not alone. The Temple of the Sun was alive with all who had withdrawn there, and upon all the tiers of the great ziggurat, mortar and machine gun and massed rifles were being fired for the hordes of the enemy. Countless more struggled on the north face of the monument, fronting the now drained Port Solar, where the legions of Sholoshahidi were climbing canal walls and storming bridges. The last of Lautan's dwindling planes, launched now from the most treacherous of improvised runways on the upper tiers, circled low and risked the raking of their own craft by fire from the ground to strafe the foe, and were in their turn shot down by the golden craft of Sholoshahidi in the growing dark. Flare and fire went up to light the young knight. The whole of the mountainous monument thrummed with life as if it were a Titan hive, and the death which emanated from it shamed that wrought by any carnivorous swarm from distant Baru Lautan. And yet, the Shaishans, as had been the case throughout the day preceding, were more than prepared to die. And they did so with songs still on their lips and weapons clasped tight in their hands. Their fellows were taking up positions on rooftops to hurl mortars back at the tiered ziggurat, or rain death from above upon the barricades on the plaza. And it was in the south they pushed most violently, for while they pinned the northern defenders to the temple with their push from the upper city, on the eaves of the lower, they had buildings to aid them in this murder from above. Ugg and Lautani were cut down by enemies they had never sighted, as they themselves shot down Shaishans sprinting the streets with bayonets fixed. The corpses piled in drifts like wind-blown snow, and the brick beneath boots was wetted again after these short hours void of rain, with the fresh slick of blood. Through din and doom, minutes passed, ears rang, and the enemy worked closer and closer, firing back from doorway or gatehouse or alcove. And suddenly they were close enough for grenades to reach the defenders, and as the first clanged down and thumped their gusts of fragmented death into the foe, King Shamat of Gunug was roaring orders to withdraw, calling, "With me." None of Durank's militiamen needed to be told twice. So, rather than worrying about his soldiers, Durank shouted these orders in turn to the Lautani beside him, a move mimicked across the barricades as Ugg dragged catfolk along with them towards the stair. And at their backs, a skeleton guard of the royal soldiery remained, selling dearly their lives as Ektal took the tangle with bayonet and pistol and jagged blade. Pahala, the taller one, had to rip the stockier Berani from his post and drag him to get him started for that distant route upward. As Durank tore his attention from the others and put his full focus on the retreat up the ziggurat, he had cause to look after his king and follow the path before them to the heights of the temple. And his breath was stolen by the sky he saw above them. The new light upon the city below had, perhaps, been obstructed to him by the stark shadows cast by flares and the dancing shudder of their passage into distant quarters of the urban sprawl. But as he looked up the sweep of the stair towards the heights of the ziggurat, he saw that the pillar of dawn emanating from the ruined wreckage of the unseen palace far above was shining near white and blinding up from the well. It pierced the night cloud above, and its gleam was so strong that it backlit the whirling veil there from above, as if a single, constant blink of lightning had been frozen in place beyond. It was brighter than Durank had ever seen it before, and Sir Girkar's countless murals and gilded reliefs winked in the light of it from afar through the night. Durank ran the vast yards of the plaza span, eyes locked on the heights of the steps, where positions were already being taken at the zenith. He wheeled to aid Durtu, who had slipped upon the flight, but the man was shot in the back mid-fall even as Durank reached him. The gilder's air was driven from him in one wheezing rattle, and he slid down in a thumping tumble back beneath the coming crowd. And Durank moved on, leaving yet another piece of his past behind him to die upon the stone. Several Shaishan machine guns behind had opened up upon the fleeing from compound roofs overlooking the plaza, and the lionfolk and catfolk fell beneath them like barley at harvest. Then the stairs were beneath him. The pair of young Lautani were beside him, and many of his militia before. The king, somewhere above and ahead, was continuing his thunderous cries of encouragement, and Durank's legs pumped harder at the sound. Whether royal guard or regular soldier or panting militiaman or beleaguered marine, the banners of the king were being raised upon the height before them to beckon them onward, and the desperation to escape the open sweep of the stair seemed physically to drive them up from below. Behind, the Sholoshaishans were through the barricades and crossing the plaza, the hounds of war at the heels of their cornered prey. A tangle of men, both surged forward from the inner temple and newly arrived atop the stair, were rallying breathless at the peak, eager to fire down on the Shaishans as they pursued. King Shamat was among them, screaming for time, for delay of the foe, for every effort to be spent in their halt upon the stair. But this long, sweeping ascent was in places switchback, just as was the more decorated stairway on the northern face. This, combined with the stragglers still running with the enemy on their heels, either too wounded or too breathless to have finished the flight, slowed their firing. They had to pick their targets and judge well, even from above. And as Durank turned to join them, he was for the second time rendered cold as his heart leapt in his chest and his mouth drew in a ragged gasp of the heavy gun-smoke-tinged air. For the dark, metal-clad Ektal made up the van of the foe. Having crashed through one of the east barriers to the plaza, their doubtless tired legs had been strengthened by the scent of royal prey, and they had overtaken their fellows, who fell back behind them to allow the shock troops to take the brunt of Ugg punishment. The Ektal destroyers were not impenetrable, but they were fiercely resilient, for to them agonized ache of fractured rib or welting flesh beneath plate and pad was a thing of mundane inconvenience. And they climbed with few losses, drawing the worst of the small arms fire and allowing their uniformed men climbing behind a measure of reprieve from the steel slaughter. Cries of war were in their mouths, and the keen weapons of their craft were brandished in their hands, already darkened with the lifeblood of lion folk slaughtered over the day's combat. Thousands of them, and all hungered for more. It was Durank's first time seeing the Shaishan elite's upper echelons fully arrayed for war in person, and it struck a deep chord of ancestral fear in the Ug's racing heart. But still his hands worked the familiar rifle, as did all those about him, guardsmen of the temple pushing forth to be first to meet the enemy. Durank heard Berani call out to his friend that their rounds would do more good in the unarmed legionnaires behind, or else down on the plaza. Sage words, but Durank, seeing that these reborn paladins of Harakwe would reach them soon regardless, shouted for his men to aim for the joints and eyes of the foe, and to strike at neck or knee with bayonet when opportunity allowed. The crash of arms and men before him, the firing of rifles followed by the thump of metal on flesh or steel rising above the clatter of boot and equipment at flight. Sawed shotguns favored by the Ektal were loosed devastating into the defenders from feet away, and then the full brunt of impact was felt. Even upward, with the charge robbed of much of its force by the grueling ascent and the angle of engagement, the Ektal broke as a heavy wave, and swept many before them as they took the ridge of the first rise. And Durank, a couple ranks back, saw the men before him cut down or carved to bits by blade, or shattered beneath club and hammer. He thought of the fight upon the hill in the hinterland weeks past, where even Ektal garbed only in fabric and wielding, for the most part, only rifle and knife, had butchered so very many of his men for each of them which fell. The same brutal efficiency and drilled, coordinated balance of motion was on full display here, hindered not at all by the artful flow of armor over sinew. They moved like dancers through the throng, purposeful and keen, dealers of death by shell to chest or saw-toothed blade to neck and limb. Had he not been arrayed opposing them, it would have been a sort of macabre poetry in motion to Durank. In his haze he was knocked back by the falling of the lifeless, beheaded corpse of the militiaman before him, and though Durank kept his feet, he found himself being pulled back from the thickest fighting by the natural repulse of men, away from the carving arms of the Ektal. It was divinity's touch which showed Durank what he saw next, and he believed as much even then. There was a shimmer of movement above the heads of the warring masses, and another behind. The glimmering helm of tall and proud Shamat XII, touched seemingly by a stray ray from the unseen pillar of dawn skyward to draw the eye, pursued close by a towering figure clad in dark plate, and backed by a mangled crest of black and gold plume. Some nobleman or captain of the Shaishan kindred, he knew at once, perhaps even their king, or one of their kings. Fighters of the royal guard were throwing themselves into the pursuer's path only to be cut down, as others called the King of Gunug onward in desperation. And understanding took hold in him. The Sun King was making for his temple. Whatever time had been bought, it had to be enough. There was now no more delay, and Durank, feeling drawn as if a strong, warm wind were at his back, shifted off into the crowd after them, shoulder first, calling out to those about him, reaching out to direct the attention of the other defenders. His arm closed around a thick shoulder, and he glanced back to see Berani, lancing at Ektal duelists with his bayonet over the shoulders of those before him. The king! But Durank did not need to speak, and he saw Berani's strange, narrow-pupiled eyes widen and focus. And then they were both moving, the smaller following the larger. Several others in the ranks shifted with them, but the desperate press of so many to defend the upper tier at the mouth of the stairs swept away many more. So consumed with the desire to throw back the Shaishans were the men that the sight of their king under threat alarmed only those nearest, and by the time they realized, they had often been cut down by the invading commander pacing the monarch as his hunter, or the blades of the other Ektol who trailed him. Lieutenant Durank was not himself in that moment, or perhaps it would be better to say he was truly himself for the first time, free of worry for future or past. He was fully present, aflame with the anger of his people. And he emerged from the mob roaring like a beast, the angular bayonet of his rifle leading, weaving its way towards the legs of the foe. And he struck home. The blade slid several inches through the mesh of spider silk and padding behind the joint, and planted itself down through the meat within. But the joint was not severed, and he tumbled with the force of his impact. The rifle was ripped from his hands, and before even Durank had righted himself, fumbling with the sheath of a knife at his belt, the Sholoshaishan hunter had slid free the weight of the rifle to clatter on the stone. He limped now, pronouncedly, his weight awkwardly bent to one side. But the hunter was a giant among his people, a feature accentuated by the plate and towering feathers of rank on his shoulders, and even maimed and lopsided he loomed over Durank as a passive executioner. His gaze was not even on the gasping lieutenant, but rather on his prey moving further through the mass. The edged teeth of his blade flashed in the light from above, and Durank fell to the stone beneath them, his right hand, the one which had been slipping free the knife, severed beneath the wrist. It was only as Durank rolled upon the bloody ground, warm and wet, the cruel white of bone jutting from the stump of his hand seeming emblazoned on his eyes like a flashbang even when they left the wound, that he realized the same blow had rent him open. His abdomen was gaping like an open mouth along his flank, and his dark uniform was made black by the rich blood which was seeping onto it. His left hand, his only hand, he thought with frightening clarity, closed over the cut, and he felt the hot slick of viscera pooled at his side as a length of his exposed innards slipped like serpents from their place in his stomach to pool upon the brick. He did not, in the moment, even feel the pain, just the fear and the anger. And then Boots beside him, moving for that hunter beyond, still staggering after his prey, as if the deep stab down into the back of his calf meant little more than a stone in the boot of a mortal man. It was Berani, that hunter's pursuer, the fallen, blocky blade of a defeated royal guardsman in his hand, a curved Carice knife in the other. He must have taken it up from the ground on the run, Durank thought. Immediately, Durank began awkwardly pulling himself along the ground after the Lautani corporal on his elbows, a trail of gore in his wake and his insides unspooling in the blood and refuse of death as he moved. Boot thumped or trod upon him in the chaos around, but never did he slow. Their weapons clashed as the Shaishan hunter turned to face the newcomer. He caught the youth's downward swing of the heavy sword with his maquahuit and turned the weapon aside. The knife came up toward the invader's helmed head, but was slapped away by the vambrace of the hunter's offhand. The hunter's grip twitched, the flick and angling of a wrist, seemingly delicate, but Berani's severed sword arm fell to the ground beside him, and the corporal caught the armored left fist of the hunter in the jaw afterward. But Berani, it seemed to the crawling Durank, was not done. This was no novice to brawl or the tangle of grapple and contest, even if he were no match for a legate of the Ektol blade to blade. And the sturdy oarsman of the lake, Dadu, Durank believed he had called it, fell with shoulder lowered. As he hit the ground, Berani wrapped the maimed leg of the hunter in his uninjured arm and swept that armored figure from his feet. The Ektol legate landed hard atop Berani, knocking the wind from him, but also lending Durank the leverage he needed. Then Durank, still crawling, was on them, driving the knife gripped vice-tight in his remaining hand into the throat of the hunter beneath his collar, again and again. It was not a duelist's end, a writhing, bleeding, dirty thrashing on the brickwork like lower animals locked throat to jaw. And yet Durank found no shame in that, the filth in the fury. for his tired eyes, already heavy with loss of his life's blood, raked the crowd before him, and he saw not a hint of the king beyond. Shamat the 12th had made the temple, unchecked by the hunter's blade. Berani was writhing to extricate himself from beneath the hulking corpse of the Sholoshaishan swordsman, who still twitched and clung to his fading life. But the foe was too weak or too preoccupied with the blood filling his collar and throat to obstruct the young man from Dadu, and Berani was soon at Durank's side, eyes wide at the sight of him. Though Durank still felt little, he knew it must look bad. The intestines trailing him like worms on wet street had certainly been trampled and torn by the countless feet falling about them. He opened his mouth to draw breath, and for the first time registered that this was halting, stuttering, and difficult. "Go," he said. "The temple. Go." His words were rasped, soft, almost lost to the din. But Berani seemed to understand, for there was a subtle shake of the head, and he made to drag Durank on. Berani pulled down the veil the catfolk kept up in battle, as if to speak. The motion was clumsy. The younger man reached with the stump of his elbow first before correcting, realizing anew that the arm beneath was gone. But then Pahala, the other of their lakes, was beside him, himself gashed and turbanless, but still standing. "Berani," Durank heard him say. "Come on, we have to go." "Go," Durank said again. He knew it was the last word he could give. Pahala pulled Berani away into the tangle, towards the open doors to the south end of the great temple chamber within. Though Berani resisted at first, the corporal was losing a great deal of blood himself, and before the pair were out of Durank's sight, the lieutenant saw the grunting Pahala lift his companion up onto his back like a sack of grain, and carry him on into the interior. And there Durank lay, chest down and head craned upward, the corpse of whatever Shaishan commander they had felled shoulder to shoulder with him. As the pool about the two figures deepened, and more bodies were added to the expanse, and kick or stumble struck Durank as he lay prone, the lieutenant still watched on. More and more of the defenders were falling, or being pushed into the interior. Beyond, the light of the base of the Pillar of Dawn was visible in the hall, the very chamber in which he had sung or worshipped under Durtu, or watched the eclipse ceremonies on the knees of grandparents, or heard the vows of his sister to her husband, wherever they were now. He hoped they were within, safe. That glow flickered and then died. There was a quaking shiver in the stone about him, and Durank saw the gateway inward collapse as brick and mortar sheeted down in a slide from the higher tiers to bury it. Durank rolled onto his back, blurred vision skyward, and saw that there too the pillar was gone. Not weak, but absent, vanished from the night sky. And all, despite the rounds or explosives or the distant hiss of flares, seemed dark. But somehow for Durank this was not a thing of dread, as it would have been in any other circumstance. He was overcome in those final seconds of his life, as the last of the defenders left outdoors were put to the muzzle or blade, by a sensation of warm and welcome ease. "All is right," a voice seemed to whisper to him through the clamor. "You are almost there." It was his mother's voice. He recognized it at once. How could he not? The sky was a vague color to Durank by then. It seemed to brighten overhead, a flare like a vast lamp off beyond the clouds, like the drowned sun on a wet season's day. It grew brighter and brighter, and he found he could not look away from the depths of it. And before any of the enemy could find him gasping there in the tangle and end him, Durank of Sir Girkar was gone, the city of his birth still cloaked in night about him. Interlude 4. The Gates of Dar Lugal, East Surgirkar. 1st of Yaoyot, Imperial Year 4006. Horns, the deep and rumbling woods of Sholoshaidi rather than the brass of Old Gunug, shook the walls of Surgirkar's eastern edge. The High Marshal had come, and the battlements fluttered with the black and yellow of the Empire, rather than the blues and golds of the Kingdom of the Sun. The shattered gate which once had opened onto the gilded canal, and the frame about it, had been hauled away by army tractor and dig teams. And the single-piece steel bridge the engineers had slid into place during the night in the wake of the assault allowed Tlaloc and his conquering entourage to ride smooth atop their dark, hairless Shaishan stallions. He, and all those invited to ride in with him, had been fitted with destroyer plates sent up from the capital for the occasion, and their strange horses likewise were barded in dark metal trimmed in gold. The yellow and black plume of highland birds away south danced across their shoulders and upon the crested helms of their horses. Army photographers, sending their work away home to papers in the provinces of the Empire, snapped shots of them as they went. The knights of the old ages of iron or steel, still masters of the field even in the age of fume and powder. The dawn was, it seemed, coming at last out east. But in the remaining hour of night, their camera flashes lit the gloom and aided the electric and traditional torches of patrols leading the commanders of the host into the city. Those pockets of Surgirkar's residents who had surrendered had all, by now, been marched under guard out onto the eastern plain, bound by train for Tepeklan. The remainder had been slaughtered, often at great cost to Sholoshaidi, as they holed up in their sturdy earth and brick compounds. Still, there were likely stragglers hidden in this or that cellar or unfound chamber, but the dogs of war would sniff them out soon enough. And yet, despite this, Surgirkar remained abuzz, alive with patrolling soldiers in their deep army yellows. Brought in from reserve, these men were fresh-faced and unscarred, and their presence was allowing the legionaries who had struggled and bled so doggedly during the taking of the city their desperately needed rest. Field hospitals had cropped up in occupied temple or upon intact rooftops. Barracks were being made from old garrison houses or stables, and the beasts remaining in them butchered for fresh meat to feed the ragged soldiery of the Empire. Men in uniforms bloodied and muddied by the 30th's victorious fighting and sprinting lulled too drunk or exhausted to sleep in doorways, or crouched nursing pipes in shaded alleys, their embers and the soft gleam of their eyes in the dim moonlight betraying their presence. Chaplain war priests were branding the Empire's Triskelion upon the young palms of men who had spilt their first blood with hot iron, and their older comrades watched on and cheered their passage to manhood. Their Kandari auxiliaries, glutted on the meat of the foe, lay sprawled in camps surrounded by their fattened war beasts, turning garden and court into hide-strewn village. They sang and chanted their low-rolling drones of oral poetry and history over fires, and laughed shrill in the deep dark. Their Sholoshaishan comrades gave them a wide berth, for the wet smell of them carried far, and their snarling hyenas were not so full as to be pacified entirely. And yet High Marshal Tlaloc saw several knots of the hyena folk miming in wordless speech with wandering patrolmen, swapping bulging skins of their notoriously strong blood liquor for tobacco, which the riders sucked and swallowed raw as if it were food. Remains in their hundreds of thousands were being gathered upon the narrow streets, and carted by horse or snarling hyena out of the city. The Ug corpses were burning in the still muddy beds of the drained rivers Usal and Igtuku. The Lautani were being buried in improvised graves north of the city, along the saps the Sholoshaians had dug for their approach to the outer wall. The dog folk were being carried off home for internment in the cenotes of their provinces, or else, if the deceased were of royal blood, mummified and set to watch in the undercities across the empire. 3 such princes, 2 of Teotihuacan and 1 of Tzonatlan, had been killed in the fighting. The king of Teotihuacan himself, wounded in the neck by shrapnel, who rode tired beside Tlaloc in the column, had seen his fallen sons off on the train east the evening before. The king of Tzonatlan, already having lost an eye during the breaking of the second wall, awaited his own son's body in recovery away south in the jungles of their homeland. There could be no accurate count of their dead as yet, but the conservative estimate posited by Tlaloc's aides of 250,000 would almost certainly be eclipsed. Many of their sons had gone to join Harakwe's ranks in purchase of this victory. Much as he was happy to have the jewel of the kingdom of traders gripped tight in his hand, and much as he knew those now cold had died well, the High Marshal was again ashamed that he had not been here in person weathering the storm. But the orders of the Tlatoani were iron, and he had bent to them. He saw yet more foreigners after their slow ride across the city, as true sunrise crept up on them. A detachment of Minoan eklektos, the bullfolk's word for their own Ektal, if Tlaloc remembered correctly, from across the sea, who had been training with their Sholoshaian counterparts in Teotihuacan at the time of the war's outbreak and immediately volunteered, was camped with a weathered legion of Teotihuacan Ektal upon the plaza in the shadow of the ziggurat centering the city. Many slept beneath the open sky, but those who could not were drinking some sweet-smelling anise drink from far Minoa together, and playing Minoan yoke lute or Sholoshaian clay flute over fires built of Ug furniture. As the High Marshal dismounted, and a scattered few tired legionaries who had noticed his small contingent ride into the occupied square saluted both his and their king's arrival with branded palms aloft, he removed his helm and turned to King Tokayo of Teotihuacan and spoke for the first time since passing the walls. "They fought with your men in the north, Lord?" King Tokayo, likewise removing the suffocating helm, looked over at the bullfolk with pride. He was, like many from his province, of a skin so pale gray that it bordered on white, but Tlaloc supposed loss in the bleeding of the day before might well be accentuating that pallor. His dark eyes were shining when he looked back at the High Marshal. "They went in with the second waves," King Tokayo explained. "My legates say they fought very bravely in the upper city." "Invite their legate, or whoever remains highest in their command, to climb with us, then," the High Marshal told him. "The sons of Minoa deserve to be present when we go in." And so their hulking commander, who was introduced saluting to the High Marshal as Ageleos, joined the group. The High Marshal Tlaloc's contingent now consisted of nearly 20, and represented in it were all the kindreds of Sholoshaides' dominion. In addition to Tlaloc himself and the king of Teotihuacan and a dozen other higher Sholoshaian officers, there was the leering Boag, or chieftain, Coaba of Clan Anaasi, the largest Kandari tribe linked to the siege. She stood in the place of the Boag Bala, who was raiding in the west beyond recall. Captain Gerhard of Nordvind, who had commanded one of the zeppelins above the city, tall and iron gray in his rich oranges and dour blacks, represented the lupine Volvin. Legate Tewas of Estlan Province's Ektal 1st Legion, still limping after taking fragments from a grenade during the siege, stood for the Hurabaya Lautani. The strangest of all these was a nervous legionary and camp musician of the Tepeklan army legions, no more than 20 years old, who had been introduced to the High Marshal just hours earlier as McBlair, foxfolk by his kindred. The Sion youth from New Sholoshaidi's Appalachia territories had been studying in Tepeclan earlier in the year, and had left his musical pursuits to enlist upon the outbreak of war. McBlair had seen his first combat in the lower city. His palm was still bandaged in the aftermath of the Triskelion brand he had received just hours before. While the young Sion soldier had protested being invited, the High Marshal had assured him he would make as fine a representative of his kindred as any other. He was the sole surviving son of his people, still a rare sight in the Old World, on record with the legions, and Tlaloc had been glad to find him. And so the group of them scaled the bloodied steps, now cleared of the bodies of the slain, the High Marshal a few steps before, and the rest trailing close behind. Looking up into the brightening sky, and allowing the hint of a grin to creep into his expression, Tlaloc reached the peak of the stairs, and was saluted by the waiting guard of Ektal destroyers arrayed around the temple entryway. After returning their gesture and putting them at ease, he turned the attention of his retinue, now gathered about him, toward the eastern horizon over the smoking wreck of the old city. "It seems Gazorgu's light isn't gone for good," the High Marshal said. "He spared 3 days for his first king, but only 1 for Shamat the 12th. Perhaps already the traitor of the second brood weakens." The Lautani legate Tewas spat upon the lapis brickwork at their feet, glaring into the rising sun. But King Tokayo of Teoatlan, gazing with them, asked, "So you think the line is ended then?" "I cannot think how it would be otherwise," High Marshal Tlaloc sighed. "His prince died months ago in battle, and the pillar has gone out. Yesterday's failure of the sun to fully appear is yet more testimony. It is the first time such a thing has happened since the time of the founder. The lineage of their forever king is ended. The Tepec Ishko line of Ichtak I stands as the sole link the mortal kindreds have to the time of legends." Legate Tewas and many of the others present snapped to attention as the High Marshal said this, as if the Tlatoani himself were among them. The High Marshal turned to the now open gateway to the inner temple before them, dark save for the sweeping electric lights of Ektal guardsmen and the flickering glow of a few low braziers the men had relit upon gaining entry. The rubble which had kept the attackers at bay most of the day prior had been hauled away by the engineers and laborers. The High Marshal approached the group of plate-clad Ektal arrayed at the entrance, asking, "No men have reported any discomfort?" "The rubble ceased to burn at our touch yesterday, around sundown, or at least when sundown would have usually been, High Marshal," one of their number said. "We've swept the interior of the temple and the palace above, and cleared them of corpses. There are no live enemy fighters inside, and we have found no hides or tunnels. The sappers are still at work below. None of us are unaccounted for, and beyond the burns from yesterday, no one has suffered any injury or strangeness here." "Good," the High Marshal said. He nodded to his companions and followed the destroyers as they led the contingent inside. The towering ceiling and forest of Titan pillars had been marred little by the quake and collapse which had shielded the interior for nearly a full day, and now that whatever magics had rendered the seemingly mundane rubble scalding to the touch and had melted the drills and picks and shovels of men who'd stricken it was suddenly dissipated, the temple looked an empty shell. There had not been nearly enough dead inside to suggest a mass suicide among the besieged, much as that seemed in character for a pair of peoples prone to flinging their infants into fires or pools. They approached the font from which the Pillar of Dawn had sprung for 8,000 years and gazed down upon a bed of smooth but unshaped obsidian stone, blank and featureless. How did they get out, do you think? It was King Tokayo who had asked the question. He was not the only one of their number who was nervous. All looked around, and the Ektal who'd swept the temple kept their weapons and wits close at hand, as if at any moment the teeming thousands of survivors who just night before last had cowered in this space would reappear from the shadows and attack. But none emerged, and the cold shadows about them remained lifeless and echoing with the booted footfalls of foreigners' tread. Who knows what witchcraft the servants of the two traitors are capable of, High Marshal Tlaloc said. All we can do is stay wary, and begin to plan for the future. King Tokayo nodded, motioning to the yawning chamber and its glum gold idols around them, asking, "It is to be made a provincial capital, yes?" "It is," Tlaloc told him, "though I do not know who will be placed upon the throne, or what name will be given to it. That is the Tlatoani's decision to make, and he will make it when he returns from his mission." The others were silent. Information was still vague about the aims and status of the Tlatoani, but despite the blockade maintained on news coming out of Milikatlan, it was evident to all at this point, even as far away as this foreign temple beyond the rivers, that something terrible had befallen the breadbasket of their empire. Tlaloc, who had only a shade more information than they, pressed on, not wishing to allow doubt to soil their moment of triumph. For there could be no doubt that Sholo Shahidi, for all its might and grandeur, had not achieved anything this worthy of awe in many centuries. I imagine Legate Ishpehwaltia, may he fight well for Harakwe below, would have been the Tlatoani's choice had the legate survived the siege, Tlaloc told them. Ichtak VI was fond of him. Perhaps one of his comrades will be singled out, but it is also possible he will choose one of Lautani blood up from Estlan for the throne. It would be appropriate, I think, that the sons of the first traitor, having seen the way, be allowed to undo the damage the sons of the second traitor have done to this world, to work at settling and rebuilding this site of their maker's greatest misstep. They have proved themselves well suited to the task in Estlan. "What will be done with it, High Marshal?" Legate Tewas, who looked giddy at the prospect, was asking as he looked with no small measure of disgust upon the looming idols. His feline eyes glinted. "The temple, I mean." "It will be torn down brick by brick, I'm sure," Tlaloc said. "Its gold will be melted down and sent to the cradle for repurposing, as with the rest of the city. We will rebuild it in our own image, and raise here a temple to Harakwe and his kin, which will dwarf even this blasphemous mound. Even now bridges are being raised over the eastern rivers, and the Lion Folk rails are being reworked, and lines are being run to the cities which will one day house more than just our garrisons. Settlers will come from the provinces, a parcel for each who had a hand in the conquest, if they be willing to leave their home kingdoms. In 100 years' time, plan of the old general be respected, our peoples will be the ones reaping and mining these lands. The winter will creep back in, as it does elsewhere in the north, but that has not stopped us from taming Kushkotlan, or Teoatlan for that matter, as King Tokayo can attest. The name Gunug will be spoken only in sermon or lecture, as a memory of dark times long past. And we, here on the first day of Harakwe's month, as the homeland celebrates the old general's coming, stand at the start of that new age. After this war is won, he added in his head. As the others, emboldened, began to speak amongst themselves and wander the temple interior to see its gilding and engravings, the king of Teoatlan remained by the side of the High Marshal. Tlaloc's belief the perceptive Tokayo must sense some measure of his worry was confirmed when the man spoke, softly, so as not to allow his voice to carry in the vast cavern of the hall. Grieved as the monarch was after his own losses, and worried for the future of his line as he must be, it clearly had not stopped him from wondering beyond to the affairs of the wider empire. "Milikatlan," he said. Forgive me, High Marshal, I do not mean to overstep my station with you on the warpath, but I would ask what you know of it. I know that it is gone, Lord, Tlaloc told him. That much we all have guessed. But you know for certain, King Tokayo said. Yes, Tlaloc said. Tense quiet ruled the space between the two for a moment as they both stared down into the pit where once the life of Gunug had risen for the heavens. Then High Marshal Tlaloc, who, as ordered, had not confided in anyone during the siege, decided to say aloud what had only come to him. He supposed if he could not trust one of Sholo Shaidi's ruling provincial kings, there was no one he could trust, and the longer he kept it buried within him, the heavier it weighed on his already overstretched mind. It is the Spider Folk, Lord, Tlaloc said. We will be alerting the rulers of all the provinces directly now that the north is pacified and the worst is finished here. I think the Tlatoani knew it even before he left. That is why he took so many with him, and raised the scale of draft the moment he had crossed the border back home, in the old world and the new. It is also why I sent the king of Tzonatlan home to his province to recover, rather than allowing him to rest in the field with us. It is why I am rushing the legions from Tzonatlan home. The jungles there were once their home, you'll recall. King Tokayo did not denounce or interrogate at the re-emergence of monsters from old tales. He merely asked, "Is there reason to believe they will attack Tzonatlan?" You know as much as I, so far as the situation below ground goes, Tlaloc said. But the fact Ichtak VI marched into what remained of Milikatlan and then sent word back out that he was elevating me to regent in his stead implies to me he has received direct orders from him below. He has gone into the Underdeep with a legion he hand-picked for the journey, but he did not say where. The rest has been up to my judgment, with what facts I have available to me, and, right or wrong, I believe the soldiers of Tzonatlan would be best served in their homes. That is why we conducted this assault months early, before the traitorkin could be bled dry. King Tokayo asked the question in a tone which was hard to read, and the High Marshal looked his way, almost expecting anger. But there was no malice or even confusion in the once father's features. If anything, the man seemed almost relieved. Precisely, Tlaloc said. I was originally told autumn. I said to the legates and kings that it was a drive to bring the lion folk to their knees right on the eve of Harakwe's month, a thing of portent and history, and it has served that purpose. But now, once the Ugg West are driven from their last, much weaker holdings into the sea, we will be free to respond if foes assail us from beneath. King Tokayo nodded, seemingly satisfied. It had not, his stony yet grateful expression seemed to say, been for nothing. High Marshal Tlaloc straightened, saying, Lord, I will see things wrapped up here. If you can take rest, seek lodging in one of the barracks your Ektal occupy in the upper city. I'm sure they will be glad of your company. Tomorrow we will get you on the trains home to be with your sons as they are put to their watch. King Tokayo nodded again, saying, Thank you, High Marshal. And the king had meant it. Tlaloc watched the man walk from this profane temple of the Traitorkin and out into the air of a new day. Epilogue. Besi Palabuhan. 1st of Yaoyot, Imperial Year 4006. He woke to the light of a cool morning, tucked in the shade of a great veranda. The subtle sun poured green through sheets of ivy hung from the tiled roof overhead, and the low rumble of roaring water could be heard not far off. Present, too, was the chitter of engine and automobile traffic, a noise he, unversed in the ways of the wider world, only truly associated with one place. Beyond this, the ocean, more smelled than heard, a familiar salt wind. Though he was from the mountain lakes of Jalawa's interior, there was not a place on the islands, however far from water, that the currents of the air did not occasionally scatter with the incense of the warm South Sea. He knew it well. Perhaps all Lautani did, whether or not they had ever seen or swam salt water. Perhaps it was bred into them by their maker Laut, the Mother Ocean. He was on a bed, a cot, really. Cheap, firm wicker weave of the sort common across Jalawa. It was, he thought, very similar to the one he recalled from their training so long ago. There was a slow, languid, almost drunken moment wherein he believed he was in training, that this must, due to the late morning sun and subtle sense of a long-risen day, be one of their weekly rest periods. And the haze of chaos and confusion dulled, and for one blessed moment, he knew dream had taken him far afield, to dark places and horrible sights. These things, he told himself, had not happened. But one looming doubt remained, one it took him some time to puzzle out the source of. There had been, he finally realized, no light in the makeshift barracks in the belly of the Temple of Gazurgu in Besipalabuhan. It had been windowless. He tried to rise, and found he could not. There was a sharp, cold pain in his right arm as he tried to elbow up into a sitting position, which faded to a low throb which swelled and ebbed for several long moments as he sank back to the firm weave. Then a hand was on his chest, holding him down. It was gentle, though, and he did not fight the pain, or the guidance. He looked up. "Pahala," he said. "You?" "Yeah, me," Pahala replied. Berani watched as he settled back into a seat on the stone floor against the wall backing them, setting aside a paper. Perhaps Pahala had been reading it. The wood bowl and scattered remnants of cigarettes told Berani his friend had been there for some time. Pahala was not in uniform, but rather in the deeper blues and purples of the sort of linens they wore back on his home lake, and around them, scattered out on the sprawling veranda, were several hundred other cots, all host to other Lautani men, either sleeping or sitting or being attended by healers, in the ocean vestments of the Temple of the Sea. "Where are we?" "Besipalabuhan," Pahala told him. "You don't remember?" Berani remembered plenty, but certainly not this, or what led to this. Looking down, he found he was shirtless, and the bandaging around the end of his dominant arm, which now terminated just above where his elbow had once been, told him he had not been dreaming after all. 1,000 counter-questions rushed into his mind, but his dry mouth could not form the words. He just shook his head no. "I figured," Pahala said. "You were still awake. At least, I thought you were. But they shot you up with so much morphine after we got through that it doesn't surprise me you're hazy on it." "Through where?" "Fuck," Pahala replied, shaking his own head. "I don't know if I can even describe it right. Truth is, I don't entirely understand it. What's the last thing you remember?" Berani sat silent a moment, then said, "The Ug lieutenant. He was dying. He killed that Shaishan, the big one. The same one that killed father." "That was the one?" "He had my father's balato, Berani said. The sword was on his belt. I saw it. But I think I knew even before that. Pahala exhaled, the air running long after the smoke as he emptied his lungs. But he could see Berani was troubled and did not make him dwell on the thought. Well, the king, the Sun King, I mean, he stepped into the pillar once most of us got inside, Pahala said. It brought the temple down. Well, parts of it. Buried the gates. Apparently all the other priests in there went first. That's what he was fighting for time over. Then the queen, then his daughters, and then him. And when the king went in, the light went out, and the collapse happened. You remember the font, the well, the pillar came up out of? Yeah, Berani said. I think so. He remembered it perfectly. The sight and sound of Chemar infants being fed to the light would remain with him until the end of his days. Well, I can't tell you how, Pahala said. Some miracle, some spell the priesthoods worked when they built the temples, maybe. No one's exactly come out to explain it to us. But when the Pillar of Dawn went out, the basin beneath was water, like a deep, black pool, night ocean, sort of. It was even salt water. And they, the priestesses of Laut, I mean, who were watching this all happen, had us dive into it. Berani, squinting off into the light beyond the ivy of the veranda, asked, Just into the pool? Yes, Pahala said. But it wasn't a pool. Not a usual one, anyhow. I don't know what you'd call it, but we swam down, straight down, mind you, without coming back up, and we broke surface in the pool the Tidestone floats in, right here in Vesipalabuhan, at the base of the falls, inside Laut's temple. And the priestesses here were all ready for us, healers and volunteers from all over the city. Some of the good swimmers were actually going back through to Sirgirkar to haul people out who couldn't swim. Turns out the lion folk are pretty worthless around water. A lot of them weren't even hurt or old, and had to be hauled down anyhow, just couldn't swim. The Ug civilians went first, then the wounded, then the rest of us. Berani scanned the woven cots about them again. There were no Ug there, just Marines, so far as he could see. The Ug are in big camps the Navy set up out on the harbor front, or else up over the city, Pahala said, seeming to anticipate Berani's questions. Took hours to get everyone out. There were thousands and thousands of them in there. Not quite so many of us. So, Berani began, looking up at the struts of the vast roof, where tropic birds were flitting about in the shadows. It's all over, is it? Well, I don't know about over, Pahala said. The sun didn't rise yesterday. Had everyone worried the end of the world was come. But it's out today. There's a lot of war still left to fight. Papers say the draft is coming to the other castes. The Navy is evacuating western Gunug on the coast, army garrisons and all, before the Sholoshaishans can push over there through the wastes. So maybe for them it's close to over. But I think you and I both know the Ug who got out will probably go back to fighting. Priestesses are saying they're already clearing jungle to settle them up in Banting, near our big temple to Gazorgu up there, in case we can't get the kingdom back. There was silence for a time. Pahala lit another cigarette and gave it to Berani, who took it in his left hand and felt the awkward sluggishness of performing an action even so simple as smoking with it. You carried me in, didn't you? Belted that stump up, too, to keep you from bleeding too much, Pahala told him. Samudra helped. He was up in the temple by then. Burned it all clean with coals from the braziers while we waited. And I swam you out as well. You're welcome. Stayed pretty heavy for all the running we did and shitty rice we ate and the arm you lost, I have to say. Berani found he remembered none of that. Just the dark, and the worry, and the cram of the temple after the pillar had flickered its last. The whispers of the frightened or the dying. But he said none of this. Rather, he said, "Thank you." And they finished their smoke and talked about yesterday's lack of sun and the goings-on around the city and anything the papers had said other than news about the war. And then Samudra came with Darmong on his arm, the latter moving slow with crutch and the former still bandaged about his torn, blinded eye, and they spoke of the leave the remaining Marines were being given, and the fish they would eat back home, and about anything other than what had happened north in Gunug. It was almost as if, in those hours of the afternoon's wearing, nothing had happened at all. When exhaustion took them, and the others dispersed to their beds, and the sun sat out over the city beyond the cloistered veranda of the Temple of the Sea, it returned to Berani in dream. Not just what had happened, but thought towards things which were yet to happen. And the night was long there, sleeping fitful to the distant rumble of water's fall. The ride back to Tujuhdanau would be strange. Hundreds fewer would take it, his father among that number. But Pahala of Lake Ungu and Samudra and Darmong would take the train. They would climb the long stair with him to the old gates at Kotambak, joined by the others of that 1,000 who had marched down out of the hills in the month of Maquishtia, what felt like decades ago. Their homes, unlike the lost dwellings of the lion folk, would await them beyond. And that, small as it seemed, was enough. To all of you who have listened through all of the Solar Tide, thank you for giving it a shot. You can find the 4 short stories set in this fantasy setting, along with the 3-part, so far, Secret History of the House of Tepekishko Background and Foundation Mythology series in the Fantasy playlist on this channel. You can also find He Who Thunders, the first novel in this setting, both in chapters in its own playlist and as a larger mini-hour upload all its own. In about a week's time, hopefully next weekend, not this weekend, I will be uploading a Q&A session and a plans announcement for next year. I'm going to talk about the process of writing this book, changes that were made along the way, and answer any questions about it or any of the fantasy setting at large. If you want your question answered for that, either leave a comment on the YouTube upload of this chapter, or alternatively of the whole story upload, which should come out this weekend. Or send me an email at stygiansagas@gmail.com, or hop into the Discord and ask it there. Thank you to patrons JHB, Noah Kaplan, Jennifer Tran, William Richardson, Boris Vulich, Luca Zanzi, Ryan Fahey, Laura, Ken Frausto, Wes, Weapons and Stuff 93, Strawman 1103, BJ Drapp, Jason Maki, William Copeland, Magpie Fly, Philip Blomquist, Rob, Ted Tarr, Sonia Van Buskirk, Colby Redding, Evan Graham, Icefire, Wait, did you just hear that noise behind us? Souptastic, CJ2845, Evan, Bongo, Jonas Pinna, Alteron, Aiden Pasco, Cool Story Bruh, Dumb Stuff Personified, Andrew Jackman, Philip Nordland, L. Monroe, Aubrey Laboca, Elaine Kappel, Dirt Person, and Ruth. Thank you to YouTube members Jose Peyoto, Sonia Van Buskirk, Don Rottinghouse, Entranced, James Ratliff, Frazrite, Mad Topher, Gull Dukakis, Krampus Critiques, Dawn Dawson, Cheshire Vapor, Ryan Scott, Marco Miklos, Dumb Stuff Personified, Vega, Colonel Johnson, Canadine, Hoshea Kazilla, User Uzi, Foxy Paz Toddy, Gerard Santora, Vitor, Michael Clement, Timothy Pickett, Kung Tung, Billy Meader Jr., Trevor Canny, Bilbo's Stankface, Andrew Kane, Craig Sips, IT2, JHB, Americana, and Julius.